Chapter 1311. Wu clan's rank 7 Gu immortal Wu Yubo lost to immortal Yan Huang. This matter was intentionally spread by Xia clan. The whole of southern borders Gu immortal world soon learned of it. Everyone's hearts wavered. Wu Yubo is a rank 7 expert, Wu clan's famous battle strength. He actually lost to immortal Yan Huang? Immortal Yan Huang had high battle strength to begin with. Now that he obtained Xia clan's help, it is not impossible for him to defeat Wu Yubo. Wu Yubo is a prideful person. It is strange that he lost to a loser this time. Most importantly, immortal Yan Huang actually broke Wu Yubo's signature killer move. That is amazing. It was probably Xia clan's Xia Lu Pei who deduced it. Xia clan had a wisdom path Gu immortal. He was one of the top deduction experts in southern borders Gu immortal world. It was Xia Lu Pei. This time Wu clan has lost too much face. Wu Yubo not only lost to immortal Yan Huang, he almost lost his life. If not for Wu Yihai breaking the battlefield killer move, Wu Yubo might have lost his life. That can't be. It's true. All sorts of Gu worms have already spread. They show the scene from back then. Wu clan actually lost Moon Bowl because of this. Hee what a joke. If we trace back to the source, Moon Bowl was snatched by Wu clan. This time, it is the Wu clan who deserves it. Haha, with Wu Du Xiu gone, Wu clan can no longer maintain their reputation as the #1 clan. Losing the Lunar Reverence Bowl wasn't considered a huge blow to the Wu clan, which had a huge business and a solid foundation. However, Fang Yuan took the initiative to break the battlefield killer move and save Wu Yubo. Wu clan fell into a passive situation. This was the difference between the righteous path and demonic path. Fang Yuan took action and saved Wu Yubo. He went against the rules of the competition. This competition was unfair. Wu clan lost face. And most importantly, there was evidence for this. They could not deny it. The one who helped immortal Yan Huang was Xia clan's wisdom path Gu immortal, Xia Qingcang. He did everything flawlessly. He had already used information path immortal Gu to record the entire scene. Since they were targeting the Wu clan, the Xia clan had naturally made ample preparations. Wu clan had to admit this. After Fang Yuan brought Wu Yubo back, Wu Yong ordered for Fang Yuan to be punished. Because he broke the promise and interfered in the battle, he was punished to face the wall and receive a number of Xian Yuan stones. Fang Yuan had saved Wu Yubo. He had done a great deed. To Wu clan they had lost face, but they had saved a rank 7 Gu immortal. Comparing the two, the latter was naturally more important. Fang Yuan had contributed, but he was punished by Wu Yong instead. However, he didn't have any resentment in his heart. Instead, he pinched his nose and accepted the punishment. After returning to the Wu clan's headquarters, he hid in his residence on the mountain peak and didn't take a single step out. The Moon Bowl incident was still brewing, and its influence was still growing. Wu Yubo was a prideful person. After losing to immortal Yan Huang, he was furious and embarrassed. Not long after he returned, he announced that he would go into closed cultivation, to fight again in the future and regain his face. Even though Wu clan lost Moon Bowl Valley, and Wu Yong also punished Fang Yuan for breaking the rules, Wu clan's reputation fell because of this. And most importantly, Xia clan's actions brought inspiration to the other super forces. Righteous path was different from demonic path. The righteous path had its own rules. Xia clan made full use of this rule. Even though Wu clan lost Moon Bowl, they had nothing to say. Xia clan was quite special in southern border and even in the 5 regions. Because this super force mainly cultivated light path and wisdom path. Even though wisdom path Gu immortals were few in number, Xia clan had 4 to 5 wisdom path Gu immortals, and many of them were experts. Among the wisdom path Gu immortals in the whole of southern border, Xia clan was the #1 surname. They had a huge share. It was not strange that Wu clan was plotted against by Xia clan. The other forces saw Xia clan's success and became restless. They wanted to imitate them. When Wu Du Xiu was alive, Wu clan was like the sun in the sky. They devoured other people's resources and expanded their territory. There were many incidents like Moon Bowl. There were also many enemies like immortal Yan Huang. This was something that the other forces could use to deal with Wu clan. All sorts of information came. Wu Yong felt something amiss. A storm was coming towards Wu clan. Sure enough, after the Moon Bowl incident, Luo clan attacked Wu clan. Their reason was very legitimate, similar to Xia clan's. Next, Qi clan and Chai clan tried to get their hands on Wu clan's inspiration Silkworm Cave and Spring Sun Mountain Range. Wu Yong stayed at the center and mobilized his troops. But Wu clan's territory was too big. They lacked manpower. They could only maintain an undefeatable situation. Wu clan was in trouble. Wu Yong was in a terrible predicament, but as Wu Yong's younger brother, Wu Yihai, was living a comfortable life. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Let me go, please let me go. Ma Hongyun's soul screamed in pain. But Fang Yuan ignored it, he continued to soul search. Ma Hongyun's soul could not bear such torture, it soon became extremely weak. Let's go. Fang Yuan used a goo worm and healed Ma Hongyun's soul, he continued to soul search. You demon. Kill me, kill me. The intense pain directly affecting his soul was unbearable for Ma Hongyun. He kept on cursing, scolding and crying for mercy, but Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear to him. After a while he finally stopped. Ma Hongyun's soul had become extremely thin, it was like a lump of mist, on the verge of vanishing. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan crushed a guts goo, healing Ma Hongyun's soul. I finally obtained all the luck path true inheritance that Ma Hongyun had memorized. But Zhao Lianyun is not dead, this Ma Hongyun's soul can still be captured and imprisoned. After Fang Yuan killed Ma Hongyun in Reverse Flow River, he obtained his soul. These last days he had been soul-searching Ma Hongyun. After confirming that he had thoroughly searched Ma Hongyun, he no longer had any secrets to hide from him. Fang Yuan thus obtained a portion of all living beings' luck true inheritance. Self-luck, all living being luck, heaven and earth luck, these were the three true inheritances of Giant Sun Immortal. Self-luck true inheritance was in Langya Blessed Land, all living beings' luck true inheritance was in 88 Point Jinyang Tower, heaven and earth luck true inheritance was in Longevity Heaven. Following the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land and 88 Point Jinyang Tower, the all living beings' luck true inheritance was destroyed as well. But back then Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun had obtained the protection of all living beings' luck true inheritance. They each obtained a portion of the true inheritance's contents. Along the way, after Fang Yuan's soul search succeeded, this portion of all living beings' luck true inheritance ended up in Fang Yuan's hands. Thankfully, old ancestor Shui, who wanted to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, he wanted a healthy Ma Hongyun, so he did not do anything to his soul. When Ma Hongyun left Imperial Court Blessed Land, he was captured by Shadow Sect's Qin Bai Sheng. The contents of the all living beings' luck true inheritance that he knew should also be known by Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan analyzed, in this portion of the true inheritance, the most valuable part was the recipe of fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. Ma Hongyun happened to remember this portion of the true inheritance. This was the most important part of all living beings' luck true inheritance. But it was not strange. Precisely because Ma Hongyun knew this immortal goo recipe, after old ancestor Shui who bought him, he also learned about this immortal goo recipe, thus old ancestor Shui who had the thought of refining fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. Fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. According to the contents of this immortal goo recipe, even if he used all his wealth, he would not be able to gather even a tenth of the immortal goo recipe. Unless there was a living goo material like Ma Hongyun, who could save many precious goo refinement materials, Fang Yuan could barely see a trace of hope. How could Fang Yuan dare to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo? This was a rank 8 immortal goo. What would happen if he rashly refined a rank 8 immortal goo? Old ancestor Shui whose outcome was clear. This rank 8 goo immortal with the strongest battle strength in Northern Plains was definitely not having a good time now. Not only did he fail to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, he even lost Reverse Flow River and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, even his beloved wife Lady Wanshou was injured. Even though I have a lot of assets now and the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's foundation is deep enough to compare to ordinary rank 8 goo immortals. But I have little immortal Yuan Stone and Red Date immortal essence. Most importantly, I have little surplus resources. This time, Fang Yuan chased after Wuxia and the rest from southern border to eastern sea, and then to northern plains, he expended a lot of immortal essence. Not to mention comprehending immortal killer moves in Reverse Flow River. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was the one that consumed the most immortal essence among all the immortal killer moves. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture originally had a lot of production, but because time was delayed and calamities and tribulations were delayed, the efficiency of resource production was greatly reduced. Even though I am still making profits, the expenditure is not small. Especially in the aspect of feeding immortal goo, Wisdom Sword immortal goo and Attitude immortal goo are not resolved yet, I still need to invest in them. Fang Yuan had to solve the feeding problem and also store up immortal essence in case of emergencies. This caused his current situation to be quite awkward. Not long ago, because he broke the rules and saved Wu Yubo, he was fined an immortal Yuan Stone. It was like adding fuel to the fire. Delaying time caused the Immortal Aperture's time path resources to fall sharply. In this case, I can only expand production and win through quantity. However, I need to think carefully about what kind of resources to expand production. Some resources are already saturated in the market. If I expand production, I will only be shooting myself in the foot. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking about these problems, Wu Yu Bo's flew to his residence with an immortal gu. I will never forget the debt of saving my life. I will give this rank 6 Vajra Thought immortal gu to Lord Wu Yihai as a token of my gratitude. Wu Yu Bo's had actually given an immortal gu to Fang Yuan. Vajra Thought immortal gu. Evidently this was a wisdom path immortal gu. Fang Yuan had also benefited from the incident of Moon Bowl. He obtained an immortal gu. Even though it was rank 6, immortal gu were unique and priceless. Chapter 13:12. This Vajra Thought immortal gu was the size of a fist. It looked like glass, translucent and shining with golden light. It had a great appearance. Fang Yuan held it in his hands. It felt heavy, like he was holding a lump of solid gold. The exchange was smooth, the process was short. After Fang Yuan refined this Vajra Thought immortal gu, Wu Yu Bo's said goodbye to Fang Yuan and flew away. He obtained a rank 6 immortal gu just like that, but Fang Yuan was not surprised. He had made a contribution to Wu clan. Fang Yuan saved Wu Yu Bo. It was a huge contribution to Wu clan. Even though he violated the rules and lost Wu clan's face, he saved a precious rank 7 battle strength expert for Wu clan. Evidently, his contribution was greater than his mistake. Even though Wu Yong punished Fang Yuan understood it well. This was the righteous path. They had to be presentable in public. Wu clan had to reward Fang Yuan, but Wu Yong could not show up. If Wu Yong showed up, the political significance would be completely different. Once he was found out, he would be attacked and criticized by others. Thus Wu Yu Bo's showed up. This Vajra Thought immortal gu was Wu Yu Bo's personal gratitude to Fang Yuan. It was actually Wu clan's expenditure. But there was a need for this. This was the righteous path's way of doing things. I got another immortal gu. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Maybe ordinary gu immortals would be overjoyed, but to Fang Yuan it was different. There were too many immortal gu. The burden was too heavy. However, Vajra Thought immortal gu is a wisdom path immortal gu. It came at the right time. It can make up for some of my shortcomings. Fang Yuan did not lack wisdom path attainment level. He only lacked wisdom path immortal gu. In the past he only had attitude gu and unravel mystery gu, but now he had affection gu and Vajra Thought gu. For wisdom path immortal gu this was enough. With Fang Yuan's wisdom path grandmaster attainment level, he would be able to do much. Fang Yuan injected red date immortal essence and tried to activate Vajra Thought immortal gu. Immediately, golden thoughts appeared in his mind. These thoughts were small and exquisite, flashing with a metallic luster, giving off a sturdy and solid feeling. As the thoughts collided, there seemed to be clanging sounds. Fang Yuan tried to use these newly generated Vajra thoughts to perform mental calculations. He quickly discovered that these Vajra thoughts were not good at thinking. It was very difficult for thoughts to fuse, and they would often collide with each other and shatter. Fang Yuan thought to himself, as expected. He wasn't surprised at all. Vajra Thought immortal gu itself was not used for thinking. Its strength was in fighting. Fang Yuan mobilized these Vajra thoughts from his mind. These thoughts were originally small and exquisite, but once they left his mind and came to the outside world, they expanded and formed golden balls the size of a fist. Their surfaces flickered with a glass-like luster. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cattail hassock. Hundreds of Vajra Psyche beads floated around him. For a moment, golden light shone brilliantly. As soon as he thought of this, one of the Vajra Psyche beads flew out. Shwa. It was extremely fast. Thoughts were very fast to begin with, especially in the mind. They were faster than light. When the Vajra Psyche beads were sent to the outside world, they were not as fast as in the mind, but they were still very fast. This speed is almost 50% of Sword Escape immortal gus. Fang Yuan's eyelids twitched. He was very satisfied with this speed. Sword Escape immortal gu was a rank 7 immortal gu with the best speed. Vajra Thought immortal gu was only rank 6, but its Vajra thoughts had half the speed of Sword Escape immortal gu. Of course, for an immortal gu like Vajra Thought, even if it was raised to rank 7 or 8, the Vajra thoughts produced would not have a qualitative change but a quantitative change. Theoretically speaking, the Vajra thought produced by immortal gu was no different from the Vajra thought produced by immortal gu. The difference was in quantity. Rank 5 mortal gu Vajra thought could produce 100 Vajra thoughts at once. But immortal gu Vajra thought could produce thousands or even tens of thousands of thoughts in an instant. Then how powerful was one Vajra thought? Fang Yuan aimed at a floor tile and shot out his Vajra thought. With a soft sound, the Vajra thought drew a dazzling golden light in the air. It pierced through the floor tile and went deep into the ground. Fang Yuan nodded. The power was not bad. The hall he was in was a mortal goo house. Its defense was nothing in the eyes of goo immortals, but it was not made of paper. Vajra thought's power made Fang Yuan think of the bullets on Earth. However, it was much bigger than a bullet. Activating Vajra thought immortal goo once can produce thousands of Vajra thoughts. If so many thoughts are shot out at once, it would be a grand sight. Wait a moment. A flash of inspiration appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. He thought of two goo immortals, one was Dongfang Naganori, the other was Yi Lui Kun Xing. The former had an immortal killer move called Hataru. The latter also had an immortal killer move that used stardust as the main body. The more he fought, the stronger he would become. I have Vajra thought immortal goo now. Why don't I imitate Hataru and create an immortal killer move? Fang Yuan had a thought. His wisdom path grandmaster attainment told him that this should not be difficult. Thus, Fang Yuan stopped activating Vajra thought immortal goo. He calmed down and started to deduce this immortal killer move. The main thing was to imitate Hataru, using Vajra thought immortal goo as the core. Sure enough, it went smoothly. The difficulty was low, just like Fang Yuan's intuition. Less than an hour later, this immortal killer move was already in its embryonic form. For a day and a night, Fang Yuan did not rest. He transformed into a divination tortoise and deduced, obtaining the complete immortal killer move. Fang Yuan did not name this new immortal killer move, because he had a new inspiration. This immortal killer move only uses rank 6 Vajra thought immortal goo as the core. It does not have much power. Maybe I can combine it with divination tortoise transformation and modify this immortal killer move, increasing its power. Fang Yuan felt that this modification was not simple. Even though he had Grandmaster Wisdom Path and Transformation Path attainment, combining the two was not something that could be done in one go. The speed of modification was extremely slow. But Fang Yuan was not in a hurry. Right now, the external environment was still peaceful. Even though Shadow Sect had not been exterminated, Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven were after him. But with the help of Dream Realms, Fang Yuan believed that his foundation would rise rapidly. Undeniably, with Reverse Flow Protection Seal he was much more confident. 3 days later there was not much progress in modifying the killer move. It was less than 30% complete. Wu Yong called someone over. He wanted to meet Wu Yihai. In the hall, after the two brothers chatted for a while, Wu Yong told Fang Yuan, if he was not satisfied with Vajra thought immortal goo, he could choose any rank 6 immortal goo from the clan's treasury and exchange them. It turned out that after Fang Yuan accepted Vajra thought immortal goo, Wu Yong did not make a move. He thought that Wu Yihai was a lone cultivator and did not understand the righteous path. He might have thought that this was Wu Yubo's token of gratitude. That would not do. Wu Yong called for Fang Yuan and reminded him that he could obtain Vajra thought immortal goo because of this elder brother of his. At the same time he used the excuse of exchanging goo to express his goodwill towards Wu Yihai. But he did not know that Fang Yuan already knew this. He was just pretending to be ignorant. It seems that Wu clan has been in a difficult situation recently. Their goo immortals are lacking in strength. Wu Yong wants to make use of my strength. Fang Yuan immediately realized Wu Yong's intention. Fang Yuan naturally did not want to interfere in Wu clan's matters. But recently many super forces had tacitly allied together to make trouble for Wu clan. Facing the storm, Wu Yong was somewhat tired from dealing with them. The giant dream realm was the same. Ba clan led some goo immortals and made things difficult for Wu clan. Originally Wu Yong wanted to swap Fang Yuan over there, but with Ba clan's actions the super goo formation was facing huge pressure as well. To be safe, Wu Yong did not dare to change people at the last moment, causing Fang Yuan to be unable to move into the super goo formation. Thank you for your concern, elder brother. I also want to go to the treasury to gain some experience. Even though Fang Yuan had designed an immortal killer move for Vajra thought immortal goo, he did not want to exchange it, but it was good to take a look at the immortal goo in the treasury. Last time he chose immortal goo from the clan's treasury. It was just the outer treasury. The immortal goo in the inner treasury were naturally of higher quality and value. Wu clan was the #1 force in southern border. Fang Yuan was looking forward to seeing what they had in the treasury. Chapter 1313. Among them there was an immortal goo named Rain. It was a rare information path rank 7 immortal goo. Fang Yuan was quite moved. After all, he was weak in the information path aspect. It restricted his development to a large extent. Name Rain immortal goo also had a special effect. After activating it, it could turn into a rain that could bind any desolate beast, desolate plant, or even ancient desolate beast or desolate plant. That's right, even though it was an information path immortal goo, it had an enslavement path effect. It was very special and mystical. What moved Fang Yuan the most was that this name Rain Immortal Goo's power varied according to the Gu Immortal's reputation. This was very suitable for Fang Yuan. Be it Fang Yuan's real name or Lu Guanyi's fake identity, they were both famous across the 5 regions and spread far and wide. Who was the most famous during this period of time? Other than Fang Yuan, who else could it be? But, my information path attainment level is very ordinary. Even if I exchange for this name Rain Immortal Gu, what use would it be? Enslaving ancient desolate beasts and desolate plants is not very useful to me. Unless I enslave immemorial desolate beasts. But with just a rank 7 name Rain Immortal Gu, it is impossible to enslave an immemorial desolate beast. The only possibility is to use it as the core to create an immortal killer move. If that is the case, it will be even more far-fetched. After all, my enslavement path and information path attainment levels are not at Grandmaster. As for immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants, Grandmaster attainment level is not enough. Fang Yuan thought about it. He did not exchange for it. He kept Vajra Thought Immortal Gu. This choice surprised Wu Yong. I made some gains after returning to Eastern Sea. From now on, Divination Tortoise Transformation will reflect Wisdom Path. It will be my main cultivation path. Fang Yuan explained. This was also a foreshadowing for him to continue using Divination Tortoise Transformation in the future. Wu Yong nodded. I called brother here. Other than this, I have another task. Fang Yuan had a calm expression. Please speak, brother. Wu Yong smiled bitterly. My tribe's Frosty Peak is being targeted by Xia clan. There were some historical reasons here. They were all in this information path Mortal Gu. I hope that brother can protect the Frosty Peak for our clan. I am willing to resolve brother's problems. Fang Yuan agreed and received this information path Mortal Gu, inspecting it carefully. Fang Yuan's attitude made Wu Yong very satisfied. Fang Yuan looked through the information path Gu Worm's contents and immediately understood this matter. So after Immortal Yen Huang defeated Wu Yu Bo, Xia clan obtained Moon Bowl Valley and became the biggest beneficiary. Following this, some superpowers also sought trouble with the Wu family. After the Xia clan tasted the sweetness and saw that the situation was like this, they wanted to continue to make a move and scheme against the Wu clan to obtain benefits for their own clan. This time they targeted the Frosty Peak. Frosty Peak was not Wu clan's property, it belonged to a lone cultivator Gu Immortal. A long time ago, this itinerant immortal had sought help from the Wu clan. The Wu clan had taken a fancy to his territory, but the itinerant immortal wasn't willing to give it up. After a difficult negotiation, the itinerant immortal lent this place to Wu clan for hundreds of years. 100 years later, this itinerant immortal died from his tribulation. This Frosty Peak became Wu clan's property. It was produced in large amounts every year. The reason why Xia clan could cause trouble was because they found this itinerant immortal's descendant. The itinerant immortal's descendant wanted Wu clan to return Frosty Peak. This was completely reasonable. There was also evidence of this. The Xia clan was supporting them from behind, waving flags and shouting war cries. Their intentions were clear. They were plotting against the Moon Peak. The itinerant immortal's descendant is a Gu master. He actually dares to challenge Wu clan. Xia clan has many wisdom path Gu immortals. They are indeed good at scheming. But this time I have to protect Frosty Peak. This is a good chance for me to display my strength. The reason why Wu Yong is not willing to send me to the Super Gu formation is because he is worried that I am not strong enough to suppress the situation there. Fang Yuan accepted the mission but was not in a hurry to leave. He thought to himself, even though he was strong, he had many methods that could not be exposed. Divination Tortoise Transformation was good for defense but lacking in offense. Thankfully, he had Vajra Thought Immortal Gu. He needed to modify that immortal killer move first. Thus, for the next 10 days or so, Fang Yuan stayed in his mountain, deducing and modifying the immortal killer move. This half a month was not peaceful. Xia clan saw that Wu clan did not make a move. They urged and spread the news. Wu clan was facing huge pressure. Wu Yong also came to urge Fang Yuan but was stopped by Fang Yuan. No rush. If I do not show up, Xia clan cannot openly annex Frosty Peak. Xia clan is clamoring everywhere? It's nothing. No matter how much he changes, I will remain unmoved. Be steady. This is the principle of life that I comprehended when I was a secluded cultivator in Eastern Sea. Be slow. Slow work produces fine results. Fang Yuan gave a lot of reasons. He rejected them clearly. Eventually, even Wu Yong became anxious. Wu Yihai did not have much pressure, but as the leader of Wu clan, his pressure was increasing day by day. The clan's matters are my matters. Since you've entrusted this matter to me, I will definitely do it well. I won't disappoint the trust and expectations that you have placed on me. Fang Yuan was still stubborn. Wu Yong could do nothing about this, he had no Gu Immortals to send. Only when Fang Yuan completely modified the Immortal Killer move and tested it a few times, after he was sure of success, did he set off for Frosty Peak. Wu Yong let out a sigh of relief. Xia clan had been paying close attention to Wu clan. The moment Fang Yuan left, they received news. On Frosty Peak, Wu clan sent Wu Yihai this time. Rank 6 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Xia Zhuemo said. This Frosty Peak is comparable to Moon Bowl. Wu clan did not send Wu Yubo or Wu Zhen. This is a stupid move. Rank 7 Gu Immortal Xia Fei Kuai could not believe it. Xia Zhuemo pondered, Wu clan has no one to send. Wu Yubo is a prideful person, he lost to Immortal Yan Huang. Unless he can kill Immortal Yan Huang and avenge himself, he will not leave. As for Wu Zhen, he is guarding Phoenix Peak, how can he leave so easily? During this period of time, all sorts of phoenix birds go to Phoenix Peak to breed and lay eggs. Wu Yong had no choice but to send Wu Yihai. What is his battle strength? Xia Fei Kuai asked. Xia Zhuemo thought about it before replying. His battle strength is unknown, he had been cultivating in Eastern Sea before this, there is little information. But he was able to escape and return to Wu clan, he has the strength to protect himself. The most recent time he saved Wu Yubo. He used Divination Tortoise Transformation, it was a lucky hit, Lord Xia Qingcang's scattered will killer move failed. Saying so, he smiled bitterly, Divination Tortoises are naturally resistant to Wisdom Path methods, against him, I might not be able to do much. I will have to rely on you, Lord. Xia Zhuemo was rank 6 Wisdom Path, while Xia Fei Kuai was rank 7 Light Path. The latter laughed heartily, this Wu Yihai took so long to move, it shows that he does not have much confidence. Don't worry, I will suppress this person this time and occupy Frosty Peak, we will expand our territory and gain merit for Xia clan. Chapter 13-14. The sky was gloomy, it was drizzling. Fang Yuan was flying in the sky, he was surrounded by clouds and mist. I'm here. He willed as he descended, the clouds and mist faded away, revealing a vast land. Southern border had many mountains, the land below Fang Yuan was also covered in mountains, they were lush and green. In this deep green sea Frosty Peak was unique, it was pure white and stood out from the rest, it was a stark contrast to the surroundings. At the peak of Frosty Peak there was a mortal Gu house. At the entrance of the Gu house, Xia clan's 2 Gu Immortals, Xia Fei Kuai and Xia Zhuemo, had already sensed Fang Yuan's traces. Fang Yuan was here to negotiate, he naturally would not conceal himself. It was normal for Xia clan's 2 Gu Immortals to find him immediately. He is finally here. This Wu Yihai is really something, a journey that should have taken 2 to 3 days has taken him half a month. Xia Fei Kuai frowned. It's good that he is here, let's welcome him. Xia Zhuemo smiled. The two sides met in the air. Both sides had smiles on their faces, they had elegant demeanors, after all, they were representing 2 super forces. Xia clan's 2 Gu Immortals assessed Wu Yihai, thinking, he really looks like Wu Duxiu. Fang Yuan was also assessing these 2 Gu Immortals. Xia Fei Kuai was rank 7, he was evidently the leader of Xia clan's side. According to Wu clan's information, Xia Fei Kuai was like his name, he was impatient, decisive and had strong battle strength. Xia Zhuemo was a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, he had many thoughts and liked to think. Xia Zhuemo's nature was related to his childhood experiences. Whenever he encountered an important matter, he would subconsciously think about opportunities and think about them repeatedly. Meanwhile, Xia Fei Kuai's nature was the aftereffect of cultivating a certain immortal killer move. This was the first time the two sides were meeting. As they conversed, Xia clan's Gu Immortals led Fang Yuan to the peak of Frosty Peak. Please come in, please have some tea. These 2 Gu Immortals acted like they were the masters, they seemed to be announcing the ownership of Frosty Peak. The battle had already begun, but Fang Yuan did not react, it was like he did not sense anything. He smiled as he sat down, sipping his tea. The tea is not bad, he praised after taking a sip. Xia Zhuemo smiled. This is my Xia clan's 4 seasons tea, personally made by my clan's grand elder. When he took a sip, there were 4 different tastes, making him feel as if he had arrived at the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn and winter. That's why we call it 4 seasons tea. Xia clan's first supreme elder was a time path great expert. The 4 seasons tea she refined showed her deep attainments in time path. Xia Clan's Gu immortals used this tea to establish their might, but after Fang Yuan drank it, he smiled brightly. What a great tea. I wonder if the 2 immortal friends from the Xia clan have any left over? I'll be thick-skinned and ask for a few portions, how about that? Fang Yuan said with a smile. The 2 Xia clan Gu immortals looked at each other. Xia Zhuemo thought, this Wu Yihai really knows how to speak. But even though they were enemies this time, the righteous path's demeanor was still important. Furthermore, the political situation was ever-changing. Today, everyone was making things difficult for the Wu clan, and it was possible that the Xia clan would cooperate with the Wu clan after tomorrow. Xia Zhuemo made up his mind and was about to speak when Xia Fei Kuai replied, Sigh. This is nothing, we have a lot of 4 seasons tea, since Wu Yihai wants it, take it. Saying so, he gave out more than 10 portions of 4 seasons tea. Then I shall accept it. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, receiving the tea leaves. Xia Fei Kuai continued, let's talk about Frosty Peak. Fang Yuan slowly raised his cup and took a sip before putting it down, saying, Xia Fei Kuai, please speak. Xia Fei Kuai immediately spoke, his mouth opening and closing non-stop. It's a long story. Since everyone knows the reason, I will go straight to the point. Little Zhang, come out. The moment he said that, the door of the Gu house opened and a rank 5 Gu master walked out. Zhang Sanfeng's descendant, Zhang Kai Zue, greets the 3 immortals. This Gu master had white hair. He greeted the 3 Gu immortals in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. This little Zhang's bloodline is authentic, there's no doubt about it. Come, Wu Yihai, please verify it. Xia Fei Kuai left his seat and walked to Zhang Kai Zue, grabbing his arm and bringing him in front of Fang Yuan, showing an impatient expression. Zhang Sanfeng was that lone cultivator Gu immortal from back then, the owner of Frosty Peak. Of course, Zhang Sanfeng was not his real name, it was a title. Because he had 3 mystical peaks, Frosty Peak was one of them. As for his real name, it could not be verified because ever since he started cultivating, he had never revealed his full name, only saying that his surname was Zhang. Thus people called him Zhang Sanfeng. Even his bloodline descendants did not know his full name and surname. Fang Yuan was well aware of this. Wu clan's intelligence was quite comprehensive. But now, he waved his hand and pretended to be confused. Wait, who is this Gu master? Xia Fei Kuai was stunned. Zhang Kai Zue was about to speak when Xia Fei Kuai spoke. Zhang Kai Zue, we all heard him introducing himself. I know it is Zhang Kai Zue. Fang Yuan nodded. Next, he paused and drank a mouthful of tea, continuing, but what does this mortal Gu master have to do with Frosty Peak? It is like this, his ancestor Zhang Sanfeng once. Xia Fei Kuai immediately answered. Wait. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Who is Zhang Sanfeng? Xia Fei Kuai was stunned again. Wu Yihai, after all this time, you still don't know who Zhang Sanfeng is? Fang Yuan smiled embarrassedly. The clan asked me to negotiate and protect Frosty Peak, but I came in a hurry, I did not know the reason. Please don't take offense. Xia Fei Kuai thought, you came in a hurry, taking half a month to get here. This is called being in a hurry? Even though he thought so, he still spoke politely. Then I will tell you the reason. I'm all ears. Xia Fei Kuai's lips moved quickly again, almost leaving afterimages as he spoke at an extremely fast speed, explaining the entire history. Fang Yuan drank a mouthful of tea and nodded. Xia Fei Kuai, do you know the truth now? Fang Yuan put down his cup and stood up from his seat, greeting Xia Fei Kuai. Xia Fei Kuai did not understand why Fang Yuan was greeting him, he felt it was strange. But as a Righteous Path member, he had to maintain his composure. No matter what, he returned the greeting. Next, he saw Fang Yuan smile embarrassedly. Fang Yuan said, thank you for explaining, but you spoke too quickly, I only heard the gist of it, I did not hear the rest. Please repeat yourself, fellow immortal. Repeat yourself? Xia Zhuemo, who was at the side, frowned. Xia Fei Kuai sighed but did not repeat himself. He said, Wu Yihai, what part of it did not sound good? Let me explain. Chapter 13-15. Fang Yuan acted as if he didn't notice, smiling as he said, first of all, I didn't hear the first sentence clearly. Xia Fei Kuai repeated it again. Fang Yuan nodded. Then the second sentence? Xia Fei Kuai raised his eyebrows. Fang Yuan continued, I didn't hear it clearly either. Xia Fei Kuai repeated it again, his tone very unhappy. Is there anything else that you didn't hear clearly? The third sentence. Fang Yuan said. Xia Fei Kuai's eyes instantly widened. He directly said, Forgive me for being blunt, but you didn't hear the third sentence clearly? Are you trying to make fun of me? You've really misunderstood. Fang Yuan hurriedly waved his hand. The third sentence. I did hear it clearly. Xia Zhuomo's expression darkened. Xia Fei Kuai raised his eyebrows high, his eyes widened, his face showing anger. Then what else do you have to say, Celestial? Fang Yuan said again. Really, the fourth sentence? Xia Fei Kuai waved his hand. Then I'll say it again, listen carefully, listen clearly. So he really repeated it. This time he spoke very slowly, word by word, very clearly. Fang Yuan stood up and bowed to Xia Fei Kuai. Xia Fei Kuai was confused, he had a bad feeling, so he hurriedly bowed back. His tone softened. Celestial friend should be clear about this, right? Clear, clear. I'll have to trouble Celestial friend to repeat it, I can't be clearer. Oh, so it's like this? Fang Yuan patted his forehead, then sat down again. So, it's a reasonable request for your side to return Moon Peak. My Xia clan also came to uphold justice. This Zhang Kaizui is the bloodline descendant of Zhang Sanfeng, without a doubt, please verify it. Xia Fei Kuai made another request. But Fang Yuan only glanced at Zhang Kaizui, smiling as he waved his hand. No hurry, no hurry. Is there something that Celestial friend doesn't understand? Xia Fei Kuai's expression darkened, his tone unfriendly. I've troubled fellow immortal to explain so much, but is the actual situation like this? I'm not sure yet, Fang Yuan said. Xia Fei was so angry that he almost laughed. Everything I said is true. Fellow immortal, feel free to verify it. Haha. Fang Yuan also smiled and clapped his hands. Fellow immortal, you are a straightforward person. Then I will first seek confirmation from my clan. Saying so, he closed his eyes, his consciousness seemed to sink into his immortal aperture, using information path methods. The other three waited for a long time, but Fang Yuan did not open his eyes. Xia Fei Kuai could not help but urge, Immortal friend Wu Yihai, have you verified it yet? Fang Yuan opened his eyes and smiled embarrassedly. My elder brother is very busy and doesn't have time. Let's wait for a while. Regarding a rank 8 Gu immortal, Xia Fei Kuai could not say anything. Xia Zhuemo interrupted, Lord Wu Yong has been very busy recently, he has no choice but to be busy. Wu Yihai, you can seek confirmation from other Wu clan Gu immortals. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, giving Xia Zhuemo a thumbs up. As expected of a wisdom path Gu immortal, good idea. This praise made Xia Zhuemo's expression freeze. Next, Fang Yuan said, but I am not familiar with other Gu immortals. Does fellow immortal have any recommendations? Recommend your sister. Xia Fei Kuai, who was at the side, heard this and was instantly enraged as he blurted out. My sister? I only have an elder brother but no younger sister. You must have remembered wrongly, right? Fang Yuan smiled with squinted eyes. Xia Fei Kuai was speechless. He and Xia Zhuemo looked at each other, they communicated secretly, they could tell that Fang Yuan was joking. To think that Wu clan sent such a person here. This is simply shameful. Xia Fei Kuai was filled with anger. He wanted to discuss things properly but Fang Yuan did not. But because of his righteous path status, Xia Fei Kuai could not do anything out of line. Now that he looked at Fang Yuan's smiling face, he really wanted to punch him and beat Fang Yuan up. Don't be anxious, don't be angry, once you are angry you will fall into his trap. It seems that this person is an experienced negotiator, he is purposely provoking us and making us expose our flaws. Xia Zhuemo quickly persuaded. Xia Fei Kuai could only huff and puff a few times. Fang Yuan spoke, looking at Xia Fei Kuai with a serious expression. Do I really have a sister? Immortal friend Xia, please tell me. Xia Fei Kuai. He took a few deep breaths and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down before he said, it was a slip of the tongue, please forgive me. Is that so? Fang Yuan nodded, saying in concern, I see that your mouth is dry and your chest is heaving up and down, it seems to be a sign of internal heat. Please drink some tea, it will help to lower your internal heat. Speaking of which, this Four Seasons tea is really good, please drink some more. Xia Zhuemo, Xia Fei Kuai shouted, what are you drinking? We are talking about proper matters. Fang Yuan had a serious expression. Immortal friend's words are biased, what is proper matters? It concerns the health of the body and mind, isn't it proper matters? The so-called Frosty Peak is just an external object, a resource. Immortal friend, you cannot get angry because of this external object, you will hurt yourself. His earnest and well-intentioned words of consolation were like adding oil to the fire. Xia Fei Kuai fiercely slammed his palm on the table. Wu Yihai. He shouted angrily, Don't think that you can bluff your way out of this and keep Frosty Peak in your Wu clan. Fang Yuan's expression changed. He said with sincerity, Immortal friend Xia Fei Kuai, what are you saying? You are really wronging me. The ownership of Frosty Peak, we have to follow the rules. This belongs to Zhang Sanfeng's wandering immortal. If this Zhang Kaizue is his descendant, it naturally has to be returned. I am representing Wu clan this time. I will handle this impartially. I will not be corrupt and break the rules of the righteous path for personal gains. You are an understanding person. Xia Zhuemo smiled reluctantly. His words were filled with deep meaning. Xia Fei Kuai frowned. He stopped shouting and said, That's why, quickly verify that Zhang Kaizue is Zhang Sanfeng's descendant. He is the real deal. No hurry, no hurry. Fang Yuan smiled as he started to drink his tea. Let me verify it from the clan first. It is not that I do not trust you, but I have a huge responsibility. I do not dare to make a rash decision. Then quickly verify it. Xia Fei Kuai shouted. Brother Wu Yong, there is no reply yet. Fang Yuan said with difficulty. Then someone else. Xia Fei Kuai shouted. Fang Yuan slapped his thigh. That's right. But I have just arrived. I am not familiar with the other Gu immortals in the clan. I do not know who to verify it with. Earlier, I asked you to recommend someone, but you refused to do so. I am also in a difficult position. Once he said this, the two Xia clan Gu immortals were dumbfounded. They looked at each other. After all this time and all sorts of excuses, it turned out to be our Xia clan's problem instead. On the other side, the rank 5 Gu master Zhang Kaizue looked at Fang Yuan with wide-opened eyes. This was the demeanor of a Gu immortal? He was simply shameless to the extreme. Zhang Kaizue had a feeling of amazement. His good impression of Gu immortals was completely shattered. Alright, I can see it now. This person is clearly stalling for time. Xia Zhuemo transmitted. Why is he stalling for time? Xia Fei Kuai asked. Evidently Wu clan is not in the right, they are in a passive situation. Wu Yihai is pestering them endlessly, stalling for time. When Wu clan gets over this crisis and comes to deal with us, we will be in trouble. Let alone anything else, after the phoenixes reproduce, Wu Zhen will have time to come here to negotiate. If he comes, the situation will be different. Xia Zhuemo analyzed. You are right. But what should we do? Wu Yihai is clearly stalling for time, but he is speaking in a righteous manner. We cannot find any reason to do so. If he wants to stall for time, he has many reasons. For example, he needs time to verify it, and after that, there is also a process to verify his identity. What happens after he verifies Zhang Kaizue's identity? Would he bring up whether or not he was Zhang Sanfeng's only descendant? Xia Fei quickly realized the severity of the problem. There's really no end to these questions. Xia Fei quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. I have a plan. Xia Zhuemo said. What plan? Xia Fei quite quickly asked him. Chapter 13:16. Spar. The word sounded grand, but it was just a small disagreement and they would fight. But this fight was different from demonic path battles. Demonic path battles were life and death battles. Righteous path Gu immortals often had huge businesses and clans. Why would they fight to the death for no reason? It was enough to decide who was superior. This was also because Fang Yuan was purposely stalling. He did not want the matter of Frosty Peak to be decided. Thus, Xia clan's two Gu immortals decided to use their fists to resolve the situation. Actually, even on Earth, if negotiations failed, powerful countries would send their armies over. The essence was the same. Xia Fei Kuai's words were quite interesting. He represented Xia clan and made Wu Yihai the glory of Wu clan. He was saying that this spar was not just a fight between the two of them, it was also a fight between Xia clan and Wu clan. One sentence forced Fang Yuan into a dead end. If Fang Yuan avoided the battle, it would damage Wu clan's reputation in the righteous path. He would be looked down upon. What Xia clan's two Gu immortals did not know was that Fang Yuan was not Wu Yihai. He did not care about Wu clan's reputation. But then again, he was currently acting as Wu Yihai. He wanted to sneak into the Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan could not reject this challenge. He was silent for a while before saying, if it is a spar, with both of you working together against me, I will definitely lose in numbers. Xia Fei Kuai's expression changed. He could not say that. Actually, he was the one who suggested the spar. He was already in a passive position. If he lost this spar, he would be asking to be humiliated. If both Xia clan Gu immortals fought and won, they would be bullying him with numbers. They would lose face and it would not be good to spread the news. Actually, Xia Fei Kuai had never thought of working together with Xia Zhuemo. He said, I will fight alone. Wu Yihai, you don't have to worry. Fang Yuan's expression was very forced as he said, "Since your side wants to spar so urgently, it would not be good if I don't agree. But since it is a spar, there has to be a time limit. We can't fight until the end of the day, right?" "What rules do you have?" Xia Fei Kuai asked. Sparring naturally had rules, it was different from a life-and-death battle. Fang Yuan said, "You attack and I defend. As long as you can break my defense within 10 moves, I lose." Xia Fei Kuai's eyelids twitched. He said solemnly, "Okay." Xia Zhuemo frowned. He felt something was amiss. But since Xia Fei Kuai agreed, there was no harm. He had confidence in Xia Zhuo and Gu. Naturally, the Frosty Peak was not a place for the two sides to fight. It would not be good if it was damaged. Both parties flew out and chose a desolate valley. Fang Yuan and Xia Fei Kuai stood facing each other. "Let's begin." Xia Fei Kuai could not wait. He wanted to teach Fang Yuan a lesson. Among the rank 7 Gu immortals of southern border, he was a famous expert. In Wu clan, Wu Yong was a rank 8 Gu immortal. Wu clan's strongest rank 7 Gu immortal, Wu Yubo, was only slightly stronger than him. Immortal Yan Huang defeated Wu Yubo. Xia played it beautifully. In a real fight, Immortal Yan Huang was not Wu Yubo's match, but Xia clan broke Wu Yubo's signature killer move. Wu Yubo was targeted, his immortal killer move was forced back, he suffered a huge backlash. Immortal Yan Huang won. "Wait." Fang Yuan waved his hand. Xia Fei Kuai was about to attack, but Fang Yuan stopped him. He felt uncomfortable. He shouted, "Wu Yihai, what do you want?" "I almost forgot, since it is a spar we can't just spar like this, right?" Fang Yuan smiled. Xia Fei Kuai thought, how can it be so casual? Teaching you a lesson is the most important part of this battle. He thought, but he could not say it out loud. Gu immortals had all sorts of methods to record the current situation. Like earlier, when Immortal Yan Huang challenged Wu Yubo, it was recorded by Xia clan Xia Qing Tsang. It was widely spread in southern borders Gu immortal world. Xia Fei Kuai controlled his anger. "What do you want?" "It's very simple. If fellow immortal loses, this Frosty Peak will belong to us. If I win by luck, then the matter of Frosty Peak will remain the same." Fang Yuan said. "How can that be?" Xia Zhuemo, who was watching from afar, was anxious. He finally shouted before Xia Fei Kuai could. This time, Xia clan was in control of Zhang Sanfeng's bloodline descendants. They had a huge advantage. Wu clan was in a passive position. If they agreed to this, they would lose their advantage. It was not a wise move. Xia Fei Kuai pouted, thinking, "I am not an idiot." At the same time he rejected, "This cannot be done. In that case, forgive me for not fighting. Let's forget about this spar." Fang Yuan waved his hand, turning around to leave. Xia Fei Kuai saw this and almost cursed it out loud. "We left the Moon Peak and came here. After a lot of hard work, we carefully selected a valley where we could spar with each other. But with just one sentence from you we stopped fighting? Are you playing with us?" His expression turned dark. Wu Yihai retreated without a fight. Is this the glory and bravery of Wu clan? Fang Yuan's footsteps stopped. Xia Fei Kuai smiled coldly. Fang Yuan turned around and faced Xia Fei Kuai, but his expression was solemn and serious without any shame. "You are wrong. I have never avoided sparring, it is just that you did not agree to my small request. We cannot come to an agreement, but that does not mean I want to avoid sparring. Look, I have already chosen the location for the spar." "Oh my damn it." These words made Xia Zhuemo, who was watching, furious. Xia Fei Kuai stared with furious eyes, his hair was about to stand on end. He stared fixedly at Fang Yuan. How did Wu clan produce such a shameless person? Didn't Wu clan's Gu immortals fight each other whenever they had a disagreement? Where is your Wu clan's bravery? Where is your Wu clan's spirit? Where did it go? But soon Xia Fei Kuai thought of Fang Yuan's birth. That's right, Wu Yihai was not a true Wu clan Gu immortal. He was a secluded cultivator from Eastern Sea. This damned secluded cultivator. Fang Yuan smiled even more brightly. "Since we cannot spar, we can chat and drink some tea. I have to say, your Four Seasons tea is really good, it leaves me with endless aftertaste." "What tea? What chat?" Xia Fei Kuai suddenly had an intense urge to strangle Fang Yuan to death. The anger in his chest was burning fiercely. Xia Zhuemo looked at Xia Fei Kuai with some resentment, thinking, "It is all because Lord gave them a lot of tea when we met." Fang Yuan pondered, "How about this? If I win, we will maintain the status quo for 5 years, and you will not harass Frosty Peak anymore. How about that?" This. Xia Zhuemo started to ponder. Fang Yuan suddenly raised this condition. Compared to before, it was many times more relaxed. It did not seem so hard to accept. But Wu Yihai suddenly threw out this condition. He might have planned it. Xia Zhuemo was still thinking. Xia Fei Kuai spoke. All right, I agree. Xia Zhuemo was stunned, transmitting, Lord Xia Fei Kuai, are you going to let this son of a bitch stall for time again? I will bear the consequences of this, it has nothing to do with you. I cannot afford to waste my time for this stupid matter. The less time I have to spend with this guy, the better. Xia Fei Kuai immediately rejected with a firm attitude. Xia Zhuemo smiled bitterly. If this spar fails, even if you, Xia Fei Kuai, bear the consequences, will I be able to escape responsibility? The clan sent me to assist you, wasn't it to persuade you? Sigh. He heaved a deep sigh in his heart and helplessly transmitted his voice over. Then I wish you victory in this battle, sir. Are you sure? Fang Yuan asked again. His condition to Wu clan was only delaying the problem, it did not solve it. But once 5 years passed, Fang Yuan should have finished what he needed to do. At that time, who would serve Wu clan? I'm sure. This time, Xia Fei Kuai did not speak, Xia Zhuemo spoke. Good. Fang Yuan slowly flew back, his tone was very annoying. Actually, I do not want to spar no matter what, it will hurt our relationship. But since Lord Xia Fei Kuai insists, then on account of the 4 seasons tea that you gave me, I will agree to this spar. Don't mention the tea, let's fight. Xia Fei Kuai shouted, his eyes were bloodshot. Before he finished, Fang Yuan's body glowed, he turned into a divination tortoise. Xia Fei Kuai was stunned, Fang Yuan was hesitant before, but now he was very straightforward. This surprised him for a moment. It's the divination tortoise again. Xia Zhuemo frowned. The divination tortoise was huge, its 4 legs were like pillars, it stood firmly in the valley, filling up the entire valley. The whole divination tortoise was dark and eerie, there were countless markings on its shell, it was very eye-catching. Xia Zhuemo stared at it for a while before feeling dazzled, he quickly retracted his gaze. Xia Fei Kuai did not expect Fang Yuan to use an immortal killer move at once. Normally speaking, when Gu immortals spar there was a process of probing. Fang Yuan skipped that and used his trump card. Looking at the sturdy tortoise's shell, one can imagine the divination tortoise's defensive strength. No wonder he suggested this spar. Thinking of this, Xia Zhuemo's frown deepened. What should I do? Xia Fei Kuai hesitated. He did not know what Wu Yihai was good at, but Fang Yuan knew. Xia Fei Kuai's hesitation was short, he attacked almost immediately. First move. He raised his hand and clenched his fist, he punched towards the divination tortoise in the valley. His fist shined with dazzling light. The pure white light left Xia Fei Kuai's fist in an instant, turning into a ball of light that was the size of steel wine, and smashed downwards. Immortal Gu auras and mortal Gu auras intertwined. Chapter 13-17. Xia Fei Kuai saw that Fang Yuan had used an immortal killer move, he could only use an immortal killer move to deal with it. The pure white ball of light was not fast, it did not have the advantage of agility of light path. But when it flew in the air, it pushed against the air, emitting a buzzing sound. Bam! The wine steel-sized ball of light smashed on the divination tortoise's back. It had the weight of a mountain. Fang Yuan's divination tortoise form was smashed into the ground. The huge divination tortoise's body sunk a foot into the ground. Xia Fei Kuai's move was indeed powerful. Light Path was known for its speed, but Xia Fei Kuai's Sky Essence attack was the complete opposite. It was like a heavy punch. As long as it hit, the huge force would catch the enemy off guard. However, Fang Yuan's divination tortoise shell was completely undamaged. After the attack, Xia Fei Kuai inspected the result, his eyes widened. Not to mention a deep hole, the divination tortoise shell was completely undamaged, there was not even a dent. Of course it was like that. Xia Fei Kuai's move used Light Path to imitate Strength Path, it was a unique move. And Fang Yuan's divination tortoise transformation was a rank 7 immortal killer move, it used change form immortal Gu and divination tortoise shell immortal Gu as the cores. Especially the latter, Fang Yuan could activate it to create a shell that was not weaker than the ancient desolate beast divination tortoise shell. Now that it was an immortal killer move, with so many supplementary Gu worms, the defense of the tortoise shell was not weaker than a true ancient desolate beast divination tortoise. Ancient desolate beasts had thick skin and strong vitality, and among all species tortoises were one of the toughest life forms. It was not strange that Xia Fei Kuai's Sky Essence attack had no effect. But to the person involved, it was a bit exaggerated. Sky Essence attack has no effect, such a tough shell. Xia Zhuemo was shocked. Xia Fei Kuai immediately stopped. He felt an emotion that he had not felt for a long time, and that was a headache. Looking at such a thick shell, he felt a headache. He could not attack. Actually, he could have attacked other parts of Fang Yuan's body, but he chose the toughest tortoise shell. Of course, this was also because he wanted to test the depth of Fang Yuan's strength. What should I do? Xia Fei quickly thought. Although he was impatient, he was able to calm down during the sparring. But at this time, Fang Yuan used a second immortal killer move. The aura of all sorts of goo worms spread out. There were immortal goo and mortal goo. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and spat out countless small turtle shells. The small turtle shell was very similar to the back of the divination turtle. If the divination tortoise's head, tail and limbs were removed, and the tortoise was shrunk countless times, it would look like a small tortoise shell. A large number of small turtle shells floated in the air, spinning at high speed. What is this thing? Xia Fei quickly stopped thinking. Just to be cautious, he flew backward, putting some distance between him and Fang Yuan. Boom. He brandished his fist and punched out. It was still the first strike of the sky element. But this time, the heavy light ball the size of a wine jar didn't touch the divination tortoise. Those fist-sized turtle shells were like flies that had smelled blood, or like a swarm of bees. With a flurry of buzzing sounds, they aimed at Fang Yuan and directly surrounded him. Bam bam bam. The small turtle shells seemed to be very hard. In the collision, hundreds of them were destroyed. But Fang Yuan's attack was also expended. It turned into fragments of light and dissipated in the air. Immortal Killer Move, Vajra Shell. This was an immortal killer move that Fang Yuan modified from his previous one. He combined it with his own divination tortoise transformation, making its first appearance in southern border, or even in the 5 regions. The core of this immortal killer move was rank 6 Immortal Goo Vajra Thought. However, rank 7 Perseverance Immortal Goo and a large number of supplementary Mortal Goo were added. Its power naturally rose by a lot. Fang Yuan's effort were not wasted. This looks like a turtle shell, but it is actually a thought. Xia Zhuomo's eyes shined with a strange light as he exposed the secret. He was a wisdom path Goo immortal. He was very sensitive to all kinds of thoughts. This was what he excelled in. As for Xia Fei Kuai, he cultivated light path and not wisdom path. Even though he had rank 7 cultivation level, he only realized it after Xia Zhuomo's reminder. Immortal Xia Zhuomo is very knowledgeable. You are very cooperative. The divination tortoise spoke in human language. Its tone was filled with sarcasm. Actually, Fang Yuan did not want to hide it. It was just that after combining with the divination tortoise transformation, those golden thoughts turned into small black turtle shells. Little Mo, keep quiet. I will definitely break his turtle shell in this battle. Xia Fei Kuai spoke. Xia Zhuomo grunted, not saying anything else. Being mocked by Fang Yuan, his expression turned ugly. Xia Fei Kuai closed his eyes. He started to gather. The aura of all kinds of goo worms continued to rise, rising one after another and quickly spreading out. Red Date Immortal Essence was expended rapidly. At the same time, he stretched out his arms, slowly raising them before putting his palms together above his head. The light on his body flowed like flowing water, converging into the center of his palms. It was still gathering. The light was restrained, but the intense aura continued to expand, becoming more and more dangerous. Fang Yuan lowered his tortoise head. His limbs were firmly planted on the ground. He was like a silent black mountain. But at the same time, all kinds of small turtle shells flew out from his body, increasing rapidly in number. There were close to 10,000 at first, but soon, it broke through 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. The growth was extremely rapid. Rank 6 Vajra Thought Immortal Goo could produce tens of thousands of Vajra Thoughts when activated alone. Now that it was an immortal killer move, the effect was even greater. And most importantly, the Wisdom Path Dao marks on Fang Yuan's body. Actually, Fang Yuan did not have many Wisdom Path Dao marks, but he had Transformation Path Dao marks. He had a lot of Transformation Path Dao marks. Because he had killed many Transformation Path Goo Immortals, he had accumulated all of their Dao marks. The most important gain was killing 3 Goo Immortals in the regional wall, including Wu Yihai. Just from the battle alone, Fang Yuan obtained close to 50,000 Transformation Path Dao marks. 1,000 Dao marks was twice the amplification. 10,000 Dao marks was 10 times the amplification. 50,000 Dao marks was 50 times the amplification. What did that mean? Ordinary rank 7 Goo Immortals only had 10 to 30,000 main path Dao marks. Xia Fei Kuai was a rank 7 expert. He had more than 30,000 light path Dao marks. But how could he compare to Fang Yuan? Thereupon, Xia Fei Kuai and Xia Zhuomo, these 2 Goo Immortals, stared dumbfoundedly as a large number of small tortoise shells spread rapidly, soon filling the whole valley and spreading out. The dense black mass resembled a swarm of locusts or ants. Xia Fei Kuai had a grim expression. There were so many of these small turtle shells at once, it was a huge psychological pressure on the bystanders. But Xia Fei Kuai used the environment of the spar ingeniously. According to the rules of the spar, Fang Yuan could only defend, he could not attack. Thus, Fang Yuan could not control the small turtle shells to attack Xia Fei Kuai. Xia Fei Kuai calmed his emotions and activated this immortal killer move. Light Path Immortal Killer Move, Saw Wheel Light. His palms that were raised above his head slashed down. A dazzling wheel of light flew out of Xia Fei Kuai's palms. The wheel of light expanded with the wind, rapidly expanding to the size of a boat. The wheel of light continued to rotate, its edges were covered in saw teeth. Good. Xia Zhuemo saw this and cheered inwardly. Even though the turtle shell is thick, this move can cut through even the thickest turtle shell. However, at the next moment, swoosh swoosh swoosh, countless small turtle shells flew up. Crack 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 crack. Under the suicidal encirclement of countless small turtle shells, the wheel of light only managed to fly for a short distance before it completely shattered. Xia Zhuemo, Xia Fei Kuai, Fang Yuan praised, such a powerful killer move. This move is no small matter, it actually destroyed over 6,000 of my thoughts. These words were like a slap to Xia Zhuemo and Xia Fei Kuai's faces. Xia Fei Kuai needed a lot of time to activate this immortal killer move. Normally speaking, the shorter the activation time the better because it was very dangerous and could be easily interrupted. Once interrupted, the activation of the killer move would fail and the Gu Immortal would suffer heavy injuries from the backlash. Xia Fei Kuai used the rules of the spar to safely activate this immortal killer move. But, while he was activating it, Fang Yuan was also activating the killer move. Xia Fei Kuai activated a saw wheel light. Fang Yuan could activate 30 to 40,000 small turtle shell thoughts at the same time. Then, the saw wheel light was surrounded by more than 6,000 little tortoiseshell intents and shattered. Even an idiot could calculate this clearly. The method that Xia Fei Kuai had high hopes for actually ended up like this. Chapter 13-18. Damn it. Xia Fei Kuai gritted his teeth. He had spent so much effort to activate the saw light wheel, but now it seemed like a joke. The small tortoise shell-like thoughts were still growing at this moment. 50,000, 60,000. The numbers kept increasing. Not only did they overflow the valley, they were also expanding outwards. There were countless small tortoise shells, some were floating in the air, some were rotating, and in the middle was the divination tortoise that Fang Yuan had transformed into. Its huge body was like an iron hill. This cannot go on. Xia Fei Kuai's sense of urgency was becoming stronger. The speed of growth is so fast. No wonder Wu Yihai set such a rule. But Lord Xia Fei Kuai has not used his methods yet, the outcome of this battle is not decided yet. Xia Zhuemo thought, looking at Xia Fei Kuai with anticipation. Xia Fei Kuai was already preparing his killer move. Endless auras of goo worms surged out, surging to the extreme. Pride flashed on his face as he looked down at the divination tortoise. No matter how many there are, they are only thoughts, so what? Take this move, 33 heavenly lights. I want to see how many layers of heavenly lights your thoughts can last. Immortal killer move, 33 heavenly lights. One of Xia Fei Kuai's signature methods, famous in southern border. Is it going to appear? Lord Xia Fei Kuai's group attack method. Xia Zhuemo was inwardly excited. This killer move had its own meaning. Once activated, with Xia Fei Kuai as the wick, it would shine with intense light. Under the illumination of the light, anything would suffer light path damage. The intense light flickered 33 times, the range of the light was huge, it was like it was descending from the sky, thus it was called 33 heavenly lights. The first flash did not do much damage to living things. At most, it could only kill some insects. But the second flash increased the damage by a level, it could destroy plants and flowers. The third flash, birds and beasts died under the heavenly light. The fourth flash, the trees disintegrated and the rocks crumbled. The fifth flash, the sixth flash. So on and so forth, the intense light's damage would increase until it could threaten desolate beasts or even ancient desolate beasts. The small tortoise shell-like thoughts were tough, but they could not compare to desolate beasts, they would definitely be destroyed by the 33 heavenly lights. This was an undeniable fact. Xia Fei Kuai used this move, but it was also a coincidence. 33 heavenly lights were not very practical because once it was activated, one had to stop moving. Once one moved, this killer move would stop. Xia Fei Kuai even had to suffer from the backlash. Of course there were differences. If the killer move was stopped before the 10th flash, Xia Fei Kuai would suffer light injuries. Between the 10th flash and the 23rd flash, his injuries would be moderate, and after the 23rd flash he would be heavily injured. If the killer move was forced to stop after 30 times, then the backlash would be even stronger, causing Xia Fei Kuai to be on the verge of death. The stronger the immortal killer move, the greater the backlash if the activation failed. Soon there was an explosion of light. The first time it flashed, Fang Yuan's tortoiseshell thought did not budge. The second time it flashed, the thoughts were still growing but there was no impression. After the third flash of intense light, their thoughts began to waver. The fourth time the individual thoughts collapsed on their own. For the fifth time, the hundreds of thoughts dissipated into nothingness. Xia Zhuemo, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. This was only the fifth time. The entire immortal killer move had a total of 33 consecutive flashes. However, why do I have a feeling that something is amiss? Xia Zhuemo thought. The sixth flash, over 1,000 thoughts were destroyed, the tortoiseshell thoughts outside were shaking, showing signs of not being able to endure it. The seventh time I will get rid of you. Xia Fei Kuai sneered in his heart. But at this moment, swoosh, 70 to 80,000 small tortoiseshell thoughts suddenly entered Fang Yuan's body like a tide. To be more precise, it had shrunk into his mind. He had turned into a divination tortoise. This ancient wisdom path desolate beast had a very wide mind. It was extremely easy for it to bear 70 to 80,000 thoughts. What? Xia Fei Kuai was dumbfounded. Xia Zhuemo patted his head, feeling hatred in his heart. I finally know what is wrong. These small tortoiseshell are thoughts in essence. Since they are thoughts, they can be stored in the Gu Immortal's mind. Thereupon, in the whole valley, 70 to 80,000 thoughts disappeared, entering Fang Yuan's mind. Only the giant divination tortoise was left. It was still lying on the ground. In the air, Xia Fei Kuai's immortal killer move was still going on. 7th flash. 8th flash. 9th flash. But without thoughts, what was the point of these intense lights? And the immortal killer move was still in the process of activating. It could not be casually stopped. Thus, Xia Fei Kuai could only continue to activate the killer move. 10th flash, 11th, 12th. The scene was very awkward. After 33 flashes, Xia Fei Kuai expended a large amount of immortal essence. While the divination tortoise that Fang Yuan had turned into was only left with a giant tortoise shell, it was as stable as Mount Tai, unmoving. And the small valley that he had been residing in had turned into a flat land. 33 heavenly lights were indeed powerful. It forcefully turned the surrounding 1,000 li of land into a flat land. The mountains and hills were all gone. This killer move is truly amazing. Fang Yuan did not stint on his praise. Saying so, he stretched out his head, tail and limbs from the tortoise shell. His limbs and head were not as tough as the tortoise shell. Thus, in the following flashes, Fang Yuan retracted his shell. He was not injured at all. Hearing Fang Yuan praising him again, Xia Fei Kuai felt extremely gloomy. Too shameless. Xia Zhuemo gritted his teeth, looking at the shameless Fang Yuan with hatred. Especially when he saw the 100,000 tiny tortoiseshell thoughts crawl out of Fang Yuan's mind and spread, surrounding the divination tortoise, the hatred in his eyes deepened. How can we break this? Xia Clan's 2 Gu Immortals were thinking about this problem. 3 moves have passed already. Fang Yuan reminded plainly. Xia Fei Kuai shouted, then take a few more moves. Saying so, he pounced down, turning into a rainbow of light as he surrounded the divination tortoise and attacked. Countless tortoiseshell thoughts encircled and defended. But Xia Fei Kuai displayed the demeanor of an expert. He traversed the thoughts unhindered. Fang Yuan saw that he was truly enraged and attacked fiercely. He retracted his head, tail and limbs back into his shell. Xia Fei Kuai was filled with hatred. This Wu Yihai was too wretched. He only left his tortoiseshell for him to hit. There was a huge tortoiseshell on the ground and countless tiny tortoiseshells flying in the sky. Xia Fei Kuai's hatred towards the tortoiseshell rose rapidly. After 10 moves, Xia Fei Kuai's efforts were in vain. There were only some light wounds on Fang Yuan's tortoiseshell. You've won this round. Xia Fei Kuai said this, then turned around and left, flying into the clouds. Xia Zhuemo was left groaning. He had to clean up this mess, or at least bring the Jianghu master away. 5 years. 5 years later, I will disturb your clan again. Xia Zhuemo also left with some unwillingness. Chapter 13-19. After a spar, Xia Clan's Gu Immortals lost and retreated. Fang Yuan stopped his transformation and returned to his human form, returning to Frosty Peak. The mortal goo house on Frosty Peak was also taken away, only an icy mountain was left, emitting frost energy. Fang Yuan sighed softly. His mental state was like an ancient well without any ripples. These victories were not worth boasting about. The so-called sense of honor had already left him. Speaking of which, this easy victory was also because I had an advantage. Know thyself, know thy enemy and win 100 battles. The two Xia clan Gu immortals did not know Fang Yuan's strength, they only estimated it. On the contrary, Fang Yuan knew a lot about them. Be it killer moves or personalities, he had a thorough understanding of them with Wu clan's help. This showed how important information was in Gu immortal battles. Actually, in the spar between Fang Yuan and the two Xia clan Gu immortals, it was like Wu Yubo losing to immortal Yan Huang. This was an advantage in terms of information. Wu Yubo was very strong, but his signature killer move was seen through. He lost the entire battle due to a moment of carelessness. Fang Yuan knew more, he advanced step by step, he made many plans and made the Xia clan Gu immortals retreat in the end. Immortal killer move Vajra thought is quite effective. But after using it this time, it will not be easy to have such an effect in the future. The two Xia clan Gu immortals returned in defeat. They would definitely learn from their experience and think of ways to counter or even break the immortal killer move Vajra thought. Breaking it was very difficult, but finding a way to counter it was often easier. Wu Yihai's identity is starting to become famous. Only divination tortoise transformation and immortal killer move Vajra thought can be used. But the more I use it, the more I will be targeted by others or even broken. Actually, reverse flow protection seal is the same. After the Battle of Northern Plains, Celestial Court, the 10 great ancient sects, Longevity Heaven, Old Ancestor Xuehu, and others will analyze it. I need to pay attention to it the next time I use it. Especially in front of these people. Fang Yuan became vigilant. Wu Yubo's fate was right in front of them. It was not easy to create an immortal killer move, but a powerful immortal killer move could not remain unchanged for a long time. It needed to advance and improve with time. This way, others could counter or even break your killer move, only then would you be able to face them effectively. Modifying and upgrading immortal killer moves was naturally a difficult matter. Other than sudden inspiration, the true test was the Gu Immortal's attainment level. And the best place to raise my attainment level in this world is definitely Dream Realms. Fang Yuan's thoughts involuntarily drifted to that giant dream realm again. It was precisely because of the widespread appearance of dream realms that during the 5 regions chaotic war in Fang Yuan's previous life, all sorts of characters appeared one after another. Together they formed a magnificent era of war and chaos. It is a pity that I am Wu Yihai now. I have just joined Wu clan. If I forcefully request to go to the Super Gu formation, it would be very suspicious. Although this matter has come to an end, I don't know when I will be able to regain the giant dream. I should focus on what is in front of me and let nature take its course. Fang Yuan thought of this as he landed on Frosty Peak. He had yet to properly search this mountain peak that was rich in ice path resources. After chasing away Xia clan's Gu immortals, Fang Yuan had a rare opportunity. He would not let it go. On Frosty Peak, cold air pressed down, snow covered the ground. In the depths of the snow, there were large numbers of insects, including many wild Gu worms as well as many cold-resistant plants and animals. They formed a balanced ecological landscape. Frost jade. Soon Fang Yuan found something. A large amount of frost jade appeared in his investigative senses. These frost jade were at the bottom of the snow, hidden in the mountain rocks. Frost jade is only a rank 5 Gu material, but there is some frost jade essence inside. It can be considered a rank 6 immortal material. Fang Yuan did not say anything. He started to mine. Rumble. The snow flew, exposing the exposed mountain rocks. Soon these rocks also flew, exposing the frost jade inside the mountain. These frost jade were mainly white in color, but there were traces of green in the jade. They emitted intense frost energy, but it did not affect Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took out all the frost jade in this area. He did not let go of the frost jade essence, but he did not extract it. It was still in the center of this huge frost jade. Next, Fang Yuan's footprints covered the whole of Frosty Peak. Huge pieces of frost jade were dug out by him. The smallest frost jade was the size of an elephant, while the largest was the size of a ship. Almost every piece of frost jade had frost jade essence. Some of the larger frost jade essence were even 1,000-year frost jade essence. These were rank 7 Gu materials. These frost jades were not undiscovered. Wu clan had purposely left them here, not wanting to weaken Frosty Peak's foundation. These frost jades formed the foundation of Frosty Peak. Without them, Frosty Peak would not have such a unique and outstanding resource point. Fang Yuan stored most of the frost jades into his pouch. Not just that, he also collected many wild goo worms. There was no need to think about wild immortal goo. Normally speaking, Frosty Peak could only produce a rank 6 wild immortal goo after hundreds or even thousands of years. If there were wild immortal goo, Xia Clan's goo immortals would not admit defeat so easily. Most of these goo worms were Ice Path wild goo, but there were also some Earth Path and Water Path goo worms. Among the Ice Path wild goo, the most common was a type of frost wave goo. These goo worms moved in groups, and would often roam around Frosty Peak for a period of time. Thus, they would create an intense frost wave that spread towards the surrounding mountain ranges of Frosty Peak. This was also the reason for Frosty Peak's name. After plundering, Fang Yuan flew into the air and took a final look at this Frosty Peak. The Frosty Peak, which was originally covered in snow and had a picturesque scenery, had now become a place full of potholes, uneven peaks, and trifling rocks all over the mountains and fields. Not only did it spoil the scenery, but the entire Frosty Peak's assets had been reduced by more than half, and because of the large amount of frost jade, its foundation had also been greatly reduced. If I use pulling mountain immortal goo, I might be able to pull up this mountain and move it to my sovereign blessed land. Unfortunately, this method won't work. My identity on the surface is Wu Yihai, a member of Wu clan. This time, I was greedy and embezzled the resources. I have already reached the limit of the righteous path's unwritten rules. I cannot continue. If I really pull up the mountain, not mentioning the possibility of exposing my true identity, Wu clan will definitely not be able to explain it. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. He did not linger here any longer. He flew into the sky like lightning. Soon, his figure vanished into the clouds. Several days later, Fang Yuan returned to Wu clan's headquarters and saw Wu Yong again. This time it was all thanks to my brother's help. You protected Frosty Peak for the clan, and even deterred those rascals. Wu Yong nodded towards Fang Yuan, showing an expression of praise. Brother is overpraising me, I was just lucky. Fang Yuan said humbly. Elder Wu Fa, have you calculated it yet? My brother's contribution this time is not a simple matter. We need to consider the big picture. Wu Yong turned around and said to another Wu clan Gu immortal. This Wu clan Gu immortal had an ordinary appearance, but his authority was not ordinary. He was Wu Yong's trusted aide. He calculated the rewards and punishments of the clan's Gu immortals. Wu Fa frowned slightly. We have already witnessed Lord Wu Yihai's bravery. After this battle, Lord's name will definitely spread in southern borders Gu immortal world. But if we want to reward them according to their contributions, firstly, Lord Wu Yihai did not resolve this matter completely. He set a 5-year agreement. Secondly, Frosty Peak has been exploited viciously. Its foundation is greatly damaged. Its value is greatly reduced. Oh? Frosty Peak actually had a problem? Wu Yong was surprised. He turned to look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sighed. I did not expect Xia Clan's 2 Gu immortals to be such people. Wu Yong raised his brows slightly. Brother, did you personally see Xia Clan's Gu immortals excavate Frosty Peak? I did not, it was only my guess. Maybe there were other lone cultivator Gu immortals? Fang Yuan's reply was flawless. Wu Yong nodded. He was silent for a while. In that case, Elder Wu Fa, please make the decision. Elder Wu Fa continued to calculate, before handing a list to Fang Yuan. Chapter 1320. Fang Yuan took a look. There were many Gu materials on the list. Most of them were mortal Gu materials. There were immortal materials, but they were few. Fang Yuan knew that if he handed over the frost jades and jade essences, the rewards would not be this much. Wu Yong and Wu Fa were actually putting on an act. They were not plotting against Fang Yuan, but to give Fang Yuan a way out. Fang Yuan excavated Frosty Peak. Even though it did not cross the bottom line, Wu clan would rather have the original Frosty Peak. But Fang Yuan did not hand it over. He was silent for a while before saying, I wonder if we can exchange these rewards for a mortal Gu material, dragon scale soil? Wu Yong was slightly stunned. He looked at Wu Fa. The latter thought about it and nodded. After returning to his residence, Fang Yuan continued to cultivate. This time he obtained a lot of frost jades and jade essences. Fang Yuan could almost create a miniature Frosty Peak in mini southern border in the sovereign immortal aperture. But this was not the main point. The main point was the dragon scale soil. This special soil was only an ordinary Gu material. It was hard and formed into granules. If a layer of dragon scale soil was on the ground, it would look like layers of dragon scales. Dragon scale soil was the soil of dragon desolate beasts, ancient desolate dragons, and even immemorial desolate dragons. Because it was contaminated with dragon chi, it gradually formed. Fang Yuan had purchased this soil in his early years. The reason was that with this soil, the dragonfish would have more urge to reproduce. Right now, he did not want other rewards, he only wanted this goo material, it was for the same reason. The sovereign immortal aperture's time has slowed down by many times, this has caused the immortal aperture's resource production to decrease by a lot. Right now, I do not have enough immortal essence and immortal yuan stone, as long as I expand the scale of resource production, this pressure can be alleviated. After Fang Yuan's consideration, he set the first resource point to expand as dragonfish. Desolate beast dragonfish and ordinary dragonfish had always been the main transactions in jewel yellow skies. The dragonfish seemed to be a creation of food path, it could replace a portion of many goo worms and feed them. Not every goo immortal had an immortal goo. However, every superpower would purchase a large number of dragonfish from time to time. This was the largest flow of arowana sales in the jewel yellow skies market. In the following period of time, Fang Yuan mainly focused on the construction of the sea. Right now, the sovereign immortal aperture's mini eastern sea was no longer a shallow pool of water. Because Fang Yuan annexed a large number of water path immortal apertures, mini eastern sea was already filled with waves. Even though it was not deep, it looked like an ocean on the surface. There were almost no islands and the sea itself was no different. Fang Yuan's plan was to build a dragon-scale sea. Man-made seas. This was not Fang Yuan's creation, nor was it his own. In fact, in Eastern Sea's Goo Immortal world, many Goo Immortals had already created artificial sea areas. Right now, on the ranking board of Eastern Sea's Goo Immortal world, many of the famous sea areas were man-made sea areas, they were constructed step by step. Of course, naturally formed sea areas still occupied most of the positions on the ranking board. Man-made sea areas were not easy to construct. Fang Yuan spent a lot of time and effort to lay down the dragon-scale soil. He then set up a mortal goo formation, using the power of the goo formation to isolate this sea area into a special sea area. Next, he lured the original dragonfish group into the sea area. The dragonfish group entered this sea area, they were much more relaxed than before, their mating behavior also increased by a lot. However, this was not enough. Next, Fang Yuan began to prepare Immortal Killer Move, Bountiful Year. This Immortal Killer Move came from He Fan's true inheritance. But in fact, it was not created by He Fan, it was created by a Goo Immortal great expert known as Pill Immortal. He was the one who created this Immortal Killer Move. He Fan used other resources to exchange for it. This was a very rare Immortal Killer Move that was used to manage the Immortal Aperture. It did not have any offensive power. But it was very practical. Even He Fan had left a comment in the True Inheritance. He praised this Immortal Killer Move greatly. Goo worms flew into the sky one after another. The mystical aura continued to expand and become denser. The bountiful year that Fang Yuan was activating had already been modified by him. The original bountiful year had Year Goo as the core immortal goo, with tens of thousands of supplementary goo worms. But now, Fang Yuan had obtained a new rank 7 immortal goo, Perseverance. Fang Yuan ingeniously added Perseverance immortal goo as the first supplementary goo worm. More than 10 days later, bountiful year's preparation was completed, it was activated. The mystical power covered the whole of Dragon Scale Sea area, but the effect could not be seen in such a short period of time. The original Bountiful Year Killer Move, even He Fan, needed 2 to 3 days to activate. This was already long enough. After I modified it and added Perseverance Immortal Goo, the time became even longer, it took almost half a month. Fortunately, the activation succeeded and I did not suffer any backlash. Fang Yuan continued to ponder and comprehend. My time path attainment level is still very ordinary, I could only barely add Perseverance Immortal Goo in after the modification. This is the main reason for the huge increase in time. The shorter the activation time of an Immortal Killer Move, the simpler the process, the higher the possibility of the Killer Move's activation, and the safer the Goo Immortal would be. But Fang Yuan's actions had more advantages than disadvantages. With Perseverance Immortal Goo's help, the duration of Bountiful Year would be doubled. The original Bountiful Year could only affect 1 year in the Immortal Aperture. But now Fang Yuan could only activate it once, but it could affect 2 years. This was also indirectly saving a portion of Red Date Immortal Essence for Fang Yuan. Bountiful Year still has a lot of room for modification. Fusing Perseverance Immortal Goo into it, or even fusing Immortal Level Day Goo into it can raise the effect of Bountiful Year. But with my current attainment level, I have already reached the limit of time path. Forget it. The matter was settled. This Immortal Aperture construction was Fang Yuan's first big move. Right now, in Mini Eastern Sea, the first special sea area, Dragon Scale Sea Area, had completely formed. Large numbers of dragonfish lived here, and among the dragonfish groups, 1 or 2 desolate beast dragonfish were very conspicuous. Bountiful Year's power not only enveloped the whole of Dragon Scale Sea, but also the vast area around this sea area. According to Hei Fan's True Inheritance, once Bountiful Year is activated, although it consumes a lot of immortal essence, it can greatly increase the production of all kinds of resources in the immortal aperture for the next year. But the truth was not so. The Bountiful Year killer move that Fang Yuan activated only covered a portion of Mini Eastern Sea. On one hand, this was because Fang Yuan had added Perseverance Immortal Goo, which reduced the area of effect of the killer move. On the other hand, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was too huge. It was no different from a fantasy for Bountiful Year to cover the whole Sovereign Immortal Aperture. From Dragon Scale Lake to Dragon Scale Sea, this was a huge leap with profound significance. But after this matter, Fang Yuan's Immortal Yuan Stone and Immortal Essence reserves were almost depleted. To be safe, Fang Yuan started to sell all the resources that he did not need. For example, the Frost Jades and Jade Essences that he plundered from Frosty Peak, as well as large numbers of Ice Path Mortal Goo. There were gains and losses. His current focus was on the dragonfish. After selling some of the resources on hand, Fang Yuan used all his strength to search for a portion of his gains, and bought a lot of dragonfish from Jewel Yellow Skies. He released these dragonfish into Dragon Scale Sea Area. It could be said that he was betting heavily on this project. There was no doubt that this was somewhat risky. But if he did not do it well, the efficiency would be even lower. Comparatively speaking, in the current stable environment, Fang Yuan chose to be more aggressive and take bigger steps. But this way, because his Immortal Essence reserves were too little, Fang Yuan's hands and feet were tied. He could not casually cultivate, comprehend, or practice immortal killer moves. The days were somewhat difficult. Half a month later, the first batch of dragonfish was sold. The situation started to turn for the better. Over a month later, the second batch of dragonfish was sold by Fang Yuan to Wu clan. To think that brother is so good at managing dragonfish. Even Wu Yong was a little surprised. Wu clan originally wanted to buy dragonfish, but they bought them from outside. Now they were selling them internally. Other than Wu clan, there were also Qiao clan and some other super clans that had close relationships with Wu clan. Fang Yuan's third batch of dragonfish was sold. Using Wu Yihai's identity and the low price, Fang Yuan's dragonfish successfully entered the market of Southern Borders Gu Immortal World. Chapter 1321. Southern Border Wu Clan. In a secret cultivation room, Fang Yuan was floating in the air with a solemn expression. His long hair was fluttering in the wind, the auras of Gu worms on his body were rising and mixing together. The crucial step. Fang Yuan thought to himself, his gaze turning sharp. He carefully activated a Mortal Goo. This was a Metal Path Mortal Goo. It was only rank 1. There was no risk in activating this Goo alone. But the situation now was different. Bam! A muffled sound came from Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan felt like he was struck by lightning. His body shook intensely, his face was pale and a trace of blood flowed out of his mouth. I failed again. He sighed in his heart. He landed on the ground with his hand on his chest, inspecting his injuries. Thankfully, I only used a rank 1 Mortal Goo. This injury is not serious. I do not need to use manas before Immortal Goo to heal. With the Sovereign Immortal Body's strong recovery ability, I can recover in 2 to 3 days. Fang Yuan was trying to modify the killer move Vajra back. Immortal killer move Vajra back used rank 6 Immortal Goo Vajra Thought as the core. Fang Yuan used this killer move and his intelligence to defeat Xia Clan's Gu Immortal Xia Fei Kuai. After that, Fang Yuan felt that this killer move was not done yet. There was still room for improvement. Fang Yuan attached great importance to this feeling. He knew that he had Wisdom Path and Transformation Path Grandmaster attainment level. This feeling was not groundless, it was very meaningful. It is a pity that even though I have made some progress in my deductions these days, there is little effect. It seems that my attainment level is still insufficient. I will give up for now. Fang Yuan sighed. Actually, his speed of improvement was already very impressive for other Gu Immortals. Back then, Vicious Lightning Fiend spent several years to deduce an immortal killer move Lightning Deity. His speed of improvement was often less than 10% of Fang Yuan's current speed. But Fang Yuan giving up was a wise move. Because he had a method to raise his attainment level. As long as he raised his attainment level, he could modify the killer move Steel back in one go. As Fang Yuan continued to sell his dragonfish, his financial situation improved to a certain extent. Only then did he have the time to modify the Immortal Killer move. Deducing Immortal Killer moves expended a lot of resources. For example, if the practice failed, the Goo Immortal would suffer a backlash. They would need to heal their injuries. The Goo worms were also damaged and needed to be constantly replenished. If the Immortal Goo were damaged, it would be even more troublesome. However, if one's realm was high enough, they would be able to improve it immediately, saving a lot of energy, time, and resources. Fang Yuan was barely able to improve it in terms of realm. Although he could improve it, the price he had to pay was a relatively large sum. After thinking about it, he decisively gave up this small plan in his cultivation. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan activated his Goo worm and poured his mind into Jewel Yellow Skies. In Jewel Yellow Skies, his mind was very familiar. He arrived in front of a Goo Immortal's will and conversed. I will pay 1,300 Immortal Yuan stone for these divine deer fruits. Sell them to me. Fang Yuan said. This Goo Immortals will shook his head, saying helplessly, I said this price is too low. Fellow Immortal, you've come here 3 times already. If you really want to buy them, pay another 200 Immortal Yuan stone and you can take them away. This divine deer fruit was a rank 6 immortal material. It was not a rare Goo material, but there were few people selling it. There was no other reason, there was little demand for it. But Fang Yuan needed it to feed Vajra Thought Immortal Goo. He obtained Vajra Thought Immortal Goo. He needed to solve the problem of feeding it. He could not let this Immortal Goo starve to death. Fang Yuan did not speak, he sized it up. This stall's divine deer fruits were of good quality. Fang Yuan had already shopped in Jewel Yellow Skies several times. He found that the divine deer fruits here were of top quality. The price was also reasonable. Thus he had come here several times. Divine deer fruits were not fruits that grew on trees or flowers. They were shaped like a baby's fist. They grew on the antlers of a type of desolate beast, the elk. Fruit-bearing elk. Fang Yuan had already inquired about the name of this desolate beast. Jewel Yellow Skies also sold them. But even if he bought a batch, how many divine deer fruits could he produce? That was a question worth investigating. The production of any resource had its own method of cultivation. Fang Yuan could produce dragonfish. It was not the result of random experiments, he had the experience of Dongfang tribe. This was the foundation of a super tribe. Thus, Fang Yuan's dragonfish were of good quality, they were produced smoothly, the cost was low, and the profits were high. Now, I need to gather a portion of divine deer fruits for the first feeding of Vajra Thought Immortal Goo. In the future, when I have more funds, I will consider how to raise the fruit-bearing elk, to be self-sufficient and feed Vajra Thought Immortal Goo independently. As for whether I can mass-produce this divine deer fruit and turn it into another source of profit, that will depend on my future fortuitous encounters. Fang Yuan thought as he communicated with the Goo Immortal's will, then I will take a look. But at this time, the Goo Immortal's will in front of Fang Yuan suddenly paused. He changed his words. My main body's consciousness has entered. He said we can discuss the price. You guys can discuss it yourselves. Saying so, the Goo Immortals will retreated. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He was waiting for this situation. This Goo Immortal who sold the divine deer fruits left the divine deer fruits in Jewel Yellow Skies. He also left a will to look after them. But even though this will could think and communicate, it abided by the Goo Immortal's bottom line. This made Fang Yuan unable to negotiate. Now that the Goo Immortals will entered, Fang Yuan could communicate with him, there was a high chance of success. There was a lot of content that could be discussed. I need the divine deer fruits to feed the Immortal Goo. So, if we can reach a deal, it will not be just this once. How about it? I will pay 1,300 Immortal Yuan stones. Fang Yuan persuaded. That Goo Immortal hesitated. This is the first time we have met, there is no proof should I believe you or not. Forget it, 1,400 Immortal Yuan stones, we can make a deal. After making 3 such deals, the price will be 1,300 Immortal Yuan stones. What do you think? Evidently this Goo Immortal was not an idiot, he was shrewd. Fang Yuan, however, refused. If I had enough money, I would not bargain with you like this. 1,250 Immortal Yuan stones. That Goo Immortal smiled bitterly. All right. If not for the fact that I am in a rush and the divine deer fruits are selling slowly, I would not agree to such a price. Money was exchanged, goods were exchanged. After the deal was done, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. The problem of Vajra Thought Immortal Goo's feeding was resolved for now. Next, it was Divination Tortoise Shell Immortal Goo's turn. This Immortal Goo devoured seaweed. Of course, it was not ordinary seaweed, it was ancient ink seaweed, a rank 6 immortal material. This seaweed was pitch black like a demon. Once its skin broke, it would turn the surrounding seawater into black ink. Fang Yuan was tight on money now. He planned to purchase some ancient ink seaweed to feed divination tortoise shell immortal goo. He would make further plans in the future. In this aspect, immortal level day goo was much better. Because it also devoured the water of the river of time, goo immortals did not need to worry about feeding it. In jewel yellow skies, there were more goo immortals selling ancient ink seaweed than divine deer fruits. But Fang Yuan did not reach a deal after contacting them. They did not agree on the price. But he was not anxious. There was still some time before the next feeding of divination tortoise shell immortal goo. Thankfully, Dragon Scale Sea area has been constructed. As long as this continues, I will have more money in the future. Next, I will construct coiling thread caves and raise regretful spiders on a large scale. Fang Yuan considered it. The market for regretful spiders was huge, especially in Western Desert. Although it was not as widespread as the dragonfish, it was still in high demand. But now, Fang Yuan was short on funds. He needed time to accumulate them. After accumulating a sum of funds, he could start construction. At this rate, I estimate that I will have the first sum of funds in a month and can construct the coiling thread caves. I hope that by then Wu clan will have calmed down and I will be able to return to the giant dream realm. Wu Yihai's identity restricted Fang Yuan's freedom. Especially in Wu clan's situation, he could not express his stance. Over this month, Wu Yong led Wu clan to resist the difficulties of the super forces. There were gains and losses. Wu clan's reputation was tarnished, but there were very few losses in terms of benefits. Thus, this situation had to continue. Wu Yong wanted to regain his reputation, but the other super forces and clans were not resigned to this. They wanted to obtain some substantial benefits. The battles between Righteous Path were different from Demonic Path. Demonic Path Gu immortals often fought fiercely and suddenly, while Righteous Path Gu immortals were soft and gentle, often lasting for a long time. It was just right. This was especially true for superpowers. Both superpowers had huge businesses. It would be very difficult for two superpowers to ignore everything else and fight each other to the death. Fang Yuan's cultivation life did not last for long. A few days later he received another mission from Wu Yong. Mountain snail? Mountain-moving old monster? Fang Yuan's brows furrowed. It was not that he had no confidence in completing this mission, but the current situation was not good. Last time, when Fang Yuan resolved the matter of Frosty Peak, he actually held back his strength and methods. The result was barely satisfactory. It was only a 5-year agreement, and he even embezzled the resources of Frosty Peak. Although this was an unwritten rule of the Righteous Path, he had touched the bottom line. This was naturally Fang Yuan's intention, to leave a bad impression on Wu Yong. Leaders naturally did not like to use such people, so sending Fang Yuan to that Super Gu formation earlier was in line with Fang Yuan's wish. But Wu clan was indeed lacking in manpower now. Their territory was too big. Mountain Snail's matter was sudden. Wu Yong had no choice but to use Fang Yuan to resolve this problem. Chapter 1322. Southern Border. It was drizzling. The green mountains stretched endlessly. Fang Yuan was dressed in blue clothes. He stood on a rock and looked at this beautiful river and mountains. His gaze finally focused on one of the mountains. This mountain was very special. The surrounding mountains were either tall or short, dangerous or flat. As for this mountain, it was round and had form. This was Mount Snail. Or rather, Mountain Snail. It was an immemorial desolate beast. A giant snail. Its shell was as tall as a tower. It spiraled up layer by layer and was covered in green moss. When it was motionless, its soft limbs were all retracted into the shell, as if it was a mountain, standing tall and erect. But now it had already awakened and was moving slowly. Rumble, rumble, rumble. When it moved, the ground within a radius of 100 miles would tremble slightly. Wherever it went, birds and beasts would scurry away. Fang Yuan stood on another mountain peak, looking at this immemorial desolate beast Mountain Snail's migration with a calm expression. His speed was very slow. Although Mountain Snail was an immemorial desolate beast, it had a gentle nature. It was hard to anger it. It could be said to be harmless. Not only harmless, it was also beneficial. Because Mountain Snail's body contained rich enslavement path and earth path Tao marks, it formed a special environment around it that nurtured a vast amount of enslavement path and earth path resources. The ownership of Mountain Snail had always been an unresolved topic. Few Gu immortals could control Mountain Snail. Even rank 8 enslavement path Gu immortals would have difficulty controlling it. because mountain snail itself had extremely rich enslavement path Dao marks. In southern border there were 7 known mountain snails. Long ago, southern border's super forces made an agreement. As long as these mountain snails were not controlled by others, they would be wild mountain snails. Whoever's territory it was in would be the property of that clan. This mountain snail was originally in Wu clan's territory. It naturally belonged to Wu clan. There was no doubt about this. But now, when mountain snail was migrating, it was moving away from Wu clan's territory. Mountain snail's original location was at the border of Wu clan's territory. In fact, this was during Wu Duxiu's era. Wu clan specially expanded their territory and included mountain snail. Now the mountain snail was migrating, leaving the Wu family's territory, but there were no other righteous super forces in the place it was heading to. This also meant that this mountain snail would become a wild and ownerless object. Wu Yong naturally did not want to see such a situation happen, but he did not have enough manpower, so he could only give this task to his younger brother, Wu Yihai. Is it Wu Yihai? I am Qin Jingsheng. I have the nickname of Mountain Moving Old Monster. A Gu immortal flew over from another mountain peak. Fang Yuan looked at the newcomer. This old Gu immortal was wearing a green-gray stone armor. His hair was both black and white. It was messy like a pile of straw. The corners of his clothes were also tattered and unkempt. But his rank 7 aura was overflowing. His aura was oppressive, especially his eyes. They flickered with sharp light as he sized up Fang Yuan like a senior looking at a junior. Yes, I am Wu Yihai. Greetings to senior mountain moving old monster. Fang Yuan bowed slightly, showing the demeanor of a righteous path expert. This mountain moving old monster had the word old in his title. It naturally meant that he was an old veteran, over 2,000 years old. He had lifespan Gu and unique methods to extend his life. His battle strength was also extremely high. He was a famous expert among lone immortals, on the same level as old Treeman Bada and Wu clan's Wu Yubo. A rank 7 Gu immortal like Xia Fei Kuai could not compare to mountain moving old monster. Thus, when mountain moving old monster sized up Fang Yuan, his attitude was not polite. He called himself an old senior, even though Fang Yuan came from Wu clan. Looking at the time, your Wu clan should have sent someone over already. Let's sit down and talk. Mountain moving old monster smiled. He landed on a rock and sat down. Fang Yuan also sat down with a smile. Mountain moving old monster saw that Fang Yuan did not look down on him, nor did he maintain the demeanor of an immortal. He had a good impression of him. I almost forgot, Wu Yihai, you are a lone cultivator. Even though you joined Wu clan, you do not have the hypocritical demeanor of those righteous path members. Fang Yuan shook his head. The righteous path has its own demeanor. As for me, I spend most of my time cultivating in seclusion in Eastern Sea. This foundation cannot be changed. Ah. Mountain moving old monster laughed heartily. I heard that even though you chased away the 2 Xia clan Gu immortals, you still looted Frosty Peak. Fang Yuan showed a surprised expression. Senior, this is groundless gossip. I have never admitted it. Mountain moving old monster laughed heartily again. After laughing, he sighed deeply. Righteous path Gu immortals do not understand you, but I do. How difficult is it for us lone cultivators to become immortals? Every cultivation resource was earned with his own 2 hands. If we miss this opportunity, there will not be another one, so we need to grasp the benefits we have now. Who knows what we will encounter in the future? As for those righteous path Gu immortals, even if they stay at home, they will have a lot of resources. How can they understand the suffering and difficulties of us lone cultivators? Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent. He did not agree, nor did he refute. He knew that mountain moving old monster's words were not just to get close to him, but also to express his determination. He, mountain moving old monster, was a lone cultivator, and the benefits he could obtain were Mount Snail. His determination could not be shaken. Wu Yihai, who was once a lone cultivator, should be clear about this. I naturally understand Senior's intentions, but I hope Senior can understand me. I have my own difficulties in coming here. Fang Yuan said. Mountain moving old monster chuckled. Everyone has their own difficulties. When one was old, their words carried deep meaning. Everyone had their own difficulties. Not only did he agree with Fang Yuan's words, he also expressed that he had his own difficulties, and most importantly, Wu clan was currently in a difficult situation. Fang Yuan did not speak. In a battle of words, sometimes silence was a method. Sure enough, mountain moving old monster could not restrain himself. He handed an information path mortal Gu to Fang Yuan. Take a look. Fang Yuan took a look. This mortal Gu's contents were very valuable. If Fang Yuan obtained it, he could directly construct a coiling thread cave. Let's cooperate. I will obtain Mount Snail and you will obtain these. How about it? Mountain Moving Old Monster smiled. He was actually thinking of bribing Fang Yuan. But this was not strange at all. On the contrary, it was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Mountain Moving Old Monster was a lone cultivator, and from his perspective, he naturally did not want to offend the #1 Righteous Path Force Wu clan. Even though the Wu clan was currently in a difficult situation, such a colossus was not something that he, Mountain Moving Old Monster, could deal with alone. More importantly, if Mountain Moving Old Monster obtained this Mount Snail, he would no longer be someone who could freely advance and retreat. Mount Snail could not be stored in an immortal aperture, unless it was completely controlled. Mountain Moving Old Monster was an Earth Path Gu immortal. He clearly did not have such attainment. This way he would become the owner of this Mount Snail, and if enemies attacked in the future, he would have to defend the mountain. If he offended Wu clan's Gu immortals would attack one after another. How could he resist them alone? Even if he could resist once, what about the second or third time? Even if he could resist them all, he would have to expend some energy in battle, right? Mountain Moving Old Monster was harassed repeatedly. Would he still have time to cultivate? Thus, there was only one path in front of Mountain Moving Old Monster. That was to negotiate with Wu clan peacefully. Wu clan was not willing to let go of this Mount Snail, but the huge Wu clan was also made up of clan members. As long as it was an organization, it would not be an airtight fortress. There would definitely be a gap that could be monopolized. Wu Yihai's appearance gave Mountain Moving Old Monster even greater hope. Old Senior, do you want to use these to exchange for an immemorial desolate beast? Fang Yuan held the information path Mortal Gu with a faint smile. These are already of extraordinary value. Although this Mount Snail is an immemorial desolate beast, who can control it? If I become the owner of this mountain, I will only be able to plunder the resources produced here. Of course, if you have any conditions, we can discuss them. Mountain Moving Old Monster's eyes shined. His attitude also became much more enthusiastic. Since Fang Yuan did not directly reject him, Mountain Moving Old Monster felt that there was a way, and his hope doubled. The contents of this list need to be doubled at least. This was Fang Yuan's first sentence. Mountain Moving Old Monster immediately frowned. Mount Snail cannot be yours in name, it will still belong to Wu clan. This was Fang Yuan's second sentence. Mountain Moving Old Monster stared with wide eyes, his expression changing into anger. But in reality, Senior is the owner of this mountain. Most of the profits will belong to you, but you still need to hand over a portion to our Wu clan every year. This was Fang Yuan's third sentence. Mountain Moving Old Monster started to sneer. His expression was dark as water. Wu Yihai, are you making fun of me? Of course not. Fang Yuan had a serious expression. He stood up and fearlessly looked at Mountain Moving Old Monster. Dare I ask Senior 3 questions? Mountain Moving Old Monster suppressed the anger in his heart. Speak. First, Senior is alone and does not belong to any super faction. How can my Wu clan leave Mount Snail in your hands? It is fine if it is a super faction, but letting a lone cultivator benefit is related to the reputation of my Wu clan. Second, even if Senior temporarily occupies this Mount Snail, how long can you guard it for? Even if my Wu clan does not touch you, what about the other super factions? Third, Senior thinks that just by bribing me, you can make the entire Wu clan sit back and do nothing? Mountain Moving Old Monster was silent. After a long while, he sighed and said with a hoarse voice, Then according to your method, won't this old man become the mountain watchman of your Wu clan? Fang Yuan smiled faintly. It is just an empty reputation. How can everything be perfect? What I've mentioned isn't too much. I'm only doing it because we're all rogue cultivators. Do you want face or do you want substance? Senior, please think about it. Mountain Moving Old Monster was silent again. Chapter 1323. Several days later. Looking at Mount Snail moving away with Mountain Moving Old Monster standing at the peak with the attitude of a master, Fang Yuan retracted his gaze and started to walk back. The matter of Mount Snail came to an end. With Fang Yuan as the representative, Wu clan reached an agreement with Mountain Moving Old Monster. Mountain Moving Old Monster obtained most of the profits of Mount Snail, but this immemorial desolate beast still belonged to Wu clan in name. The mission that Wu Yong gave to Fang Yuan was to protect Mount Snail. Fang Yuan had already protected it, just a portion, but it could be said that he had completed this mission. Mountain Moving Old Monster agreed to my conditions because I was relying on Wu clan's power. As for Wu Yong, he is in a terrible situation right now. He is busy dealing with the difficulties of the other super forces. He can only reluctantly approve of my handling of Mount Snail. Wu clan is currently in a precarious situation. As Wu Yong's brother, I should not loiter outside, I should return as soon as possible. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with the result of this matter. He had an explanation to the Wu clan, and most importantly, he had obtained plenty of benefits from this mission. The coiling thread caves had already started construction. Because of this amount of resources, Fang Yuan had the spare energy to build a second large-scale resource cave. According to the previous speed of development, he would need to wait for at least half a year. During this period he could not allow any accidents to happen. For example, intense battles would consume a lot of red date immortal essence. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture's time was slowed. The production of red date immortal essence was not as good as before. Fang Yuan had to use immortal yuan stones to convert them into red date immortal essence. Right now he was no longer green grape immortal essence. 100 immortal yuan stones could be converted into 1 bead of red date immortal essence. To construct the coiling thread caves, I need to set up a goo formation. I also need the rank 6 immortal material, Softine Silk, and rank 7 immortal material, Hate Water Stone. With this amount of resources, these can be completed. It is only a matter of time. The crucial thing is, when can I return to the dream realm? Wu Yong's attitude is the key. Fang Yuan pondered as he hurried along. On his way back in Wu clan's headquarters, 2 Gu immortals were talking about Wu Yihai. One was Wu clan's rank 8 Gu immortal, First Supreme Elder Wu Yong. The other was Wu Yong's trusted aide, Wu Fa. I didn't expect my younger brother to solve the problem of Mount Snail so quickly this time. Elder Wu Fa, according to the family rules, how should he be rewarded? Wu Yong asked. Wu Fa pondered for a moment. He knew that the meaning behind Wu Yong's question was not just the surface content, but his attitude towards Wu Yihai. This was a test of martial punishment. Because Wu Yihai's identity was special, he and Wu Yong were brothers from the same mother but different fathers. Wu Fa quickly thought and answered, Lord Wu Yihai is ultimately a lone cultivator. Just one sentence. But Wu Yong laughed heartily. Not bad, your evaluation is good. This Wu Yihai is a lone cultivator after all. Even after returning to the clan he has not changed, he is still trying to make a fortune and is greedy for small gains. Wu Fa however said, Frosty Peak and Mount Snail, these two are not small gains. Wu Yong's laughter stopped, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he nodded. It is not good if everyone is like this, how can Wu clan continue to exist? But his methods are quite appropriate, he did not leave behind any evidence that could be used against him. Saying so, Wu Yong sighed and evaluated. He is quite capable. How could Wu Fa not understand Wu Yong's intentions? Wu Yong naturally did not like Fang Yuan's way of making profits. But the situation was pressing, he lacked manpower, sometimes he had to mobilize Wu Yihai to deal with some matters. Fang Yuan had also displayed his abilities in these 2 incidents. This ability obtained Wu Yong's recognition, so Wu Yong would still use Fang Yuan next. But when the time came and Wu clan's situation eased, Fang Yuan would be placed aside by Wu Yong. In fact, if Fang Yuan left behind any evidence, Wu Yong would use it to teach Fang Yuan a lesson. After all, Fang Yuan was seeking personal benefits like this, any person in power would feel uncomfortable. Fang Yuan smoothly returned to Wu clan. He met with Wu Yong, and simply explained the entire situation. He received another reward from Wu clan. Fang Yuan exchanged for immortal yuan stone. Of course, this immortal yuan stone could not compare to what he obtained from mountain-moving old monster, it was much less. In the following days, Fang Yuan focused on cultivation. The construction of coiling thread cave was slowly carried out. This was the focus of his current cultivation. Every once in a while, Fang Yuan would place his immortal aperture to absorb heaven and earth chi to stabilize the sovereign blessed land. After all, Reverse Flow River was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. The burden on the immortal aperture was not light. This was slightly troublesome. Fang Yuan could not directly absorb heaven and earth chi because each time he did so, the amount was huge and the time interval between each absorption was short. This forced Fang Yuan to search for some immortal materials from the jewel yellow skies, then break them down into heaven and earth chi and infuse them into his body. This undoubtedly consumed a lot of Fang Yuan's energy and financial resources, but Fang Yuan would rather do so to complete the details. Only like this would he be able to persist for a long time, and not expose his identity in a short period of time. As the days passed, Fang Yuan started to feel impatient. Over at the giant dream realm, the twists and turns have already calmed down. But Wu Yong does not seem to have any signs of transferring me back. It seems that what I was worried about still happened. Sigh. Fang Yuan sighed. In this world one had no choice. Wu Yong was busy dealing with all sorts of problems, he had to be stable. If he transferred Fang Yuan back and something happened to the Super Gu formation, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? And now Wu Yong found that Fang Yuan was quite capable, he wanted him to continue dealing with some problems. As for Fang Yuan's corruption, Wu Yong turned a blind eye to it, he did not pursue it. He did not pursue it, but Fang Yuan was thinking. Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai and joined Wu clan, wasn't it for the dream realm? It seems that I need to take action. On this day, Fang Yuan took the initiative to leave his residence. There were policies from above and countermeasures from below. Fang Yuan was an astute person, how could he not have a way to deal with this? More than 10 days later, in a pavilion on Yuhua Mountain, several Gu immortals sat around a stone table. The moonlight was like water, gently sprinkling down. Verdant green mountains, birds chirped in the night. A light breeze caressed their faces, it was a beautiful sight. Today is my Southern Border's annual moon festival, it is my honor to admire the moon with all of you tonight, it is an elegant occasion. Qiao Silu smiled. Her voice was very beautiful, like the babbling of a mountain spring, it gave people a clear and pure feeling. She was even more beautiful, her dress tonight was as white as snow, together with her beautiful appearance she was like a fairy in the mortal world. It is my honor to be invited by Fairy Si Lu to admire the moon together, Luo Mu Zi. A young-looking Gu immortal spoke first. His smile was overflowing with passion, especially when he looked at Qiao Si Lu, there was a burning passion in his gaze. Qiao Si Lu was publicly recognized as one of the 3 great beauties in Southern Border's Gu immortal world, and even more eye-catching was her clan background. Qiao clan, although it was a vassal of Wu clan, was also a righteous path super force. There were 6 Gu immortals present, 2 women and 4 men, besides a pair of Dao companions, Luo Mu Zi and Luan Fei were both pursuers of Qiao Si Lu. Qiao Si Lu had many pursuers, but to be invited by her to admire the moon, these 2 were naturally not ordinary. Luo Mu Zi and Luan Fei were naturally happy, the moment they received Qiao Si Lu's invitation, they immediately rushed over. But at this time, Qiao Si Lu said to another male Gu immortal, Hi, you said you want to integrate into Southern Border faster, admiring the moon tonight is our Southern Border's custom. Our Southern Border has many mountains and villages isolated from each other, but the moon festival is a common festival. Every year at this time, we usually admire the moon. When she said this, her eyes shone, her voice was soft and her red lips carried a smile, it was extraordinary. Luo Mu Zi and Luan Fei immediately frowned, staring at Fang Yuan with gazes that seemed to be spewing fire. Qiao Si Lu's different attitude could be sensed by anyone with discerning eyes, and today's seating arrangement had already made Luo Mu Zi and Luan Fei extremely unhappy. Because Qiao Si Lu was sitting on the main seat, on her right was Fang Yuan, and on her left was her best friend Fairy Tian Lu. As for the other male Gu immortals, they were separated at a distance. Moon Festival? Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent as he sat on the main seat, asking despite knowing the answer. Interesting, but besides admiring the moon, what else do we do? Drink tea, recite poems, and dissect rocks. Qiao Si Lu explained with a smile. Dissect rocks? Fang Yuan showed a puzzled expression. Qiao Si Lu did not reply, instead holding a cup of fragrant tea and handing it to Fang Yuan. Hi, please have a taste of the tea I personally made. Seeing this, Luo Mu Zi almost stood up. Luan Fei's eyelids twitched, he wished he could replace Fang Yuan's position. Fang Yuan took a sip and evaluated, this tea seems pretty good. Not just pretty, this is Fairy Si Lu's famous willow spiral tea. Luo Mu Zi almost shouted. What is so special about this? Fang Yuan looked at Qiao Si Lu. Qiao Si Lu first glanced at Fang Yuan, then her brows moved and her laughter was filled with a sense of gentleness. Luan Fei's heart beat wildly when he saw the fairy's charming smile. At this moment, Fairy Tian Lu very appropriately interrupted. For this willow spiral tea, as long as you gently shake it, a willow leaf-like whirlpool will form on the surface of the tea. Drinking it now is truly tasting the tea, the taste will not be ordinary. Is that so? Fang Yuan followed the instructions and shook the cup in his hand. Instantly the surface of the tea changed. When he drank it again, he felt the fragrance overflowing and lingering in his mouth, making him reminisce and enjoy it. Good tea. Fang Yuan praised. Of course it's good tea. Fairy Si Lu's personally brewed tea is not something ordinary people can drink. Luo Muzi said sourly. To be praised by Yi Hai, my Si Lu's efforts were not in vain. You should know that to make this tea, it takes 6 hours, and there must be no negligence during the entire process. Fairy Tianlu said. Luan Fei was extremely moved. To be able to taste the willow spiral tea personally brewed by Fairy, it is the fortune of 3 lifetimes. Fairy Tianlu instantly raised her eyebrows. Who said you can drink willow spiral tea? Si Lu took time out of her busy schedule to make one. Chapter 1324. Qiao Si Lu only made a portion of willow spiral tea and gave it to Fang Yuan. This method immediately changed the meaning of this willow spiral tea. Fang Yuan's expression slightly changed, revealing a flattered and overjoyed expression, but his mind was clear and calm. What a pity. No matter how beautiful you are, without eternal life, you will only be a pile of bones. Beauty is only bones, but people often forget about it. But this Fairy Tianlu is really Qiao Si Lu's best friend. Their cooperation is outstanding. The only tea she made was given to Fang Yuan by Fairy Si Lu in public. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were still thinking of tasting it, but this was the answer. It was easy to imagine how stiff their expressions were at this moment. Qiao Si Lu smiled lightly. Willow spiral tea is my original creation. It is just a token of my appreciation. This time I have brought bewitching tea for everyone, please enjoy. She waved her long sleeves and 5 cups of tea appeared on the stone table. This tea was different from the willow spiral tea. It was not a cup, but a small porcelain plate. At the center of this plate, there was a fist-sized dewdrop. This dewdrop was clear and smooth like jade. When the night wind blew, the surface trembled slightly as if it could be broken. Bewitching tea is Qiao clan's famous tea in southern border. To think I could taste it today. Luo Muzi tried to smooth things over, but in fact, his gaze was still fixed on the cup of tea in front of Fang Yuan. Luan Fei's hands, which were placed under the stone table, were already clenched into fists. He gritted his teeth and took a sip of the small porcelain plate, immediately drinking the bewitching tea. Good tea. He opened his mouth, but his expression was still somewhat stiff. In fact, bewitching tea was indeed several grades higher than willow spiral tea. The latter was only created by Qiao Si Lu herself, while the former was Qiao clan's signature tea. The signature tea of a superforce was naturally much better than the original creation of a Gu immortal like Qiao Si Lu. However, in Luo Muzi and Luan Fei's hearts, they would rather give up 100 cups of bewitching tea and drink a mouthful of willow spiral tea. Bewitching tea is still so refreshing, it gives people endless aftertaste. Si Lu, with this tea, how can my flowing colored tea be presentable? Fairy Heavenly Dew said with a smile. However, Qiao Si Lu was not polite to her best friend. Then don't take it out. To be honest, I'm tired of drinking your flowing colored tea. I'm looking forward to Immortal Sheng Lu's Drunken Flowers. I heard that this tea was created when he fell in love with you at first sight and was inspired to create it. I wonder if we're fated to have a taste today? I'm ashamed. Sheng Lu rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. The Drunken Flowers is just a small doodle. It's not very elegant. Fairy Tianlu also covered her mouth and chuckled. Si Lu, you want to embarrass my Lu Lang? That won't do. Only I can drink Drunken Flowers, outsiders can forget about it. As she said this, her brows were filled with pride and charm. The Gu immortal beside her, Sheng Lu, was looking at Fairy Tianlu with deep emotions. The two were already holding hands under the stone table. Qiao Si Lu sighed faintly. Sigh, I wonder when will I meet someone who can create a unique tea for me? She softly muttered, feeling perplexed and confused. At this moment, the moonlight was like water, shining into the pavilion. The beauty under the moonlight sighed softly. It was truly a pitiful sight. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei immediately felt warmth in their hearts. Luo Muzi immediately stood up. Fairy Si Lu, I have a cup of tea called 9 Recollections Fragrance. It is my original creation. On such a beautiful occasion, I will offer it to you. Luan Fei was not willing to fall behind. He also said, I also have preparations. This is yin yang tea. Yin and yang are clearly separated. Please have a taste, Fairy. These two Gu immortals only offered tea to Qiao Si Lu, just like how Qiao Si Lu offered tea to Fang Yuan earlier. Qiao Si Lu took a sip and smiled. 9 Recollections Fragrance's name is appropriate. When the tea enters the throat, the fragrance lingers on the tongue. Carefully tasting it, there are actually 9 times when the fragrance is concentrated. It is very peculiar. I don't deserve your praise. Luo Muzi laughed heartily. He swept away his previous dejection and laughed very happily. Qiao Si Lu then said to Luan Fei, Yin Yang tea, although it is not an original creation, but Si Lu heard that there are 3 levels to this tea. The first layer was a mass of chaos, where yin and yang were mixed up. The second level was the distinction between yin and yang. On the third level there was yang within yin and yin within yang. Yin and yang circulated. Luan Fei was able to refine this tea to the second layer. It can be seen that there are less than 10 people who can do this in the whole of southern border, worthy of a food path Gu immortal. The tea, wine, and delicacies in this world were naturally not ordinary. There were all kinds of strange ways to make tea. Making tea was not as simple and shallow as pouring boiling water into a cup filled with tea leaves. Like the tea that the immortals were talking about, willow spiral tea, bewitching tea, intoxicated flowers, 9 return fragrance yin-yang tea, they could all be seen as incomplete Gu recipes. And after this Gu recipe is completed, when the Gu immortal makes tea, they can refine food path Gu worms. Food path was one of the many paths in the present age, but it had never been popular. Although it was very important and needed to be the foundation of prosperity, unfortunately because of historical reasons, the inheritances left in the world were very few. This Luan Fei is actually a Gu immortal who cultivates food path? Fang Yuan sized up Luan Fei with a glance, feeling somewhat surprised. What is this Luan Fei's origin? I have many immortal Gu on me. If I can obtain his food path inheritance, it might be of great help to me. Fang Yuan immediately had malicious intentions. The tiger harms the human heart, and the tiger harms the human heart. Fang Yuan was a little moved. His current strength had already reached one of the top below rank 8. After he activated the countercurrent protection seal, although his offensive power was still slightly weaker, he was already able to keep pace with Feng Jiugu. I will first investigate Luan Fei's background and see if I can make a move. If I really make a move, Wu Yihai's identity cannot be implicated. With Wu Yihai's identity, Fang Yuan could not openly kill Luan Fei. Because he was a righteous path Gu immortal, he could not do demonic things. The strength of a superpower was much stronger than that of a loose immortal. But these forces usually would not easily offend any Gu immortal. Wu clan was the same. A superforce had a lot of assets. If a Gu immortal could not be killed and could roam around destroying the superforce's resources, it would be a huge headache for the superforce. In the matter of Mount Snail, Wu Yong had accepted Fang Yuan's suggestion and made some concessions to mountain-moving old monster. This was also because of this consideration. I should first inquire about the value of Luan Fei's inheritance. If the value is not high, then forget it. If the value is high, I have to be careful and not let his soul self-destruct when I make a move. There was no need to think about immortal Gu, it was absolutely impossible to obtain. But Fang Yuan could assassinate Luan Fei and capture his soul, then obtain the food path inheritance through soul-searching methods. Fang Yuan had always been looking forward to the food path inheritance. Unfortunately, he did not have enough fortuitous encounters. There was nothing he could do. Since there was no fortuitous encounter, then he had to do it himself and snatch others' inheritance. Fang Yuan did not feel any guilt. Many Gu immortals paid particular attention to not offending others if they did not offend them. Fang Yuan was a human. Even if he did not offend him, he would still want criminals. I have made this cup of tea for 7 days and 7 nights. It is all worth it to be able to obtain fairy's praise. Luan Fei's tone was slightly trembling, his face showing excitement. Next, his gaze drifted towards Fang Yuan and said with a provocative tone, I wonder what Tea Lord Wu Yihai has to show me? He did not know that Fang Yuan was already planning to murder him. Eastern Sea is the richest in the 5 regions. Wu Yihai has lived in Eastern Sea for many years. If you take out 1 or 2 cups of tea, you will definitely surpass others and obtain first place. Luo Muzi sat down again, brimming with enthusiasm. Fang Yuan smiled. These 2 were Qiao Si Lu's pursuers. After realizing Fang Yuan's strength, they had already tacitly allied to make things difficult for Fang Yuan. Their words of praise were elevating Fang Yuan's status, making it hard for him to deal with them. Qiao Si Lu frowned slightly. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei's intentions were somewhat sinister. If Wu Yihai could not take it out, it would be awkward. If he could, his reputation would not be good. What? Because this moon appreciation gathering was hosted by Qiao Si Lu. Qiao clan's bewitching tea was the host. The tea of other Gu immortals was the guest. The guest should not oppress the host. This was the unwritten rule of the moon appreciation gathering. Qiao clan might not care if the guest bullied the host, but Wu Yihai's reputation would be damaged. Those in the righteous path cared about their reputation. Fang Yuan, however, did not hesitate. He took out 5 cups of tea and gestured, Everyone please drink. Fairy Tianlu's eyes brightened. She was the first to raise her cup. I am very curious, what is Lord Wu Yihai's tea like? But the first person to drink the tea was not her, but Luan Fei. He was somewhat eager. This was the best chance to strike down his love rival. As a food path Gu immortal, how could he not make use of this opportunity? But after drinking a mouthful, he immediately frowned and spat it out. Pa, what kind of lousy tea is this? Disgusting, too disgusting. Luo Muzi also drank a mouthful, directly putting down the cup. This is the most disgusting tea I have ever drunk in my life. It might even be worse than mortal tea. He spoke very impolitely. He could not be polite to a love rival. The two tightly grasped the opportunity to greatly embarrass Fang Yuan. Fairy Tianlu wanted to help, but after drinking it, she smiled helplessly at the tea. This tea is salty like seawater. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, actually admitting, this is seawater. What? You actually took out seawater? What do you think of Fairy Si Lu? Luo Muzi and Luan Fei made things difficult for him. The smile on Fang Yuan's face disappeared, becoming solemn. I do not like drinking tea. If we count it, then this seawater is my tea. You are not clear. I was cultivating in seclusion in Eastern Sea, all alone. The pressure of calamities and tribulations shrouded my heart at all times. To guard against laziness, I would drink a bowl of salty seawater every morning to warn myself, to persevere and not slack off in the slightest. The pavilion was immediately silent. Xiao Si Lu slowly raised her cup in silence, drinking a mouthful before putting it down again. She smiled, revealing her red lips and white teeth. For a moment even the beautiful moonlight paled in comparison. This is the most special tea I have ever drunk in my life. Thank you, Yihai. This tea is very good, it makes my heart move. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were speechless at their sweetheart's attitude. Chapter 1325. What the hell, are you kidding me? My 9 recollection fragrance can't even compare to a cup of seawater? Luo Muzi roared in his heart, but maintained his elegance on the surface. Damn it. This Wu Yihai is so cunning. We are offering tea but he is offering seawater? His skin is really thick. But Fairy Si Lu actually approves of him. This is too infuriating, too infuriating. Luan Fei's fists under the table were clenched so tightly his veins were bulging. Fairy Tianlu quickly mediated. The moon is high in the sky, the tea has already been drunk, but there is no poem, it is not beautiful. Fang Yuan pretended to be puzzled. Are we really going to recite a poem? He was completely unprepared, as if he was hearing it for the first time. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei's eyes immediately brightened. This was another chance. Another great chance to strike down their rival in love. Last time I was fooled by you and got away with it. This time I will definitely knock your limelight down, and then ruthlessly step on it a few times. Luo Muzi's mind was filled with this thought, but on the surface he was smiling and elegant. Luan Fei was the same, having similar thoughts. But they did not know who Fang Yuan was? Competing in poems? Heavens! This was worse than showing off in front of an expert. Fang Yuan came from Earth, he had a lot of ancient poems, there was no lack of excellent works that were recorded in history, and there were even great works that shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. He could casually toss out a copy and the two of them would have no face left. We are indeed going to recite a poem, there is a reason behind it. Xiao Si Lu replied to Fang Yuan. Oh, I would like to hear the details. Fang Yuan followed up. This is a story that has been passed down in southern border, and is also the origin of the Moon Festival. Xiao Si Lu started to speak. A long time ago in a certain village in southern border, a mortal lad fell in love with a Gu master's daughter, and this Gu master's daughter similarly fell in love with this mortal lad. The lad mustered his courage to propose, but was rejected by the Gu master. You are only a mortal, while my daughter is a Gu master with a bright future, how can you be worthy of my daughter? Get lost. The young man begged, but the old Gu master sneered. You want my daughter to marry you, you are dreaming. A mere mortal like you can't even brew a cup of tea? What use do you have? The young man replied, isn't it just a cup of tea? What's so difficult about it? If I do it, will you marry your daughter to me? The old Gu master felt a headache. He knew that his daughter loved the young man in front of him very much. If he forcefully separated them, his daughter would hate him as her father. The old Gu master said, if you can make a cup of tea that satisfies me, I will give you a chance. The young man was overjoyed and quickly agreed, sir, I can definitely do it. The Gu master daughter heard this and was very worried. My family has been famous for tea for generations, But you want to make a tea that satisfies my father? You are only a mortal without the abilities of a Gu master. How can you make a good cup of tea? The young man said, Don't worry. Who said mortals couldn't make tea? Let me tell you 3 things. First, big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. Thus, the young man came to the stream and caught a big fish. He cut open the fish's stomach and took out the small fish. He then cut open the small fish's stomach and took out the small shrimps. Second, humans need to eat and also shit. Thus, the young man ate the small shrimps and took out a pile of feces. Third, feces can make flowers and plants flourish. Thus, the young man buried the feces in the soil and sure enough, the flowers and plants flourished and grew taller. The young man picked out a type of flower and soaked it in the stream, turning the entire stream into tea. The old Gu master drank a mouthful of this tea and was speechless for a long time. His daughter called out, Father, you aren't going back on your word, are you? The old Gu master reluctantly nodded. Young man, you passed the first round. But you are a mortal. It is impossible for you to marry my daughter. You are too crude and have no talent, you cannot recite poems. The young man scratched his head, troubled. Although I have never recited poems before, I can try. The old Gu master scoffed. With just you? The young man retorted, Why can't I? The old Gu master said, Young man, you are not just casually saying a few sentences and reciting poems. Us Gu masters recite poems that can change the color of heaven and earth and make people dance. Can you do it? The young man said in a muffled voice, How will I know if I don't try? All right, then try, don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you fail, get lost and never see my daughter again. The old Gu master said. The young man had no choice but to agree. He started to walk around wanting to recite poems. But he had never recited poems before, so he had no clue. At this time he saw the ants on the ground and the birds and the setting sun outside the window, and suddenly patted his head. He called out, Swallows fly low and snakes cross the path, ants move house and the rain arrives. Southern border had a lot of rain and it was currently spring. The young man had just finished speaking when rain started to fall from the sky. The old Gu master's expression changed. The young man continued, A drop of spring rain is a drop of oil, we will be worried if it rains a few more times. The rain outside the house got heavier, and the sky became gloomy, no longer as bright as before. The old Gu master's expression turned ugly. The young man scratched his head and cheeks. When the elm money turns yellow, I'm busy farming. When the willow hair falls off, I'm randomly sowing rice. At this point the young man was stuck. He only lacked the last sentence, but he couldn't say it no matter what. I'll give you one last bit of time. The old Gu master sneered. The young man's eyes immediately brightened, and he pointed at the old Gu master saying, Old master, you collected 10,000 buckets of grain, but we are still suffering from famine. The old Gu master immediately jumped in anger, standing up and knocking the teacup in his hand away. Then he pointed at the young man and shouted, You are just a mortal, you have such guts. But his daughter laughed and clapped, Great, this poem changed the color of heaven and earth and made you dance in joy. The old Gu master saw his daughter standing on her lover's side, and was furious, but he couldn't retort. Good, you passed the second round, there is still the last round. You want to marry my daughter? Where is the betrothal gift? Can you give me a satisfactory betrothal gift? The young man lowered his head dejectedly. He lived in a thatched hut, slept in straw sandals and only had a set of patched clothes. I am willing to use all my assets as the betrothal gift. The young man was very serious. Take it out for me to see, the old Gu master said. The young man led the old Gu master to his residence, that old and broken thatched hut. The young man said to the old Gu master, These are all my assets. With this broken hut full of holes? The old Gu master pointed, showing disdain. With this yellow straw mat that is about to break in half? The old Gu master threw the straw mat away. With these broken stones that were used as stools? The old Gu master fiercely kicked the stone, breaking it. The young man lowered his head. With every sentence the old Gu master said, the young man lowered his head even more. By the time the old Gu master finished his 3 sentences, the young man's head was almost touching his chest. But right at this time, from the rock that was kicked by the old Gu master, a Gu worm that looked like a moon flew out shakily, shining brightly and extremely beautiful. The old Gu master was stupefied. The young man was also stupefied. This stone was randomly picked up from the foot of the mountain. The old Gu master's daughter shouted happily, This Gu worm is definitely enough, it will be the betrothal gift. The old Gu master could not retort, He could not say anything. In the end he could only pinch his nose and marry his daughter to this mortal young man. Fang Yuan had heard of this story long ago, but it was indeed interesting. The whole story described a battle between a mortal and a Gu master, and it ended with the mortal's victory. The young man charged through 3 obstacles and finally won the beauty, a female Gu master. The old Gu master actually did not use any martial strength from start to finish. This was not logical, but it showed the mortal's yearning for a better life, and the pursuit of happiness. The young man's image was worth investigating and analyzing. Regardless of whether it was the 3 principles or the poem he recited, they were all easy to understand, very simple and even crude. But these were the summaries of the mortal's daily labor experience. Especially that poem, although the rhyme was not harmonious, it indirectly revealed the truth of the Gu master's exploitation of mortals. Old master collected 10,000 buckets of grain, but we are still suffering from famine. Gu masters were high above while mortals worked like cows and horses. So in the hearts of mortals, they had the desire to fight with Gu masters. But Gu masters were too strong. How could mortals defeat Gu masters? So in the story, in the final 3rd obstacle, the mortal young man's key to victory was actually a broken stone. A Gu worm appeared in the stone. This was rock dissection. Rock dissection was a popular activity in the southern border. More accurately speaking, among the 5 regions, southern border was number 1 in rock dissection, because there were many mountains in the southern border, and it had abundant natural resources. The mortal young man used rock dissection to defeat the old Gu master. Although this stone was picked up by him, he relied more on luck. This also showed the weakness and helplessness of mortals. From their point of view, Gu masters were too strong. They could not defeat Gu masters. If they could win, it would definitely be due to great luck. This folk tale had mortals as the main characters, and was very likely created by mortals. Because of this, it received strong resonance from mortals, and was widely spread in the relatively isolated southern border, not inferior to the legends of Rinzhu. But in the other 4 regions, its spread was limited and few people knew about it. Because of this story, the Moon Festival was gradually formed in the southern border. On this day, be it mortals, Gu masters, or even Gu immortals, they would come to admire the moon, taste tea, recite poems, and dissect rocks, to celebrate this festival together. Note: wow, this chapter took a long time to write and expended a lot of brain cells. I am in a good mood tonight. I am quite satisfied with this chapter because I have been working hard to create a different and complete world. What do you think? Chapter 1326. Good poem, good poem. Fairy Tianlu smiled tenderly, especially the last line, under the moonlight flowers dream of a beautiful woman, truly beautiful. I think it must be referring to me, hee hee. She purposely jested, and the atmosphere in the pavilion suddenly eased up. Luan Fei helplessly smiled bitterly and sat back down. Everyone, please don't laugh at me, it's just a little clumsy work, it's hard to enter the grand hall. Taoist Luan Fei is too humble. I also have a poem. Luo Muzi said. We are all ears. Xiao Si Lu smiled and looked at Luo Muzi expectantly. Luo Muzi was silent for a moment before he spoke. A place to ascend the mountain in search of immortality. Every step was dangerous. The floating dust is like a stream of light. Dark goo was hidden in the heart groove. The golden jade was like a dream. 10,000 years of regret and loneliness. 5 regions, 9 heavens technique. All in one breath. Once this 5-word poem was spoken, the atmosphere and concept made all of the Gu immortals present slightly moved. He savored it carefully. Ascending the mountain to seek immortals, it referred to Gu immortals' cultivation. Gu immortals cultivated and had to deal with calamities and tribulations. They needed to develop their immortal aperture. It was like climbing a mountain. Every step was filled with difficulties and obstacles. The floating dust was like a stream of light, which meant that the river of time flowed by. He was in the mortal world and there was floating dust on his body, and his body was like floating dust. Dark goo hides in the heart groove. This was referring to Gu immortals storing immortal goo and mortal goo in their immortal aperture. But the Gu immortals present all had a deep foundation in literature. They could tell that this sentence had a deeper meaning. Dark goo meant darkness, frustration, failure, compromise, disappointment, and all sorts of other emotions. Mortals all say that immortals are good, but they don't know that immortals suffer. Look at the lives of all living things in the world. Who can truly be free and unfettered? When Gu immortals cultivate, they are under huge pressure. It is unavoidable for them to have all sorts of negative emotions. Even immortal venerables and demon venerables are the same. The path of ascending the mountain to seek immortality is fraught with danger. The floating dust is like a stream of light, the dark goo is hidden in the heart groove. These two sentences were simple but had deep meaning. They resonated strongly with the Gu immortals. After that, gold and jade are like a dream, 10,000 years of regret and loneliness, referred to gold and jade, but they were nothingness. All kinds of wealth were like a dream. After a long time, love and hate had all dissipated. It revealed the transcendent state of mind of a poet who looked indifferently at the wind and clouds, untainted by the mortal world. The last sentence, the 5 regions and 9 heavens technique all in one breath, was very imposing. It swept away the gloominess of the previous words, and the atmosphere was majestic. There were also a few other layers of meaning. As long as a person lived in this world, they would only have one breath left. Once he breathed his last, he would die. Humans lived to fight for their honor. If a Gu immortal's cultivation could compare to heaven and earth, to become an outstanding talent in the 5 regions and 9 heavens, it was all because of their hard work. The whole poem was first restrained and then uplifted. It was a magnificent scene that made one's heart tremble. For a moment, the immortals in the pavilion were silent, silently savoring the poem. Xiao Silu thought to herself, "This is strange. Based on my understanding of Luo Muzi, how could he compose such poems with his temperament? Perhaps it was someone else's masterpiece that had been appropriated by him. He didn't say he did it himself." She looked at Luo Muzi. On the surface, Luo Muzi looked as stable as a pine tree. He sat upright and drank his tea quietly, but the smile on his face betrayed his inner feelings. Xiao Silu smiled to herself but did not expose him. She turned around and looked at Fang Yuan, who was beside her. Fang Yuan's expression was a little strange. "This is the 5 words Qiju poem? How can this be? Isn't demon immortal Qiju's grotto heaven supposed to appear after the 5 regions chaotic war, when dream realms appear everywhere? Strange, strange, strange." Demon immortal Qiju was a great expert of the olden antiquity era. He was a rank 8 Gu immortal with extremely strong battle strength. He had once fought with limitless demon venerable 3 times. He won 1, drew 1, and lost 1. Of course, in the first 2 battles, limitless demon venerable did not advance to rank 9. But in the last battle, limitless demon venerable surpassed demon immortal Qiju with rank 9 power. But both sides still fought for 9 days and 9 nights before the latter lost. Limitless demon venerable did not kill demon immortal Qiju, he let him go. Limitless demon venerable said this: "You are my greatest enemy, but without you, I would not have fought so hard. For me to have my current cultivation, you have also contributed to it." To be able to gain such recognition from a demon venerable, demon immortal Qiju's name would go down in history. After he died, he left behind a grotto heaven that had existed until now. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, the 5 regions chaotic war caused dream realms to appear, regional walls melted and the 5 regions became one. Such a huge change caused the heaven and earth chi to surge violently. Many blessed lands and grotto heavens that were hidden everywhere in the world were shaken to the point of showing themselves. They could be seen by everyone. Demon immortal Qiju's Qiju grotto heaven was revealed to the world under such circumstances. Undeniably, its appearance caused a huge commotion in the 5 regions. That shouldn't be the case. Logically speaking, this 5 words Qiju poem should be carved on the Qi Death obelisk in Qiju grotto heaven. How did this Luo Muzi know about it in advance? Don't tell me he has already entered Qiju grotto heaven? At once, Fang Yuan's mind was in a mess. Qiju grotto heaven contained a demonic immortal's true inheritance. What level was this demonic immortal at? He was clearly on the same level as sword immortal Bo Qin. Even Heifan was weaker than him. If I can obtain this true inheritance, kill this Luo Muzi and obtain Qiju's true inheritance? Thick killing intent rose in Fang Yuan's mind again. Luo Muzi did not know Fang Yuan's thoughts. He looked at Fang Yuan with a provocative gaze. "I wonder what works friend Wu Yihai has. We are all looking forward to it." "That is a must." Luan Fei immediately spoke. "Lord Wu Yihai has an extraordinary background. He has rich experiences. Eastern Sea is even richer in resources. I cannot compare to Wu Yihai's knowledge." These two praised Fang Yuan highly. Their words were beautiful, but their thoughts were filled with malicious intent. Xiao Silu was well aware of this. She did not defend Fang Yuan at this moment. She stared at Fang Yuan without blinking, encouraging him. "I also want to hear your poem, Yihai. I believe it will be extraordinary." That's right, that's right." Fairy Tianlu quickly followed. At once, Fang Yuan was mocked. He rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. You all think too highly of me. I don't have any poems. I don't even know how to compose them. Wu Yihai is too humble. Too humble. Luo Muzi laughed loudly. Fang Yuan shrugged. I am speaking the truth. The truth is, I did not know there was a need to compose poems while admiring the moon. Even so, Lord Wu Yihai, why don't you compose a poem now? I am sure it will be a profound one. It doesn't matter if it takes a long time, we are all willing to wait. Luan Fei said, not giving Fang Yuan any chance to back down. Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh. He naturally had many poems in his mind. Many of the poems on earth had been passed down for thousands of years. Those famous sayings could be casually copied to fit the scene. It was enough to resolve the difficulties of these Gu immortals. But so what? Fang Yuan's gaze swept through the surroundings. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were in love with Qiao Si Lu. They naturally disliked Fang Yuan. They had a tacit understanding and worked together to push him away. What was there to compete with these ordinary people? Fairy Tianlu was Qiao Si Lu's best friend. She was a good helper. She did her best to help Qiao Si Lu. As for her Dao companion, he did not speak much. He was silent most of the time, quietly drinking tea at the side. This was his wisdom. As for Qiao Si Lu, this fairy had both beauty and family background. She was known as one of the 3 great fairies of southern border. She naturally had her own pride. Although Qiao clan had ordered her to get close to Fang Yuan, she had her own methods. She had put in a lot of effort in hosting this moon-admiring gathering today. Not only did she consider details like seating, she even brought her best friend to help, and even more ingeniously she invited Luan Fei and Luo Muzi to participate. When 2 men competed against each other, even a sow would feel good. Only when one of them won and the other was completely eliminated, the victorious man would look at the sow and realize, oh, so this is a sow. These words were a bit exaggerated, but the logic was the same. When a competitor appeared, it would make the girl being pursued seem more precious, more worthy to be cherished. Qiao Si Lu was well aware of this. With such a setup, she wanted to draw out Fang Yuan's thoughts, turning from passive to active. As long as Fang Yuan took the initiative to pursue, Qiao Si Lu would be able to deal with him and draw out Fang Yuan. If it was the real Wu Yihai, he might have already fallen into this beautiful fairy's trap. Unfortunately, she was facing Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had not been moved, because he knew the relationship between Wu clan and Qiao clan, and the schemes of Qiao clan's higher-ups. Occupying this point, Fang Yuan was in a commanding position, stable as a mountain. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were just 2 clowns. When Fang Yuan sized up the Gu immortals in the pavilion, the Gu immortals' gazes were also focused on him. The pavilion was silent. This silence was undoubtedly a form of pressure. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei want to deal with me and make things difficult for me. Qiao Si Lu also wants to force me to accept the challenge. Maybe she also feels some anger and humiliation. After all, the seawater tea from before was a form of disrespect towards such a beauty. As for Fairy Tianlu, she is completely on Qiao Si Lu's side. There is nothing to worry about. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved. He laughed inwardly and said, then I will play a song. Don't laugh at me. I am all ears to listen to friend's masterpiece. We are all looking forward to it. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were full of smiles. But at the next moment the immortals heard Fang Yuan recite, O great sea, you are full of water. O steed, you have 4 legs. O beauty, you have big eyes and a mouth. The poem ended. The whole place was silent. The other Gu immortals' expressions froze. Even Qiao Si Lu and Fairy Tianlu were no exception. This, what the hell? Is this a poem? This is simply nonsense. Boorish man, this Wu Yihai is a complete boorish man. What is this? Admiring the moon and reciting poems, such an elegant scene, the atmosphere has been completely destroyed. The Gu immortals' thoughts seemed to be connected, they were all roaring in their minds. Fang Yuan smiled and looked at Qiao Si Lu. I wonder if Fairy Qiao is satisfied? Satisfied my ass. You still have the nerve to ask such a question? Your skin is really thick. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei roared in their hearts, but due to their demeanor they did not show it on the surface. The pavilion was still silent. Ha ha ha. Qiao Si Lu laughed, it sounded very forced. This poem is really special, to speak the truth. I have never heard such a poem. As expected of Yihai's creation, Now that I think about it carefully, it has a special sense of humor, I can't stop thinking about it. Luo Muzi, Luan Fei. Chapter 1327. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were speechless. They really wanted to criticize Fang Yuan, but Qiao Silu gave such an evaluation. If they criticized him again, wouldn't that make Qiao Silu look bad? Luo Muzi and Luan Fei felt like they had swallowed a fly. It was very uncomfortable, but they had no way to vent. Fang Yuan looked around and laughed in his heart. Qiao Silu forced a smile. Fairy Tianlu looked at Qiao Silu with concern. Her gaze seemed to be filled with sympathy. How could Fairy Tianlu not know Qiao Silu's plan as her best friend? But Fang Yuan didn't fall for it, making her gnash her teeth in hatred, but there was nothing she could do. As for Luo Muzi and Luan Fei, their expressions were stiff. It was simply laughable. Fang Yuan looked at the two. How is it? My poem is not bad, right? Not bad. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei's eyes widened as they looked at Fang Yuan, as if wanting to see how shameless this person was. But immediately after, the two heard Fang Yuan say, although it was just a flash of inspiration for things like essays and poems, they seem to be created like this. Si Lu really approves of my poem, but I still want to hear your appreciation of it. Appreciation? Can this thing of yours even be called a poem? What appreciation? Si Lu, why are you calling her so intimately? You bastard, hey. Who told you to call her so intimately? Luo Muzi and Luan Fei screamed and roared in their hearts. But on the surface they couldn't do anything. They had to evaluate and say good things, following Qiao Silu's words. Only then would they not embarrass Fairy Silu. This was even more uncomfortable than eating a fly. They were clearly rivals in love, and it was a lousy poem that couldn't even be considered a poem. But Luo Muzi and Luan Fei still had to think of ways to appreciate it and say good things about it. This poem, is easy to understand and catchy. Luo Muzi stuttered. His expression became uglier and uglier. He felt like he was about to vomit. Fang Yuan smiled and nodded, then asked Luan Fei, what do you think, immortal Luan Fei? Luan Fei stared straight at Fang Yuan, the corners of his mouth curling up into a smile, but it seemed to be twitching. Then he said dryly, this is a good poem. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. How could he let this person go so easily? He continued to ask, what's good about it? Luan Fei was enraged, his face flushed red with anger as he roared in his heart. How would I know what's good about it? Which part of it was good? You wrote your own poem, yet you still want to praise yourself. You bastard. Seeing Fang Yuan's smiling face, a strong impulse rose in Luan Fei's heart. He picked up the cup in his hand and smashed it fiercely on Fang Yuan's face. This was the best way to vent one's anger. But he couldn't. Qiao Silu was sitting right in front of him. If Luan Fei were to do this, what would happen to Fairy Silu? Wasn't this directly humiliating the fairy? Moreover, Luan Fei was not Luo Muzi, he was a lone immortal. In contrast, Wu Yihai had a noble status, he was the younger brother of Wu clan's Wu Yong. Luan Fei could only suppress the anger in his heart. He racked his brains and tried to think of some words to appreciate Fang Yuan's poem. Today's moon viewing is really a joyous occasion. I didn't think I had the talent to compose poems. Fang Yuan smiled at Qiao Silu with a profound gaze. Qiao Silu's heart shook slightly, then she smiled. Next is to open the stones, Yihai, you might have a great harvest. Yes. I'm also looking forward to this segment the most. Let's open the stones. Fairy Tianlu quickly helped to change the topic. I have prepared a large portion of stones for everyone to choose from. Everyone please. Qiao Silu naturally came prepared. She had Qiao clan behind her. With this super force, it was naturally not a difficult matter to collect some stones. The atmosphere in the pavilion eased up by a lot. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei also let out a sigh of relief. At least they did not have to praise Fang Yuan's lousy poem against their will. The stones Qiao Silu prepared were of different sizes. Gu immortals chose them in order and opened them on the spot to see if there were gu worms inside. Mortal gu were very easy to obtain for gu immortals. Thus, the atmosphere was relaxed, unlike gu masters who treated rock opening seriously. Of course, this was only mortal gu. If immortal gu were involved, then rock opening would also attract the attention of gu immortals. Gu immortals had many methods to check if there were mortal gu inside the stones. But in today's round, everyone naturally would not use any methods to cheat, they would only rely on their own insight and luck. As for the stones with immortal gu inside, they could only be found by chance. Gu immortals had very few investigative methods and were helpless. Wanting to open an immortal gu in tonight's rock was a fantasy. It was unrealistic. Nobody had such extravagant hopes, it was really just entertainment. But this entertainment, to Luo Muzi and Luan Fei, had a different meaning than usual. They were secretly competing with Fang Yuan, but the result almost made them vomit blood. Fang Yuan's rock opening result was at the top of the list, maintaining it from the start until the end. Rock opening was a test of a Gu master's insight. Fang Yuan was not lacking in this aspect. He had even opened a rock gambling shop in his previous life. As for luck, could Fang Yuan's luck be bad? Not to mention sharing his luck with other people with strong luck, he even had luck immortal Gu to help him. But although Fang Yuan won, the process was rather thrilling. Although he maintained his advantage, it was not obvious at times. The one who gave him a strong impact was Luo Muzi. This person was not a lone immortal, but came from one of the super forces of southern border, Luo clan. His insight was very sharp and most importantly, his luck was also good. The result was only slightly inferior to Fang Yuan. It seems his luck is really good. Otherwise he would not know about the 5 words Qiju poem, right? Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. It was not difficult for him to move Luan Fei, but he had some misgivings about Luo Muzi because of Luo clan behind him. Of course, no matter how he killed him, Wu Yihai's identity could not be implicated. By the time the moon appreciation banquet ended, it was already late at night. Everyone said their goodbyes and the scene was lively and cheerful. I'll send you off. Xiao Si Lu took the initiative to send Fang Yuan off. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei's eyes turned red. Let's go. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were originally competitors and did not like each other, but after this matter, they instead reached a tacit understanding. The 4 Gu immortals left the pavilion one after another, leaving behind Fairy Tianlu and her immortal companion. Sigh. Fairy Tianlu sighed, this moon appreciation banquet is really tiring. It can't be helped. Her immortal companion also sighed, his gaze clear. The two held hands and looked at each other, smiling as they stepped on the clouds and left. This Wu Yihai is a complete boorish fellow. What did he make? That thing can also be called a poem? Luo Muzi was flustered and exasperated. But Fairy Si Lu actually treats him favorably. Luan Fei gritted his teeth. What favorably? His greatest value is his identity. Luo Muzi's tone was somewhat sour. Luan Fei's expression was malevolent. I can't swallow this. No, I can't let Wu Yihai live so carefreely like this. Along the way, Luo Muzi and Luan Fei conversed intensely. Do you have any good ideas? Although Wu clan is facing difficulties from all sides, Wu Yong might not be aggressive enough, but he still has the ability to defend himself. If you want to make a move against Wu Yihai, you have to consider Wu clan. Be it public or private, Wu Yong will stand behind Wu Yihai. You have to control the scale of this. Luo Muzi reminded. He was a righteous path Gu immortal, he understood the difficulty of this. If the scale was too low, it would be hard to harm Wu Yihai. But if the scale was too high, it would cause Wu clan to retaliate. Who could bear that? Luan Fei inwardly curled his lips, thinking. Righteous path Gu immortals are troublesome, they have to worry about this and that. In contrast, demonic path Gu immortals act straightforwardly. But Luan Fei was not a demonic path Gu immortal. He was a lone cultivator, he was more inclined towards the righteous path. Luan Fei chuckled, a sinister light flashing in his eyes. We don't need to act personally. Fairy Si Lu has many pursuers, how can there be only the 2 of us? When we told that person, he was very angry because Fairy Si Lu did not invite him this time. You are talking about that person from Ba clan? Luo Muzi's expression became somewhat complex. This Gu immortal from Qi clan was Xiao Si Lu's greatest pursuer. Before tonight, Luo Muzi was extremely disgusted with him. But now he wanted to borrow his strength to teach Wu Yihai a lesson. Although Wu Yihai defeated Xia Fei Kuai, it was only because he knew his enemy well. If his battle strength was strong, why would he need to negotiate with that mountain-moving old monster? Wouldn't it be better if he directly took back Mount Snail? That person from Qi clan's battle strength definitely surpasses Wu Yihai. Moreover, he can't bear to see others having any designs on Fairy Si Lu. Luan Fei continued. Luo Muzi's gaze became resolute. All right, let's inform Qi Shang about today's matters. Xiao Si Lu sent Fang Yuan off for over 10 li before she reluctantly parted with Fang Yuan. But she did not directly return to Qiao clan's headquarters, instead returning to the pavilion. In the pavilion, there was already a Gu immortal sitting on a stone bench, quietly tasting bewitchment tea. This person was Qiao clan's first supreme elder. He was the crucial person who had helped Fang Yuan return to Wu clan. Qiao clan's first supreme elder slowly put down his cup. Although Wu Yihai grew up in Eastern Sea, he is Wu Duxiu's son after all. What do you think? Xiao Silu's gaze dimmed slightly as she said softly, yes. Fang Yuan deliberately made things difficult for Luo Muzi and Luan Fei, forcing them to praise his poem, but his intention was actually to suppress Xiao Silu from afar. Xiao Silu was well aware that this was a confrontation of the righteous path. They were chatting and laughing on the surface, but undercurrents were surging underneath. Qiao clan's first supreme elder sighed, all along, although our Qiao clan has been attached to Wu clan, we have never come into contact with the core. Wu Yihai is an opportunity for the whole of Qiao clan, do you understand? Chapter 1328. The Moon Festival passed, but Fang Yuan was still roaming around outside. He took the initiative to get close to Xiao Silu, although the latter was angry at his disrespect during the Moon Festival. Due to the clan's orders, she could not reject Fang Yuan. Gradually rumors started to spread. Wu clan's Wu Yihai and Qiao clan's Xiao Silu were very close. They often went sightseeing. Be it Wu Yang's brother Wu Yihai or Xiao Silu, one of the three great fairies of Southern Border, they were undeniably famous people in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. Their behavior soon formed some rumors and slanders. Xiao Silu's pursuers were indignant, but they had to admit that Wu Yihai was a very strong competitor. Ignoring everything else, just looking at the relationship between Wu clan and Xiao clan, Wu Yihai had a huge advantage. This made Fang Yuan feel somewhat helpless. He did not want to be famous. Wu Yihai's identity should be as low profile as possible. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. This time, with the help of Xiao Silu, Fang Yuan once again became famous in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. This situation soon affected Fang Yuan. The number of times he was deduced by others was decreasing earlier, but now it was increasing again and very frequently. Just relying on Dark Limit Immortal Gu was very difficult to deal with this situation. Fang Yuan often placed his aperture and hid in Sovereign Blessed Land. The Immortal Aperture was a world of its own, isolated from the outside world. As long as Fang Yuan did not leak any crucial clues and was grasped by others, deductions would be very difficult. Unless one had a clue like, connect luck, it would be very difficult to deduce his exact location or other information. Thankfully, Fang Yuan himself had to place his aperture and absorb heaven and earth chi from time to time. With the addition of Reverse Flow River, the expenditure of heaven and earth chi was huge. Other than placing his aperture, Fang Yuan dealt with Xiao Silu while using Wu clan's channels to obtain information about Luo Muzi and Luan Fei. Now was not the time to make a move. Know yourself and know your enemy and you will never be defeated. Gu immortals had countless methods. They were extremely mysterious. Sometimes, a little carelessness could lead to unexpected failure. For example, Fang Yuan could resist the attack of a rank 8 Gu immortal using Reverse Flow River. Before the Battle of the Great Snow Mountain, who could have imagined such an outcome? Fang Yuan had a cautious temperament. Even if he wanted to harm Luo Muzi and Luan Fei's lives, he still had to fully understand their information before starting to formulate a targeted plan. Once there was a good opportunity, he would suddenly attack and kill in one strike. This way the risk would be minimal and it would be most in line with his interests. Even a lion would use its full strength to capture a rabbit, not to mention that Luan Fei and Luo Muzi were able to enter Xiao Silu's eyes. Their own strengths were not bad. Another half a month passed. On this day Wu Yong summoned Fang Yuan. Little brother, I have a few missions here. You can choose one of them. Wu Yong went straight to the point. Elder brother, please speak. It is my duty to contribute to the family. Fang Yuan calmly replied. An information path mortal Gu flew out of Wu Yong's sleeve. Fang Yuan took a look and saw that this Gu had 3 contents. The first item was related to Xianming Mountain. Recently, someone had discovered that there seemed to be the aura of a wild immortal Gu in the depths of Xianming Mountain. This news had already attracted many lone cultivator Gu immortals. More importantly, a super force Yang clan had also sent their men. If the situation was true, obtaining an immortal Gu was a joyous matter that could increase the foundation of any super force. Wu clan naturally did not want to miss this opportunity. Right now, Wu clan's situation was neither good nor bad. Under Wu Yong's leadership, they had already stabilized their footing. More importantly, Xianming Mountain was near Wu clan's territory. Although it was not Wu clan's territory, it was bordering Wu clan. If Wu clan did not send Gu immortals this time, other superforces might feel that Wu clan was weak. Thus, in this mission Wu Yong had specially instructed. Even if they could not seize the wild immortal Gu, they had to destroy it and not leave it to Yang clan. The second matter was that Red Dragon River's water level had been rising sharply recently. If it was not controlled, there was a high possibility of a flood disaster. Once the flood spread, it would pose a huge threat to all living beings along the way. It would cause a decrease in resources and even change the surrounding environment. The super forces along Red Dragon River paid great attention to it. Qiao clan and Wu clan's territories also bordered Red Dragon River. Thus, they had to send Gu immortals to monitor and try to control it to prevent a huge flood disaster. The third matter was Yi clan's second Supreme Elder's 1200th birthday. They were holding a birthday banquet. Wu clan needed to send a Gu immortal to represent Wu clan to attend the banquet and deliver Wu clan's gift. Yi clan had immense strength. This clan's headquarters was Ling Yi Mountain. This mountain was located in the northeast of southern border. It was closest to Eastern Sea. As a matter of fact, the Yi family and East Ocean were closely connected. As for Wu clan, it was located in the southwest region of southern border. Although it was not at the southwest corner, it was the southernmost of all the super forces. Yi clan and Wu clan had such a relationship, it ensured that the two clans maintained a good relationship. Befriending the distant and attacking the nearby, this was one of the most basic principles of the political diplomacy of super forces. Even when many clans made things difficult for Wu clan, Yi clan had never participated. To maintain this relationship, Wu clan had to send a Gu immortal to attend Yi clan's Supreme Elder's birthday banquet. How is it, have you made up your mind? After a while Wu Yong asked. Fang Yuan nodded. I have thought about it, I will choose the second matter. My battle strength is not high. If I choose Xianming Mountain, I might have to fight with Yang clan's Gu immortals. Yang clan specializes in soul path. I am not proficient in dealing with this path. Then why not choose the third matter? Wu Yong smiled. Actually, your identity is most suitable for this task, because you are Wu Yong's younger brother. You will definitely receive a warm welcome at Yi clan. Fang Yuan shook his head, smiling bitterly. Brother, please spare me. Even though it is a birthday banquet, there will definitely be representatives of other super forces. With Wu clan's current situation, if I attend the banquet, I will definitely be troubled by the Gu immortals of other forces. By then, I will be outnumbered. It is fine if I am embarrassed, but the problem is that I will lose the clan's face. That would be a huge crime. Wu Yong laughed heartily. Brother, you have thought of this, it is your fault. Let's do this then. If brother has nothing else, I will take my leave. Go, go. Wu Yong waved his hand. Fang Yuan turned around. When he was about to walk out of the hall, Wu Yong asked, Oh, right, when are you leaving? Fang Yuan turned around and stood near the door. If Red Dragon River floods, countless lives will be lost. This is a huge matter, I cannot be careless. I will go back and pack up, I will set off later. Good, I am relieved that you know this. I will leave this matter to you, you will definitely handle it well. Wu Yong seemed to trust Fang Yuan a lot. I will do my best. Fang Yuan promised solemnly before turning around and leaving. But he did not see that after he left, the smile and trust on Wu Yong's face disappeared. What replaced it was a gloomy look on his face. The matter is about to succeed. Fang Yuan was overjoyed internally, but he did not show it on the surface. Just like what he said to Wu Yong, after packing his things, he would leave for the north. He flew rapidly, but just as he flew past Yellow Dragon River, Gu Immortal Wu Fa called out, Lord Wu Yi Hai, wait, I have a new task from First Supreme Elder. Fang Yuan laughed internally. He came after all. On the surface, he had a surprised expression. He stopped in the air and asked Wu Fa, who was flying over, Elder Wu Fa, why did you call me? Sigh. Wu Fa sighed deeply, his old face was full of worry. When it rains, it pours. Something happened to the Super Gu formation. Ba clan and my clan are in trouble. Elder Wu Bei, who is guarding there, is already injured. He cannot continue to control the situation. Lord, didn't you want to transfer him back? The chance is here. Because of this, the First Supreme Elder has decided to swap you with Elder Wu Bei, so that Elder Wu Bei can come back to recuperate from his injuries. Lord Wu Yi Hai, you will be guarding the Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan frowned deeply, he was caught off guard. How can this be? He said as he subconsciously looked towards the northwest, saying hesitantly, but Red Dragon River's problem is also very serious, it needs to be resolved urgently. First Supreme Elder has already made arrangements for this matter, Lord Wu Yi Hai does not need to worry about it. My lord, you'd better hurry up and leave. You're needed there urgently. This is a letter Gu from Lord Wu Yong, you can go to Yitian Mountain directly, there is no need to return to Wu clan. Wu Fa said as he stuffed an information path Mortal Gu into Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan received the letter Gu and checked it with his consciousness. The content of this letter Gu was naturally in Wu Yang's tone. He said how serious the situation in the giant dream realm was and Fang Yuan needed to leave immediately. He could not waste any time. Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh. In that case I can only go. Go quickly, Lord Wu Yihai. Elder Wu Fa had an anxious expression. Fang Yuan shook his head, looking towards the northwest before changing his direction and flying towards the northeast. Elder Wu Fa sent Fang Yuan off with his gaze until he disappeared into the horizon. Elder Wu Fa sneered, also looking towards the northwest. Although they knew there was a mountain in the northwest, Great Peng Mountain, it was Chao clan's headquarters. Elder Wu Fa returned to Wu clan's Wu Yi Mountain and reported to Wu Yong. First Supreme Elder, the matter has been settled. Lord Wu Yihai has already gone to the Super Gu formation. Wu Yong was in the study room. He stood up and waved his ink, writing on a piece of white paper. Hearing Wu Fa's words, he nodded slightly. What a great deal. On the white paper there were 5 words. Can be borrowed, unreliable. A long time ago when I was still a youngster. Mother asked me what I thought about the Chao family, and I replied with those 5 words. I remember it very clearly and Mother smiled on the spot. At this point Wu Yong sighed. It's a pity that my brother doesn't quite understand this. Chapter 1329. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Talk, net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Southern border Etian Mountain ruins inside the Super Gu formation. Wu and Wu Liao greets Wu Yihai. Inside the Super Gu formation, Wu clan's Gu immortals Wu Liao and Wu and respectfully greeted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. Sit down, tell me what is going on. Elder Wu Bei was actually so heavily injured. Wu Liao and Wu En looked at each other. Wu Liao kept quiet as Wu En, who was good with words, reported, Lord, it is like this. As it turned out, Ba clan had been itching to make a move against Wu clan. After Wu clan faced many difficulties, Ba clan's Gu immortal leader, Old Treeman Bada, felt that the time was right and attacked Wu clan. Bada had already planned for a long time. It was fine if he did not make a move, but once he made a move, Wu clan was in a passive position. Wu clan naturally could not sit still and wait for death. Wu Bei made a move, but was tricked by Bada and had no choice but to spar with Bada. The result was naturally Ba clan's victory and Wu clan's defeat. But we did not expect Lord Wu Bei's injuries to be so severe. During the spar, the victor was decided. Even though Lord Wu Bei lost, he still had an intimidating demeanor. That's right, even though he lost to Bada, Lord Wu Bei still had a secret discussion with Chao clan and other clans' Gu immortals. We all thought his injuries were not serious. After Wu En finished, Wu Liao added a few more sentences. Fang Yuan laughed inwardly, but on the surface he said with concern, I understand the situation. Since Wu Bei is gone, I will take his place. Everything will be as before. If the enemy does not make a move, I will not make a move. Yes, Lord. Wu Liao and Wu En immediately responded. They were not surprised by this order. From an outsider's perspective, how could Wu Yihai's battle strength compare to Bada? Even though Wu Yihai had been in the limelight recently, his victory over Xiao Fei Kuai was only a spar, and the rules were set by him. Even though he settled the dispute on Mount Snail, he did not use force during the whole process, but negotiated with mountain-moving old monster. Finally, the scandal with Chao Si Lu was even more lustful. It would not make people respect him. If there's nothing else, you can all leave. I rushed all the way here, so I'm a little tired. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Wu Liao immediately took his leave, but Wu En hesitated and whispered, Sir, there is something I need to report. Then tell me. Fang Yuan already knew what Wu En wanted to report. As expected, Wu En's following words were not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. It was about the Wu clan leading the other clans to make use of the Dreamland to do business with the loose immortals. Right now, the situation is very tense, and the other families are also uneasy. Should we temporarily stop this business? Wu En asked worriedly. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment and said, Don't worry. I've already said that everything will go on as usual. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Yes, my lord. A look of joy flashed across Wu En's face as he bowed and retreated. As long as this Dreamland business continued, Wu En would be able to profit from it. How could he not be happy? Even if things went bad and the business was exposed by the Ba clan, Wu En's responsibility would still be very small. This was because his immediate superior, Fang Yuan, had once said that the business would go on as usual. Fang Yuan naturally knew Wu En's thoughts like the back of his hand. He sneered in his heart, this Wu and is short-sighted. It was true that the Wu clan's situation was not very good, but they were still the #1 clan in southern border. Bada was indeed smart. Although he had made a move, he did not make a move on this dreamland business. This was very appropriate because this profit was not solely enjoyed by the Wu clan, but by the other clans. If he made a move on this aspect, it would instead incite the other clans to unite against a common enemy and ally with the Wu clan. The reason why he did not make a move on this was because he had a clear understanding of the entire southern border's situation. Although this was a big deal, if he made a move now, the effect would not be good. If there came a day when the Wu clan's reputation really fell, then when he made a move, it would definitely be like a wall being pushed by everyone. Bada was very clear on this point, and so was Fang Yuan. The world was like a game of chess. A good chess player would always plan before making a move. They would know when to use which chess moves and which chess pieces would be the most effective. Love goes small say net. True, therefore the dreamscape business only needed to continue. The real deciding factor of whether Bada would take action or not was not the business itself, but the Wu clan. Things in the world were often mysterious like this. For many things the deciding factor was not the matter itself, but something outside of the matter. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan subconsciously looked towards Wu clan. Wu Yong, even though he was a rank 8 Gu immortal, he still fell for Fang Yuan's scheme. Because this was not a competition of cultivation level or battle strength, it was a competition of experience and methods. The reason why Fang Yuan got close to Qiao Silu was naturally not because of Qiao Silu herself, but because of something else. That was to return to the giant dream realm. Wu Yong could tolerate Wu Yihai's greed, but he was wary of Wu Yihai fighting for power with him. This was natural. The seed had been planted long before Wu Duxiu passed away. Before Wu Duxiu died, she had left behind her last words. She wanted to give her immortal Gu to Wu Yihai. Wu Yihai's bloodline was already recognized. Once he grasped a portion of power, he would definitely be a huge threat to Wu Yong's governance. Just like how when Wu Duxiu was in power she was wary of Qiao clan and guarded against them, within Wu clan Wu Yong had to be wary of two people. One was Qiao clan, the other was Wu Yihai. Right now these two were very close to each other, as if they were going to work together. How could Wu Yong not be wary? Earlier when Wu Yihai joined Wu clan, Qiao clan sent out a spy. It was actually Wu clan's third supreme elder. Many people who understood the situation were already breaking out in cold sweat. How could Wu Yong not be wary? Right now Wu Yihai and Qiao clan seemed to be working together. How could Wu Yong not make a move? Wu Yong was also very powerful. He did not directly ask Fang Yuan if he wanted to return to the giant dream realm. He gave Fang Yuan 3 choices: Xianming Mountain, Red Dragon River, and Yi Clan's birthday banquet. Behind these 3 choices, there was naturally a deeper meaning. The first task, Xianming Mountain, was definitely the most intense one. It involved wild immortal Gu. There would definitely be conflicts. If Fang Yuan chose this, he would be loyal to Wu clan. He would not be afraid of danger. Wu Yong would have great use for him in the future. The third task, Yi Clan's birthday banquet, was a test. Yi Clan had a close relationship with Eastern Sea. If Fang Yuan chose this, it meant that he still had some attachment towards Eastern Sea. The second task, preventing Red Dragon River's flood, was a trap. Wu clan and Qiao clan both had territories that bordered Red Dragon River. If Wu clan wanted to prevent a flood, Qiao clan would do the same. This way they would have a chance to cooperate with Qiao clan's Gu immortals. When Fang Yuan chose this task, Wu Yong's heart turned cold. Even though he was joking back then, he had already made up his mind to send Wu Yihai away as soon as possible. He could not give him any more time to interact with Qiao clan. Qiao Silu was one of the 3 great fairies of southern border. She was shockingly beautiful and could seduce people's souls. Even if Wu Yihai was not moved for now, what would happen after a long time? Even heroes had a weakness for beauties, not to mention a fairy like Qiao Silu. Furthermore, other than beauty there were also immense benefits. Once Wu Yihai and Qiao Silu got together, it would be very beneficial to him and Qiao clan. Wu Yihai could use Qiao clan's relatives to greatly increase his authority in Wu clan. And Qiao clan would finally break through history, breaking their previous limits. With a son-in-law like Wu Yihai, Qiao clan would truly be able to penetrate deep into the heart of the tree that was Wu clan. How could Wu Yong make such a mistake? And to cut off the connection between the two and forcefully break it up was not feasible. It might even backfire. Moreover, the righteous path had to follow the rules. They could not do as they pleased like the demonic path. After Wu Yong thought about it, he found it hard to deal with Wu Yihai. Even though he had evidence of Wu Yihai's corruption, Wu Yihai was still his younger brother. After thinking about it, Wu Yihai thought of the giant dream realm. He could use this dream realm to exile Wu Yihai for as long as possible, just like how Wu Yihai stayed in the Gu formation. Wasn't it peaceful? His previous success made Wu Yong make up his mind. After he made up his mind, he immediately put it into action. Even though he gave Fang Yuan 3 choices from start to finish, he did not give Fang Yuan the right to choose. He was only probing. The righteous path is like this. If you don't become the one at the top, you will not have freedom. But even if you become the one at the top, the entire organization will become your shackles instead. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Soon he sorted out his thoughts and focused on the current dream realm. He had returned to a familiar place. Here there were 2 immortal Gu that belonged to him. But the dream realm was still expanding, it was circulating endlessly. This dream realm is not bad, it is a dream realm formed from true memories and experiences, it is not an absurd imagination. Soon, Fang Yuan finished his inspection and entered a dream realm that was flickering with blue light. His vision changed. On a hill, a middle-aged Gu immortal had his back facing Fang Yuan. "My son, do you know what our 2 clans used to dominate this mountain range?" Fang Yuan inspected himself, he had turned into a child. "Father, I don't know." He thought about it before replying. Formation path. The middle-aged Gu immortal suddenly raised his voice, he had an intense pride in it. Formation path? Fang Yuan muttered. "That's right. It is formation path." The middle-aged Gu immortal turned around, revealing his old face and firm eyes. He had the aura of someone at the top. Looking at all the paths, formation path is the most complicated path. "My son, from today onwards, I will impart you the essence of formation path and guide your cultivation." The middle-aged Gu immortal had a fervent gaze. "Yes, father, I will learn well." Fang Yuan replied. The middle-aged Gu immortal shook his head. "Not just learn well, you have to succeed and become the best, surpass all your peers, even those young Gu masters. Because you are my Tu Shi Cheng's son, because you will be the future master of the stronghold." Chapter 1330. Tu Shi Cheng? I have never heard of it. Fang Yuan thought to himself. The boy Fang Yuan was acting as, since his father's surname was Tu, his surname was naturally Tu as well. Being able to leave behind a dream realm meant that he had some skill in formation path. But there was no formation path great expert with the surname Tu in the history of Gu masters. Fang Yuan tried to recall but did not find anything. Of course, his knowledge could not cover the entire history of Gu masters. Maybe this was the dream of a great expert who had concealed his identity in history. "Come sit beside me." The middle-aged Gu immortal Tu Shi Cheng sat on the ground and patted the soil beside him. Fang Yuan quickly walked to his side and sat down cross-legged. "My son, do you know how many Gu master paths there are in this world?" Tu Shi Cheng asked with a warm smile. Fang Yuan thought about it, there were many Gu master paths, but overall they were becoming more and more prosperous. For example, when Gu masters had just risen, space path and time path were the main paths, then wisdom path, chi path, strength path, rule path and others appeared one after another. Now there were fire path, water path, metal path, bone path, poison path and many more. 500 years later, dream path will rise again, innovation will not stop, there will be more and more Gu immortal paths. Fang Yuan thought as he answered, "According to what I know there are space path, time path, there are also chi path, wisdom path and others." Tu Shi Cheng nodded, "You are right but it is not detailed. Let me tell you, during the immemorial antiquity era, during Renzu's era, there were space path and time path. These 2 paths researched and elaborated on the profundities of space and time. During the remote antiquity era, primordial origin immortal venerable created chi path and enslavement path, star constellation immortal venerable created wisdom path and star path, while our formation path was also created during the end of the remote antiquity era. But the true founder cannot be verified. Refinement path and fire path were also created during this era. In the ancient era, limitless demon venerable created the rule Dao, reckless savage demon venerable created the transformation Dao, strength Dao, wind Dao, light Dao and dark Dao. During the medieval antiquity era, Genesis lotus immortal venerable created wood path, thieving heaven demon venerable created theft path, giant sun immortal created luck path, metal path, water path, ice and snow path, cloud path, earth path, lightning path, information path, and sound path all appeared one after another. This was an era of innovation. In the modern era, the Bone Dao has already been created, as well as the Void Dao and the Restriction Dao. Of course, these are the major paths of Gu Masters. We will not talk about small paths like Enchantment Path or Illusion Path for now. When Fang Yuan heard this, he immediately understood. So the era in the dream is the Near Ancient Era. Right now, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has not appeared yet, otherwise Tu Shiqing would have mentioned it. Tu Shiqing continued, "My son, after explaining so much, I want to tell you that the formation path that we cultivate is one of the more ancient sects in history. It could not compare to Space Path and Time Path, but it was created in the same era as Chi Path and Wisdom Path. In terms of seniority, it appeared even earlier than Transformation Path." Saying so, Tu Shiqing asked again, "Transformation Path uses one path to reflect 10,000 paths. My son, do you know the essence of Formation Path?" Although Fang Yuan's attainment in Formation Path were extremely ordinary, this question was very simple and common, he still knew about it. Thus he answered, "Formation Path uses one path to reflect 10,000 paths." Haha, good answer. Tu Shiqing was not stingy with his praise and continued to explain in detail, "When we set up a Gu formation in Formation Path, we might need to use Space Path or Time Path Gu worms, or we might also need to set up Metal Path, Wood Path, Fire Path or Water Path Gu worms. Precisely because of this, Formation Path can be said to be the most complicated path among all the paths. It is not easy to set up a Gu formation because we might need to use Gu worms of many other paths. Thus, to cultivate Formation Path, we need to have some understanding of other paths. Even if our understanding is not deep enough, we need to have a broad understanding of the Gu worms we are using." Fang Yuan listened and nodded continuously. This was one of the difficulties of Formation Path cultivation. Actually, every path had its strengths and weaknesses. For example, Enslavement Path, although it could be nurtured, it could fight against many enemies. However, it consumed a lot of resources. Formation Path cultivation and learning was a high threshold, because it involved Gu worms of other paths. Gu worms that belonged to Formation Path were only the foundation or framework of a Gu formation. The other parts needed to be filled by large numbers of other Gu worms. Precisely because of this, Formation Path cultivation was difficult to learn and hard to master. It was not easy to nurture a Formation Path expert. Firstly, there was a high requirement for resources, time and knowledge, and secondly, the Gu master's own talent and hard work were needed. Thus, in the Gu Immortal world, there were very few Gu Immortals who specialized in Formation Path. Of course, this rarity was relative, at least, there were many more Formation Path Gu Immortals than Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan did not dabble in Formation Path in the 500 years of his previous life. The threshold was high and it was hard to learn. "My son, since you have become a Gu master today, I will give you your first Gu worm." At this time, Tu Shiqing slowly opened his palm, revealing a small Gu worm in his palm. This Gu resembled a ladybug, its shell was smooth and round, small like a thumb, and it had a yellow luster, giving off a cute aura. "This is a Formation Heart Gu, come, refine it first," Tu Shiqing said. With Tu Shiqing's help, Fang Yuan directly refined this rank 1 Gu worm. Formation Heart Gu's shell opened. The thin cicada wings inside continuously flapped, flying up and down around its new master, Fang Yuan, happily. This Gu worm was not precious, it could even be said to be very ordinary. Because it was one of the most basic formation-setting Gu worms for Formation Path Gu masters, it was widely used in the 5 regions. "Alright, next let's play a game." Tu Shiqing smiled, taking out 4 Gu worms. "They are all rank 1 Gu, I will lend them to you temporarily. Come, use your Formation Heart Gu as the main Gu and choose any of the Gu worms here, combine them and see if you can form a Gu formation," Tu Shiqing said. Fang Yuan's brows slightly rose, looking at Tu Shiqing in astonishment. This was a joke. In the dream realm, this child had just become a Gu master, and he wanted him to construct a Gu formation on the same day? Although Fang Yuan had not truly cultivated Formation Path, he still had some superficial knowledge of Formation Path. For example, constructing a Gu formation, normally speaking, it would take at least 2 to 3 months to start. After all, when one first becomes a Gu master, it is strenuous to control a Gu worm, everything is foreign. The calculation of primeval essence, nurturing the aperture, feeding Gu worms and so on, these all require the Gu master to adapt and become familiar with them. Now, in the dream, this Tu Shiqing actually wanted his son, a child who had just become a Gu master, to construct a Gu formation? I have to say this kind of teaching method is really unique. Fortunately, this is a dream realm and I am in charge. If it were a normal child, how could they complete this task? Or could it be, Because it was not completed, the obsession was left behind, forming this dream realm? Fang Yuan guessed as he considered the 4 goo worms he had. He actually did not recognize all of these 4 goo worms. Based on his experience, he only recognized 3 of them and could not recognize the last one. It was a little awkward. But thinking about it, it was not strange. This dream era was the late antiquity era in history. Spectral soul demon Venerable had yet to appear in the world. Thus, the time and environment were quite different from the present. Moreover, there were countless unique and mystical goo worms, there were many newly created goo worms, and there were also many secret inheritance goo that people were not familiar with. How could Fang Yuan have some understanding of all the goo worms? Although he could not recognize all of them, Fang Yuan could still understand the paths of these 4 goo worms. They were Earth Path, Water Path, Wind Path, and Fire Path. Fang Yuan was not clear about the Earth Path goo worm. To construct a goo formation, I need to understand these goo worms first. The formation heart goo is not important, but what use does this Earth Path goo have? Fang Yuan was planning to use this goo to experiment and see its effect. But immediately, his actions were stopped by Tu Shicheng. Tu Shicheng said with a solemn expression, "Use your heart to sense, listen to your inner thoughts, and act according to your feelings. Do what you feel can be used to construct the goo formation. Remember, you only have one chance." Fang Yuan was dumbfounded. Chapter 1331. Although this Tu Shicheng and the boy Fang Yuan was acting as were father and son, this father was completely unreliable. What did it mean to rely on intuition? Innate talent could not be displayed like this. After all, if the goo formation's construction failed, the goo worms would be destroyed, and the goo master themselves would suffer backlash. If one could rely on intuition to construct a goo formation, there would not be so few formation path goo immortals in any of the 5 regions goo immortal worlds. Setting up a goo formation was a very meticulous matter. It was like deducing immortal goo recipes. Deducing and constructing a goo formation were the same, they needed a process and careful consideration, as well as continuous experimentation. But dream realms were like this. Fang Yuan calmed his thoughts and continued to ponder deeply. Facing this situation, it seemed like he really had to follow Tu Shicheng's instructions. What should he do? Fang Yuan thought about it and asked, "Do I need to use all of these 4 goo worms?" Of course not. But to set up a goo formation, you need to choose at least 2 of these 4 goo worms. Tu Shicheng replied, "I don't know about this Earth Path goo worm, I might as well give up on it." Fang Yuan continued to ponder. In this case, there were only 3 choices in front of him. Quickly, don't think too much, just rely on intuition. Fang Yuan thought for a long time. Tu Shicheng's expression sank as he urged, "I'll give you 3 breaths of time." 3 breaths of time? And there was only one chance. Wasn't this deliberately making things difficult for him? A thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, should I use Unravel Dream? His current accumulation was incomparable to before. The last time he explored the giant dream realm, he had a limited number of dream path mortal goo. Unravel Dream could only be used a limited number of times. Fang Yuan had to save as much as he could. But now was different. Fang Yuan was very confident. Because he had captured many nightmare demonic cults, using these natural dream path immortal materials and his persistent refinement, he had many dream path mortal goo. Thus, the number of times he could use Unravel Dream was the highest in history. Precisely so, Fang Yuan had an unprecedented amount of confidence. Forget it. This was only the first level of the dream. Even if I failed, I could still continue exploring. Even though Unravel Dream can be used many times, it cannot be wasted like this. Fang Yuan thought about it and gave up on using Unravel Dream. He began to activate his goo worm. First was Formation Heart Goo. This yellow ladybug had already been refined by him. As his true essence was consumed, it suddenly floated in front of Fang Yuan, motionless, flashing with a pale yellow radiance. Fire Path, Water Path, Wind Path. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment. Since he had already given up on the Earth Path goo worm, there were only 3 choices left. He chose the rank 1 goo worm in the Water Path. The reason for this choice was very simple, because his Fire Path and Wind Path realms were very ordinary, but his Water Path was a grandmaster. The Guru realm was not a joke. The Water Path goo worm was also successfully activated. It was bathed in yellow light as it flew around the Formation Heart goo, moving up and down at times. Fire Path, Wind Path. Fang Yuan chose Wind Path. The Wind Path goo worm joined in, and like the Water Path goo, it flew around the Formation Heart goo. It was just that the Wind Path goo worm was at the outer ring, while the Water Path goo worm was closer to the Formation Heart goo. Fang Yuan waited for a while. Of these 3 goo worms, one was hovering in the air, while the other 2 were flying around. They were still very stable. Although they did not form a true goo formation, the progress is good. Fang Yuan felt gratified. For example, setting up a goo formation was like building blocks. All kinds of goo worms were all kinds of strangely shaped building blocks. The goo master had to build these building blocks into the shape they wanted. These scattered building blocks would form into towers, buildings, and other shapes, displaying different effects that far surpassed the individual goo worms. Although Fang Yuan did not successfully build these building blocks into a shape, at least these 3 goo worms did not collapse when they worked together. This was a very good development. But his father, Tu Shicheng, had a trace of gloominess and disappointment in his eyes. Fang Yuan, who had been concentrating on setting up the goo formation, did not notice it. Now I need to adjust it. Will the formation heart goo remain at the center? Can the positions of the water path goo and wind path goo be swapped? The water path is at the inner ring and the wind path is at the outer ring. Can it be adjusted so that the water path is at the outer ring and the wind path is at the inner ring? Or in other words, the water path goo worms and wind path goo worms can work together, and let the wind path goo worm revolve around the water path goo worm, and not around the formation heart goo. Fang Yuan pondered deeply, and immediately had all kinds of plans. But he had no idea what kind of results these plans could produce, or what effect they had. His formation path attainment was too low. Follow your intuition, don't hesitate. Tu Shicheng urged again, his expression showing some impatience. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. In fact, even without his urging, Fang Yuan knew he had to act. There was no other reason. His primeval essence was about to dry up. There was no helping it. In the dream realm, he had just become a goo master, and although his aptitude was a grade, activating 3 goo worms at the same time consumed a lot of primeval essence. He did not have time to think. Then let's try it out. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth inwardly, activating the fire path goo worms and adding them to the newly constructed system. He did not make any adjustments to the foundation just now, because he did not know what was the use of making adjustments, and did not know if there was a need to make adjustments. He was a pure beginner, he did not have any feelings and all his attempts were blind. But my luck is good, maybe my luck is good and I can run into a dead mouse this time? Fang Yuan still had some hope in his heart. But soon his hope was dashed. The addition of the fire path goo worms immediately caused a chain reaction. The power of the fire path and the wind path goo worms interacted, and immediately increased in power. Shortly after, it collided with the water path goo worms in the inner ring, and as water and fire were incompatible, an explosion occurred. With a soft sound, the explosion was not intense, but it still caused Fang Yuan's face to turn black. His hair stood up and white smoke rose in spirals. At the same time, the formation heart goo was directly destroyed, and the other 3 goo worms were injured to varying degrees. The water path and fire path goo worms were on the verge of death, and the wind path goo worm was also heavily injured. You failed? Tu Shicheng's expression immediately changed, turning frosty. You disappoint me. Puff. Fang Yuan's vision changed and he was expelled out of the dream realm. The first exploration was declared a failure. His soul returned to his body, and his body shook slightly, and his healthy face suddenly turned pale. Fang Yuan immediately inspected his injuries, and found that the extent of his soul's injuries was beyond his expectations. But it did not matter. Guts go. Fang Yuan took out the guts goo and directly crushed it, and the injuries on his soul were greatly alleviated. Fang Yuan took out another one and used it on himself. In an instant, his soul's injuries were completely healed. The feeling of dizziness also disappeared without a trace. Because of the guts goo, Fang Yuan was not afraid of the soul's injuries from failing to explore the dream realm. Right now, I should be the #1 person in the world in exploring dream realms. Even the remnants of Shadow Sect cannot compare to me. Fang Yuan inwardly estimated. This was all because he had 2 powerful tools in his hands to explore dreams. The first was guts goo, it could heal soul injuries. The second was Unravel Dream. Once used, the effect would reach the answer of the riddle. It was unreasonably useful. Guts goo was produced on Danghun Mountain, and Fang Yuan had placed Danghun Mountain in Langya Blessed Land. Even the sale of guts goo was in cooperation with Langya Sect. The guts goo trade was a monopoly, there were no other stores, and the supply had always been insufficient to meet the demand. Recently, Fang Yuan did not use guts goo to earn profits, and instead kept the portion of guts goo that belonged to him. There was only one goal, to make sufficient preparations for exploring dream realms. Thus, he kept a large number of guts goo. His foundation was very deep. Precisely because of this, he was in a tight financial situation, and had to expand the production of some resources to improve his finances. It did not matter if he failed the first time. With guts goo, Fang Yuan's soul immediately healed, and he could start the second exploration now. But he was not anxious. He activated connecting heaven goo and sent his consciousness into it. He started to gather information. First was that earth path mortal goo. Fang Yuan did not recognize it. He needed to understand it. A copy of Encyclopedia of Earth Path Goo Worms. Fang Yuan quickly bought it from an Earth Path Goo immortal. This was an information transaction, one of the transactions in Jewel Yellow Skies. Some were introductions and understandings of goo worms and paths, some were the sale of current political matters, and there were also Time Path and Wisdom Path Goo immortals deductions of the past, present, and future. Fang Yuan could also do this. With his 500 years of experience, the information he produced would definitely be very attractive. But this information was usually very cheap and could not be sold for long. It would even weaken Fang Yuan's rebirth advantage, so Fang Yuan did not care about it. After buying this Encyclopedia of Earth Path Goo Worms, written by a Goo immortal, Fang Yuan was not satisfied. He bought some other similar information and of course some Formation Path mortal inheritances. These cost him close to 10 immortal Yuan stones. To Fang Yuan it was like a drizzle. Chapter 1332. This goo recipe had very little practical value. Because many of the goo materials in the recipe had already gone extinct, they no longer existed in the world. If Fang Yuan wanted to refine this mortal goo, he could only modify the goo recipe. He naturally would not do such useless work. With this information he had a deep understanding of this mortal goo. Next, Fang Yuan read through those mortal inheritances of Formation Path. This strengthened his foundation in the Array Dao. Even though he had never researched Formation Path in the 500 years of experience in his previous life, he had more or less learned about Formation Path, or through some coincidences. Thus, the extent of enrichment was not much, it was very limited. But this time he had a targeted understanding of the test in the dream realm. He had a goal in collecting Formation Path information. From some information he learned that in the late antiquity era, there was a popular trend of thought in Formation Path. This trend of thought was called Earth, Water, Wind, and Fire. It believed that these four basic elements could make a goo formation extremely stable. They formed the most basic goo formation, and had the strongest tolerance. Of course, this trend of thought was only popular for a while. Decades later, it was abandoned by people. Compared to the entire history of Formation Path, decades were too short. This trend of thought was like a small wave, vanishing in the surging river of history. It is like the origin of humanity. People on Earth once thought that humans were created by gods, be it China's Nuwa or the West's God. This was a trend of thought. After dominating people's cognition for a long time, it was defeated by Darwin's theory of evolution. However, with the advancement of science, people have discovered that there are still flaws in Darwin's theory of evolution. Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered for a while. This trend of thought of earth, water, wind, and fire was the same. Because with the development of Formation Path, people discovered that the goo formation formed by the four basic elements of earth, water, wind, and fire was not the goo formation with the greatest tolerance. People continued to discover and deepen their understanding. They continued to improve. Even if it was abandoned soon after, it was still a form of progress. This information was very valuable. It gave Fang Yuan the correct answer to pass the first stage of the dream realm. So, to truly form a goo formation, I need to use all the goo worms and mix them together. Fang Yuan realized in his heart. At the same time he sighed, this Tu Shi Ching is really sinister. He clearly wants to use all four goo worms and not leave out a single one, but he is still playing dumb, saying that at least 2 mortal goo must be used. Next, Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Because even if they knew the correct answer, it was still unknown how to make the 4 goo worms revolve around the formation heart goo and form an effective goo formation. If these 4 mortal goo could be refined, Fang Yuan could try to deduce it outside the dream realm and in reality. This was also the method those laymen used to break the dream realm in the early stage of the dream realm. But now, that Earth Path goo worm was hard to refine. Even if the goo recipe was modified, would the Earth Path mortal goo refine be the same as the one in the dream realm? After all, this was a dream realm. Sometimes there were deviations between dream realms and reality, and was not a copy. Fang Yuan thought about it and decided to try it in the dream realm. The second attempt was the same as the first one. But this time, Fang Yuan chose to activate these 4 mortal goo at the same time, matching the formation heart goo. Failure. The 4 mortal goo detonated at the same time. Fang Yuan was injured and kicked out of the dream realm. The third attempt, Fang Yuan chose the earth path goo first, and the water path goo second, but failed again. The fourth attempt, the fifth attempt, until the seventh attempt, Fang Yuan finally succeeded. Surrounding the formation heart goo, the 4 mortal goo flew around each other. The water path and fire path goo flew in an oval shape, sometimes near and sometimes far away from the formation heart goo. As for the earth path and wind path goo, the former floated below the formation heart goo, while the latter floated above it, both motionless. Under the control of the formation heart goo, these 4 goo worms formed a mystical force, constantly emitting a hazy rainbow light. Being in this light, the goo master's primeval essence would recover at twice the speed. This is a very useful goo formation for goo masters. Fang Yuan evaluated in his heart. Haha, not bad, very good, as expected of my son, you really have talent in formation path. Tu Shiqing laughed heartily at Fang Yuan's success, showing a very happy expression. Fang Yuan, this world and hills slowly faded away in Fang Yuan's vision. The first stage of the dream realm passed, the second stage began. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. In the first stage he did not use the killer move Unravel Dream, and in the end he only used a dozen guts goo. The cost was still very low. Without carefully observing his formation path attainment and how much it had increased, Fang Yuan focused all his attention on what was in front of him. He found that he was in a cage right now. In the huge cage there was a small cage. In this small cage a pitch-black leopard was trapped. Its shriveled belly and hungry eyes showed how dangerous this leopard was. What's going on? Fang Yuan was puzzled. At this time, Tu Shiqing stood outside the cage and said to Fang Yuan, I will give you 10 minutes to arrange these goo worms into a goo formation. After 10 minutes, this leopard will regain its freedom. At that time, I will not make a move, it will depend on whether you can use your goo formation to resist this leopard. What? Fang Yuan stared with wide eyes. This teaching method, hey, are you really a father? You are my son, you can definitely do it. If you can't, then you are not fit to be my son. Tu Shiqing said expressionlessly. What the hell? Fang Yuan grinned, looking at himself. He found that he had not grown much, about the same age as in the first stage, 14 at most. This Tu Shiqing seems to be a righteous path goo immortal, but he is so ruthless? Or maybe this is just a threat to force his son to display his full potential. Fang Yuan guessed in his heart. Whoever became this Tu Shiqing's son is really unfortunate. Time was limited. Fang Yuan quickly calmed his mind and began to inspect the goo worms in his hands. The leopard was only an ordinary fierce beast, but with just the body of a young man in his dream, he definitely could not resist it. He could only rely on the goo formation to resist it. There were only 5 goo worms and they were still 5 rank 1 mortal goo. One of them was a formation heart goo, while the other 4 belonged to earth path, wind path, water path and fire path. It was not much different from the first stage. The difference was that although these 4 goo worms belonged to the same path, the specific goo worms were not the same. How should these goo worms be combined to form a goo formation? Fang Yuan began to experiment. With the precious experience of the first stage, Fang Yuan was very familiar with it. His first attempt quickly failed. Fang Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood in the dream realm. The backlash was extremely severe. Fortunately, his goo worms were not damaged. He was also not expelled from the dream realm. It seems that as long as the time limit is not up, I can continue to try? Although there is still a chance to continue, the truth is that the chances are slim. Fang Yuan frowned. After being injured, although the goo worms were fine, his condition was not good, his primeval essence was limited, and he was injured. Fang Yuan soon found that because of his injuries, he was very unstable when he tried again. Although the goo worms flew up, they were on the verge of falling. The second attempt also failed. Although there was still time, Fang Yuan could not continue trying, because one of his goo worms had already died in the second failure. If it were those 4 mortal goo from other sects, so be it, but Fang Yuan's formation heart goo was destroyed. My goo worm was destroyed, father, can you give me a second formation heart goo? Fang Yuan quickly asked. But the answer he got was Tu Shiqing shaking his head mercilessly. Put yourself in my shoes. If you were in a battle, who would give you a second replacement goo worm? Son, you disappoint me, you no longer have a chance. Sure enough, once the time limit was up, the cage opened and the leopard pounced, biting Fang Yuan's throat. This dream realm was very realistic. Fang Yuan could clearly feel that his throat was bitten open. Breathing became extremely difficult. His flesh was being torn off bit by the leopard's sharp teeth. The pain penetrated deep into his heart. Blood flowed freely from any of his wounds. The leopard drank it in satisfaction. Tu Shicheng slowly shook his head, sighing, "You are not fit to be my son." Then he turned around and left. There is really no saving me. Is this Tu Shicheng from the righteous path or the demonic path? After being expelled from the dream realm, Fang Yuan's soul returned to his body, feeling depressed. After using Guts Gu to heal his injuries, he continued to explore. Second failure, third failure, fourth failure. Every time he failed, Fang Yuan would be killed by the leopard, once again experiencing the painful and miserable experience of being devoured by a fierce beast. If it was someone else, their mind might have already collapsed. But Fang Yuan had no fear. The pain he was suffering was already many times greater than this. He treated it as a light breeze, his mind still focused on how to construct the Gu formation. 10th failure, 11th, 12th. This second stage of the dream realm was much harder than the first stage. After Fang Yuan was expelled from the dream realm, his soul's injuries were even more severe than in the first stage. The first stage required 2 Guts Gu to recover, but the second stage required at least 3 Guts Gu, sometimes even 4. Fang Yuan calmly calculated the cost. At this rate, the cost is getting higher. Do I have to use the killer move Unravel Dream? Wait. While worrying, Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He entered the dream realm and continued to try. Chapter 1333. A moment later, Fang Yuan successfully constructed a Gu formation in the dream realm for the second time. This Gu formation still used the formation Heart Gu as the core, but the Earth Path Gu worm was above the formation Heart Gu, not moving. The other 3 Gu worms, Fire Path and Wind Path, revolved around the Water Path Gu worm. And the Water Path Gu worm was below the formation Heart Gu, jumping around in the range of a palm. These few Gu worms formed a Gu formation, emitting a hazy white light that enveloped the leopard. That's right. This Gu formation was a trapping Gu formation, targeting the leopard and not protecting the Gu master. The construction process was not easy. The leopard was constantly jumping, affecting the construction of the Gu formation. From time to time, Fang Yuan had to stop the construction and wait for the leopard to move away from a certain position. This was also why Tu Shicheng left a few minutes for Fang Yuan to try setting up the formation. Haha, not bad, you are worthy of being my son. Very good, then in the following period of time, you will continue to learn from me. In a month, there will be an even more severe test that concerns your life and death. If you cannot pass it, then die. Tu Shicheng laughed, his laughter somewhat deranged. Fang Yuan's small body stood in the cage, glancing at the struggling leopard in the Gu formation, then at Tu Shicheng, sighing faintly. The second stage of this formation path dream realm could be considered past. Next was the third stage. Fang Yuan followed Tu Shicheng, standing beside a surging river. The river water flowed east, scarlet like blood. Fang Yuan immediately understood. This was Southern Border's Red Dragon River. Southern Border had 3 great rivers, Red Dragon River, Jade Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River. They were all enormous rivers that passed through Southern Border. Fang Yuan looked at this river and immediately had a bad feeling. Sure enough, he heard Tu Shicheng say, "The Gu worms have been lent to you, you have to rely on yourself now. If you cannot construct the Gu formation, you should know the consequences." Fang Yuan was about to reply to buy some time, but the next moment Tu Shicheng patted his back. A great power surged forth and Fang Yuan was unable to resist it at all. He was immediately pushed into Red Dragon River. Fuck. Fang Yuan cursed in his heart as he sank into the surging river. He was immediately swept away, his body involuntarily drifting down with the river. Fang Yuan struggled with all his might. He only had the body of a teenager. Fortunately, he had inherited Fang Yuan's profound swimming ability. After struggling for a while, he popped his head out of the river and panted heavily. Making the best use of his time, Fang Yuan inspected the Gu worms in his hands. I'll cross again. Soon he cursed inwardly because this time, it was not the 4 earth, water, fire, and wind mortal Gu he had imagined, but 12 Gu worms. How was he supposed to put them together in such a short time? There were too many ways to combine them, and in such a terrible environment the chances were really slim. This time, Fang Yuan did not hesitate, he directly used Unravel Dream. Suddenly an answer appeared in his mind. The first 3 steps of activating the Gu worms and setting up the Gu formation were clear to him. Only the first 3 steps? Fang Yuan had no choice but to continue using Unravel Dream. The 4th, 5th, and 6th steps appeared. The answer was accurate. But there was still a long way to go before the Gu formation was completed. Fang Yuan was about to use it for the third time when the river water changed. He was swept into a whirlpool. There was a dull thud. Fang Yuan crashed into a floating log in the fierce whirlpool. He knocked his head and fainted on the spot. At the next moment, Fang Yuan woke up and returned to reality. His soul was heavily injured. He was seeing stars. He quickly used Guts Gu 1, 2, 6 guts in a row before he recovered. The third stage is even more difficult. The environment for setting up the formation has become so harsh. But my formation path attainment level has already risen to quasi-master. After comprehending for a while, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, a trace of joy flashing in his eyes. What was attainment level? Attainment level was the Gu master's unique way of thinking, feelings and experiences, as well as their experiences in raising Gu, using Gu, refining Gu and so on. Summarizing and refining them into the essence, it was the understanding and comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Cultivation attainment levels were divided into ordinary, master, grandmaster, great grandmaster and supreme grandmaster. Of course, there were also the minute levels of quasi-master, quasi-grandmaster and quasi-great grandmaster. Ordinary attainment level was a level that most Gu masters could reach in their lifetime. Quasi-master attainment level was already very rare. Young Gu masters with outstanding talent or experienced Gu masters who were old and experienced could often reach this level. Master attainment level was when the use of Gu worms had reached an artistic level, breaking away from superficial craftsmanship. This was 1 in 10,000. For example, during the imperial court contest, there were only 5 enslavement path masters. They were Jiang Baoye, Yang Pering, Ma Zun, Chang Shanin, Fang Yuan, and New Air Tuesday. Of course, this was 1 in 10,000 for mortals. For rank 6 Gu immortals, their main cultivation path usually had such attainment level. Quasi-Grandmaster attainment level was usually the elite among rank 6 Gu immortals. Grandmaster attainment level was when one had a deep understanding of a path, they had a solid foundation and could comprehend other paths by analogy. Specifically, by using the Gu worms of their main path, they could imitate the advantages of other paths. Hei Fan's true inheritance had an immortal killer move called 100 Years Harmony. It was a classic example. It used time path Gu worms to achieve the effective information path. From this, it could be seen that Hei Fan's time path attainment level was at least at Grandmaster level. Normally speaking, Gu immortals who could reach Grandmaster level were even rarer. They often needed hundreds of years of accumulation, and also required the Gu immortals' talent and ability. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he only reached Grandmaster attainment level in Blood Path in 500 years. Those who could reach Grandmaster attainment level were basically rank 7 Gu immortals. Above Grandmaster were quasi-great Grandmasters. They were even rarer, they were usually rank 7 experts or rank 8s. As for great Grandmaster attainment level, most rank 8 Gu immortals could only reach this level for their entire lives. Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. This was a character that only appeared once in thousands of years. Supreme Grandmasters were even rarer. For example, in the long history of Refinement Path, there were only 3 Supreme Grandmasters. One of them was a hairy man, long-hair ancestor. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level could not even be considered ordinary. But now it had risen to quasi-master level. Most Gu masters could not reach this level even if they worked hard for their entire lives. Fang Yuan had only used a few days to reach this level. He had explored 2 dream realms. This was the power of dream realms. They contained true meaning. Once a Gu immortal successfully explored them, they would obtain the true meaning and directly raise their attainment level, deepening their understanding of a certain great Tao. Just 2 scenes and he could reach quasi-master level formation path attainment level. This dream realm is not simple. No wonder it is so difficult. However, I have never heard of Tu Shiqing before. This guy's education method was truly unique. Fang Yuan did not dare to compliment him. But the person he taught was the source of this dream realm. Evidently, this boy was an important person. Fang Yuan could clearly sense that he was only a small step away from formation path master level. As long as I complete the 3rd scene of the dream realm, my formation path attainment level will rise to master level. Fang Yuan excitedly licked his lips. Successfully exploring the dream realm raised his foundation. This increase was so huge that it allowed Fang Yuan to walk on a shocking shortcut. He could not stop even if he wanted to. However, since he had already left the dream realm, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to go back in. He recalled the scenes of the 3rd scene of the dream realm, especially the Gu worms that he had. He found that he only recognized 60% of them. Thus, Fang Yuan started to search for information and understand these goo worms. These were all mortal goo, it was just that many of them had gone extinct due to the passage of time. Fang Yuan soon found what he wanted, he understood these mortal goo very clearly. Next, he started to read through the mortal formation path inheritances that he had. The feeling of reading this time was completely different from the experience he had before. In the past, most of the things in the inheritances Fang Yuan could only see the surface, but now he could see the essence with just one glance. They were things that he had read before, but when Fang Yuan looked at them this time, he had new discoveries. This feeling was very mystical, it was as if he was suddenly enlightened. However, there were some parts that Fang Yuan could not completely understand. After all, it was only quasi-master level. Some outstanding mortal goo masters could reach master level. The inheritances that they left behind naturally had some parts that Fang Yuan could not understand. Fang Yuan was immersed in the profundity of formation path, allowing time to flow around him. If he was thirsty, he would drink some water, if he was hungry, he would eat some fruits. In his mind, thoughts were rising and falling like waves. This was him using wisdom path methods to help himself speed up his formation path learning. Undeniably, the content of formation path was very broad, it was related to all paths. Thus, it was extremely complex and could be said to be the most complex path. Only when Wu Wen asked to see him, did Fang Yuan regain his senses. Unknowingly, 8 days have passed. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment before his gaze became clear. In his mind, the chaotic thoughts gradually calmed down. In these 10 days, Fang Yuan could be said to have forgotten to eat and sleep. Not only did his formation path attainment level rise, Fang Yuan also did not let go of all the basic content of formation path, he had a solid understanding of it. What is he doing here? Fang Yuan frowned impatiently. But he thought about it and decided to meet this Wu Clangu immortal. It turned out that Wu Wen had brought Lady White Rabbit here. Lady White Rabbit reported the situation of the Dream Realm business. She gave the detailed accounts to Fang Yuan for him to check. Even though Fang Yuan did not care about this business, he was the leader of the entire business. Chapter 1334. Fang Yuan took a rough look at the accounts and gained a deeper understanding of the forces around him. He sent Wu Wen and Lady White Rabbit away. "My lord, there is one thing that this subordinate does not know if he should say." Before leaving, Wu Wen wanted to say something but hesitated. "Speak." Fang Yuan was straightforward. Wu Wen reported to Fang Yuan that there were rumors that Qi Clan's Gu immortal Qi Shang was coming to the Super Gu formation to patrol. Fang Yuan understood Wu Wen's intention and waved him away. Xiao Si Lu has many pursuers, this Qi Shang is one of the most important ones. He has never come here to patrol, I am afraid he is here to find trouble with me. But righteous path Gu immortals would not fight to the death, they would at most lose face. At most, I will give up my reputation and avoid the battle. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin, but I need to prevent my secret from being exposed. After all, this Super Gu formation was constructed by Qi Clan. Among Southern Borders super forces, Qi Clan is the #1 formation path force. Fang Yuan looked at the mortal formation path information, he could see through it at a glance, there were few things he could not understand. But when he looked at the Super Gu formation that he was in, it was still the same, his vision was blurred, he was like an ant facing a vast galaxy. This Super Gu formation was personally created by Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder, he was a formation path Great Grandmaster. Qi Shang came very quickly, it was out of everyone's expectations. A welcoming banquet was necessary. Because Qi Shang was representing Qi Clan, he had the responsibility of patrolling the Super Gu formation and checking if there were any flaws in the defense. The banquet was lively on the surface, but there were turbulent undercurrents. Everyone knew that this was not Qi Shang's mission, but he took the initiative to do it. Qi Shang was pursuing Xiao Si Lu, everyone in Southern Border knew about it, but in recent months, there were rumors that Wu Yihai and Xiao Si Lu were very close. Qi Shang's objective was clear. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan did not join the banquet, he stayed inside the Gu formation, exploring the Dream Realm. This caused many people to feel disappointed that they couldn't watch the show. Bada slowly put down his cup. "Nephew Qi Shang, I have already introduced you to all the Gu immortals here, they are all outstanding talents. Unfortunately, there is still one person who hasn't arrived today. This person is even more extraordinary. He was born in the Eastern Sea and then joined our Southern Border. Recently, he defeated Xia Feiguai and mountain-moving old monster one after another. He is the Wu clan's leader here." The Gu immortals in the banquet had a thought, everyone knew who Bada was talking about. Qi Shang was dressed in a white robe and had a handsome face. His eyes were deep and his nose was hooked like an eagle, giving him a bit of a sinister aura. He was already 160 years old. Old Treeman Bard was much older than him. The Qi family and the Ba family were connected by marriage, so Bada didn't call Qi Shang nephew carelessly. Qi Shang heard this and smiled. I have also heard of immortal friend Wu Yihai's name, it is like thunder in my ears. It was a pity that he couldn't meet her today. But I will be staying here for a long time, I need to inspect the Gu formations here, I will definitely meet immortal friend Wu Yihai when the time comes. Qi Shang took the initiative. Everyone felt that Fang Yuan, who was hiding at the back, was much weaker than Qi Shang. After the banquet ended, Wu Wen and Wu Liao were indignant. They asked to see Fang Yuan. They did not have a good time during this banquet, they were mocked and mocked by others, they almost fought each other. In that case I will hold a banquet here tomorrow and invite Qi Shang. Fang Yuan thought about it and said. Wu Wen and Wu Liao looked at each other. Their spirits were lifted as they left with Fang Yuan's orders. In the huge palace only Fang Yuan was left. He walked towards the depths of the palace, looking at the dream realm. He had already explored most of this formation path dream realm. After using Unravel Dream, the third, fourth and fifth scenes of this dream realm were all conquered by Fang Yuan. The main content of the dream realm was Tu Shi Cheng teaching his son formation path cultivation. His teaching method was extremely barbaric and harsh. He used life and death to stimulate the child's potential. Fang Yuan had been tricked many times, he could no longer complain about it. Unravel Dream was indeed very effective. These dream realms did not pose any obstruction to Fang Yuan. His formation path attainment level rose again. Not only did he reach master level, he even advanced to quasi-grandmaster level. But there is still a long way to go before I become a true formation path grandmaster. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of this aspect. The further one progressed, the harder it was to raise attainment level. There are still remnants of this dream realm. According to the size, there are at least 2 more scenes. This Tu Shi Cheng's son is truly amazing. His formation path attainment level was definitely above grandmaster level when he was alive. But recently, Qi Shang has been visiting the Gu formations. I should restrain myself and stop exploring the dream realm. After all, this Super Gu formation was created by Qi clan. Fang Yuan could not see through this Super Gu formation, he had to be careful. Fang Yuan knew that once the secret of his ability to explore dream realms was exposed, the impact would be huge. By then, not only would southern border be shaken, the other 4 regions might also mobilize their forces and attack him. Wu Yihai, you want to invite me to a banquet tomorrow? Qi Shang smiled as he looked at Wu and thank you Wu Yihai for your good intentions, but, forgive me, I have official business to attend to. After I inspect the Super Gu formation, I will go to Wu clan to disturb you. Qi Shang smiled as he rejected Fang Yuan's invitation. Wu Wen was helpless, he returned to report to Fang Yuan with an expression of anger and humiliation. Qi Shang's actions were too much, Wu clan lost face, this made Wu Liao and Wu Wen feel indignant. The other clan's Gu immortals covered their mouths and snickered, they were looking forward to a good show. Fang Yuan was calm from start to finish. He looked at Wu Wen and Wu Liao indifferently. In that case, let's wait. He did not look angry at all. But Wu Wen and Wu Liao were anxious. They felt like their faces had been ripped off by Qi Shang, but Fang Yuan was not anxious at all, they could only leave helplessly. Even though Fang Yuan did not continue exploring dream realms, he had many other things to do. For example, building coiling thread caves and producing large numbers of regretful spider goo. This was the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's second large-scale production resource. During this period of time, Fang Yuan had been making preparations. Everything was to create an environment suitable for ordinary spiders to evolve and grow into regretful spider goo. According to Dong Fang tribe's method to build coiling thread caves, they needed a goo formation, rank 6 immortal material, softine silk, and rank 7 immortal material, hate water rock. Fang Yuan had already collected most of the softine silk and hate water rocks. For this, he used a large amount of immortal yuan stone and some other immortal materials. Next was to set up the Gu formation. Evidently, this was a Gu formation that involved immortal materials. Normally speaking, this Gu formation that used immortal materials could only be deduced and created by Grandmaster Formation Path Gu Immortals. Great Grandmaster Formation Path Gu Immortals could use the natural Tao marks of heaven and earth as the foundation to set up the Gu formation. Before exploring the Formation Path Dream Realm, Fang Yuan looked at this Gu formation like it was a heavenly book. But now he had a clear understanding of it. After all, he had quasi-grandmaster attainment level. Moreover, Fang Yuan had some inspiration. Maybe I can modify this Gu formation and add Perseverance Immortal Gu. According to the principle of this Gu formation, if Perseverance Immortal Gu is added, the production of regretful spiders will increase by 3 times. This idea made Fang Yuan's heart jump. If he could achieve this goal, then the trade of regretful spiders would surpass dragonfish. The benefits it would bring to Fang Yuan would surpass the trade of guts Gu. This seemed a bit exaggerated, but if he thought about it, it was true. After all, the production of guts Gu was restricted by the quality and quantity of souls. Currently, Langya sect was killing desolate beasts in Taichio and using their souls as production resources to produce guts Gu. On the other hand, they also imported some souls from Jewel Yellow Skies and the northern icy plain as supplements. Most importantly, there was Western Desert's Shao clan. No matter how many regretful spiders there were, this super force would take them all. Regretful spiders did not need to worry about sales. Moreover, Fang Yuan had a cooperative relationship with Shao clan. Fang Yuan started to deduce. But soon he ran into a problem. He could not set up a part of the Gu formation. This was beyond his limits, no matter how many wisdom path methods he used to help himself. I am only a quasi-grandmaster. If I was a grandmaster, I would have the foundation to modify this Gu formation. Fang Yuan understood. But even though I am not a formation path grandmaster, there is someone in front of me who has reached this level. This person was none other than Qi Shang. After rejecting Fang Yuan's invitation, Qi Shang started to inspect the Super Gu formation. The Gu immortals guarding each area also welcomed Qi Shang. Qi Shang was purposely delaying the progress. Everyone knew that the longer he delayed, the more Wu clan's reputation would be damaged. Of course, Qi Shang was not hostile towards the Wu clan, but towards Wu Yihai. Love rival. Wu Yihai, you think too highly of yourself and look down on me? Do you think I'll run over just because you said you're inviting me to dinner? Now, I will make you come and find me. Qi Shang had such a plan in his mind. But soon he could not continue with this plan. Because Fang Yuan's letter of challenge was sent to him. In the letter, Fang Yuan said, I once toured the mountains and rivers with Fairy Silu. She mentioned you. Fairy Silu praised you as a formation path genius, but I, Wu Yihai, do not think so. I have a formation path problem here. Let's see if you can solve it. If you can, you win. If you can't, then you lose, and I'll inform Fairy Silu of the result later. Qi Shang was furious. Wu Yihai, you could not hold back after all. But you want to use a formation path problem to make things difficult for me? You are a transformation path Gu immortal. You want to use formation path to make things difficult for me? Who gave you the guts? Chapter 1335. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Speak, net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Qi Shang felt that he was humiliated. Yes, humiliated. Who in southern borders Gu immortal world did not know of Wu Yihai's identity? Everyone knew that he cultivated transformation path. But now, Fang Yuan did not use his specialty to make things difficult for Qi Shang. Instead, he chose Qi Shang's specialty. This was like saying, I am not using transformation path to make things difficult for you because you cannot compare to me. The disdain was clear in his words. He could not take it anymore. He could not take it anymore. Qi Shang stared with wide-opened eyes. He held Fang Yuan's information path Gu worm in his hand as he gritted his teeth. I want to see what problem you came up with. Yes, some skill. It didn't take long for Qi Shang to reveal a wisp of a solemn expression. Fang Yuan's problem was a challenge to him. But soon, Qi Shang felt relieved. No wonder Wu Yihai is confident in making things difficult for me in formation path. This problem is a bit difficult. Did he come up with this problem? That should not be possible. He cultivates transformation path. It should be Wu clan's formation path Gu immortals behind him, right? With his identity as Wu Yang's brother, how could Wu clan's Gu immortals not help him? Even though Wu clan was not skilled in formation path, as long as it was a super clan, they would be involved in formation path. Because super forces guarded their resources, they needed Gu formations on a large scale. However, even if your Wu clan's Gu immortals help, so what? In terms of overall strength, my Qi clan is slightly inferior. But in terms of formation path attainment, my Qi clan is the #1 clan in southern border. Qi Shang felt an intense sense of pride in his clan. He gathered his concentration and dove into Fang Yuan's problem without hesitation. The more he thought, the more he forgot about himself. All of the problems were gradually broken down into dozens of difficulties in his analysis. To solve the problem of water and fire being incompatible, ordinary methods cannot be used. The goo formation's requirement is a round formation. I have to give up the square formations things. How do I solve this problem? Hiss, this is a bit difficult. But this is not a problem for me. Qi Shang's fighting spirit soared as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He told himself that he must teach Fang Yuan a harsh lesson. I must let him know that I, Qi Shang, cannot be humiliated. Lord Luo clan's Gu immortals are inviting you to a banquet. It is about to begin. Love Go, small say Neko at this time, a rank 6 Gu immortal from Qi clan, Qi Lu, reminded Qi Shang from outside the door. I'm not going. Qi Shang didn't even raise his head as he continued to deduce in his mind. But, we've already agreed. Qi Lu hesitated. I said I won't go, so I won't go. Go away, Qi Shang replied impatiently. Qi Lu had no choice but to leave. Qi Shang took a deep breath. Faced with Fang Yuan's question, his eyes lit up as he mumbled to himself, what's so good about the banquet? The most important thing now was to defeat him. He had to solve this problem as soon as possible. Kid, how dare you humiliate me? Just like that the night passed by. Qi Shang did not sleep, his eyes were bloodshot and his hair was messy, he was very tired. With a Gu immortal's physique, staying up late was not a problem. But Qi Shang had expended a lot of energy, he did not rest at all during the night, he had been deducing and designing, he was working hard. This problem is quite difficult indeed. But, I have already solved it. Haha, you dare to make things difficult for me? I will let you have a good taste of my power. Even though he was very tired, Qi Shang was very excited, he laughed loudly. He could not wait to see how Fang Yuan would respond. I will send it over now, I want to see your expression. Qi Shang walked to the door when he suddenly stopped. No. I am facing Wu Yihai now, I am like a general, how can I take the initiative to send it over? This is too embarrassing. I need to find a pawn to run errands. After a while, Qi clan's rank 6 Gu immortal Qi Lu arrived at Qi Shang's study room. Little Lu, I will leave this to you, send it to Wu Yihai, haha. I want to teach him a lesson. Qi Shang instructed. Qi Lu quickly agreed. His cultivation level was lower than Qi Shang. He knew that Qi Shang was Qi clan's formation path hope. Qi clan's first supreme elder Qi Chuyu had said many times that Qi Shang could inherit his legacy. Love Gong small say Netku, these words had great meaning. Qi Chuyu was a formation path great grandmaster. Qi Chuyu acknowledged Qi Shang and felt that he had a high chance of becoming a formation path great grandmaster in the future. Qi Shang did not let down his clansmen's expectations. From a young age he started to show his talent in arrays. Under the intentional support of the clan's resources, he cultivated hard all year round, persevered, and was heavily nurtured by the Qi clan. Today, his array attainments were not to be underestimated. Comfortable. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, he woke up and stretched his body. Even though his soul had Guts Gu to protect him, he would feel restless if he used it too much. The Guts Gu could not solve this problem, but sleeping could allow the soul to calm down and settle down. As expected, after Fang Yuan slept, all of his fatigue was gone, he was full of energy and was in a good state. Qi Shang's information path Mortal Gu had been sent to him while he was asleep. Fang Yuan took it and looked, joy flashed in his eyes. Oh? It's really solved. This is quite fast. Fang Yuan sighed, he immersed his mind into it and researched it. His eyes shined with bright light, Qi Shang's solution was a huge inspiration to him. So that's it. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin, this was a brand new train of thought, it opened a new window for Fang Yuan. According to this train of thought, this answer is not suitable for my Gu formation as a whole, I can make some adjustments. Fang Yuan thought to himself. He did not give the entire Gu formation to Qi Shang. He only took a small part of it and gave it to Qi Shang. Even though Qi Shang's answer was correct, there was still some deviation from the overall design of the Gu formation. But with Fang Yuan's attainment level, he was already a quasi-grandmaster in formation path, with the foundation of the answer, he could make some small modifications. Qi Shang was a grandmaster, while Fang Yuan was a quasi-grandmaster, the two were not far apart. If the difference was too great, it would be impossible to modify it. Just like how Fang Yuan was looking at this super Gu formation that surrounded the dream realm, he was still confused and could not understand it. The problem that troubled Fang Yuan was solved, Fang Yuan had great gains. as expected of Southern Borders Qi clan. He muttered, praising Qi Shang's formation path attainment. After solving this problem, Fang Yuan's plan to modify the Gu formation could continue. His mind was calm, he started to deduce again. A few days passed like this. This made Qi Shang anxious. After he sent the answer, he waited for Fang Yuan's response. But no matter how long he waited, he still did not reply. He could not even eat or drink anymore. What is this Wu Yihai doing? Qi Shang mumbled. Qi Shang, what did you just say? At the banquet, Luo clan's Gu Immortal asked in confusion. Qi Shang came to his senses, only realizing he was still at the banquet. Earlier he rejected Luo clan's invitation, but after solving Fang Yuan's problem, he still had to attend the banquet. He had to attend the banquet, otherwise wouldn't he be disrespecting Luo clan? Gu Immortal Qi Gue quickly mediated the situation. Please forgive me, Qi Shang is like this. He often gets distracted, sometimes when thinking about a formation path problem, he even forgets to eat. Sometimes he will suddenly freeze and stop moving even when he is walking. Qi Gue had rank 7 cultivation level, he was the leader of Qi clan's guards here. Luo clan's Gu Immortal laughed. I have heard of Qi Shang's performance. He is truly a formation path seed. Sai, if my Luo clan could produce 1 or 2 such talents, even if they were 20 to 30% as good as Qi Shang, I would be happy. At the other side, Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He was in trouble again. It seems that modifying this Gu formation is beyond my abilities. Fang Yuan encountered a new problem, and the difficulty this time was much higher than the previous one. He could still try last time, but this time even the thought of trying was not mature enough, it was not reliable. In that case I will leave it to Qi Shang. Fang Yuan smiled. Coming. Qi Shang returned to Qi clan's territory, quickly obtaining Fang Yuan's information path Mortal Gu. Qi Shang was very excited, his eyes were shining. Do you think it was easy? But I'm getting impatient. Qi Shang smiled coldly, feeling very pleased internally. He was like a victor who was about to inspect his spoils of war. He sent his consciousness in. After learning about the information path Mortal Gu's contents, he stared with wide eyes. What the hell is this Wu Yihai? He is so shameless. Qi Shang immediately scolded. In the letter, Fang Yuan did not mention the challenge letter, he just casually admitted that Qi Shang had some ability. Of course he could have just guessed it. If you can solve this problem, I will admit that you have the qualifications to pursue Fairy Silu. These were the words in the letter. Once Qiao Silu was mentioned, Qi Shang could not hold it in anymore. What qualifications do I have? Is it up to you to decide? Wu Yihai, I misjudged you. You shameless fellow. Qi Shang felt like he could see Fang Yuan standing in front of him, sneering in disdain, looking high and mighty. He had a strong impulse in his heart, he really wanted to tear Fang Yuan's face apart. He said he was sightseeing with Silu. I only had the chance to travel with Silu once. Damn it. This guy. Qi Shang paced around the study room, he gritted his teeth, feeling indignant. He just needed to exert some strength and crush the information path Mortal Gu. But after thinking about it, he resisted the urge. If I crushed this Gu, wouldn't that fulfill Wu Yihai's wish? He failed to make things difficult for me, he must be afraid of me, that's why he purposely said this. Right. If I give up, it might be the result he wants to see. No, I need to continue to win against him to the point where he has nothing to say and cannot deny it. I need to let him know of my strength. Of course, to prevent him from acting shamelessly again, I need to spread this matter, the more people know the better. Qi Shang had learned from his mistakes. Originally, this matter was due to jealousy, Qi Shang was slightly embarrassed, but now for Fang Yuan he went all out. Chapter 1336. Qi clan's territory inside the study room. Qi Lu was summoned. After hearing Qi Shang's words, he had a difficult expression. Lord, is this all right? Our Qi clan and Wu clan's relationship. It is quite good. At least in Wu clan's situation, our Qi clan has remained neutral and did not make a move. So what? Other clans can make a move, why can't our Qi clan? Qi Shang was a little angry. Qi Lu gritted his teeth thinking. This Lord Qi Shang is really like the rumors say. What do I do now? While thinking, Qi Lu said, I understand Lord's feelings, but on our side, especially our business, we have been working closely with Wu clan. If we fall out with them. Qi Shang realized at once. I was wondering. You are referring to the Dream Realm business? Qi Lu nodded. Lord is wise. Wu clan wanted to do the Dream Realm business and earn some income. How could they get past Qi clan? The immortal Gu and this super Gu formation were split among southern borders super clans, but the actual Gu formation was personally set up by Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu. Even though Qi clan contributed few immortal Gu, they had a huge influence on this super Gu formation. Thus, Wu clan's Dream Realm business had to involve Qi clan. Qi clan's Gu immortals had a deeper understanding of Gu formations. If they were not moved, this business could not continue. Qi Shang sighed internally. No wonder first supreme elder had said that a person's heart was unfathomable. Sigh, for his own benefits, Qi Lu was a Qi clan Gu immortal, but he did not stand on his side. His expression was grim. He could not find a way out. He wanted to fall out with Fang Yuan publicly, but he met with a setback at the first step. What to do? At once, Qi Shang felt helpless. Because he had come here out of nowhere, he had always been cultivating in Qi clan. He rarely interacted with Qi clan's Gu immortals. He focused on researching formation path. His influence in Qi clan was small. He could be said to be the weakest rank 7 Gu immortal. Right now, he had just arrived in this super Gu formation. This flaw was showing itself. He was a grand rank 7 Gu immortal, but he could not mobilize Qi Lu. Qi Lu's mood was terrible. He disobeyed a rank 7 Gu immortal, especially one who was being nurtured by his clan. He was naturally in a bad mood. However, the lower class naturally had their own way of survival. Qi Lu thought about it and said, "Sir, it's not that I'm unwilling to do this for you. It's just that you have a high status. Once this matter is exposed, it will have a great impact. How about this? Please allow me to report this matter to Lord Qi Gue. He's the leader here. We'll listen to him. What do you think?" Qi Lu's tone was humble and courteous, secretly flattering Qi Shang. Qi Shang felt extremely comfortable when he heard this. He nodded and said, "All right, let's see what Lord Qi Gue has to say." Hearing Qi Lu's report, Qi Gue frowned. No one would feel good about this kind of jealousy. Qi Gue felt very awkward. On one hand, he was on the same side as Qi Shang. Even if he didn't give face to the monk, he had to give face to the Buddha. Behind Qi Shang was the Qi clan's supreme grand elder. On the other hand, if this matter was really exposed, it wouldn't be a personal matter anymore. It would be a major political matter that could affect the diplomatic relations between the Wu and Qi clans. This world was a world where the strong were respected, and the combat strength of an individual was above that of an organization. Thus, politics was also personal politics. Qi Shang and Wu Yihai had high status. If there was a conflict between them, it would be a conflict between the Qi and Wu clans. This was not an exaggeration. Especially the Wu clan, they are facing difficulties from all sides. If my Qi clan acts now, it will damage the neutral reputation of our Qi clan. Not only will we be labeled as adding insult to injury, we will also damage our relationship with the Wu clan, and harm the benefits of my clan. But I can't just ignore Qi Shang. Qi Gue racked his brains and finally came up with a solution. Thus, he secretly gave Qi Shang an idea. We cannot make this a big deal. If we make a big deal, the impact will be bad. Even if our clan wins, others will laugh at us. This is a private matter. I suggest we handle it as a private matter. You can tell Fairy Silu about this. Wu Yihai is also interested in Xiao Silu. If you ask Fairy Silu to be the witness, Wu Yihai will not act shamelessly. Qi Shang heard this and slapped his thigh, shouting, "Wonderful!" Qi Gue smiled, feeling a little pleased internally. To Qi Gue this matter could be handled perfectly, and to Qi Shang it was even more attractive. Who did not want to trample on their love rival in front of the woman they loved and show off in front of them? This matter was settled like this. Soon, Qi Shang transmitted the situation to Xiao Silu through an information path Gu worm. Regardless of how Fang Yuan was doing, Qi Shang immediately felt a huge pressure. Fairy Silu already knows now. This is a fight between gentlemen, and Wu Yihai is the one who started it. She won't be offended, right? I need to complete Wu Yihai's challenge as soon as possible. This is my forte, I cannot fail. The huge pressure gave Qi Shang a huge motivation. He deduced the problem in front of him. Is this the other part? It has a slight connection with that Gu formation earlier. I'm afraid it is two parts of the Gu formation. Damn it, if I knew the whole Gu formation it would be much easier. But now I can only deduce it based on this part. Troublesome. Qi Shang started to use his method. He was a formation path Gu immortal. He had a mystical Gu formation that first Supreme Elder had taught him. This Gu formation used wisdom path Gu worms as the core, while the supplementary Gu worm was an immortal Gu. Normally speaking, be it immortal killer moves or immortal Gu formations, They used immortal goo as the core and mortal goo as the supplementary. But this goo formation did the exact opposite. The supplementary immortal goo was a water path immortal goo, it was called sweat. The goo formation was called wisdom sweat formation. Under Qi Shang's immortal essence, it started to activate. There was no dazzling light, instead, it formed a mystical smell that was between fragrant and smelly. The smell became thicker and thicker, enveloping Qi Shang. Gradually, the smell condensed into smoke, shrouding Qi Shang's face, making it hard to see. For 3 days and 3 nights, Qi Shang did not rest, he continued to deduce. Finally, the smoke dissipated, the goo formation stopped, some mortal goo died, only about 10% were left, they were stored in Qi Shang's immortal aperture, including sweat immortal goo. Qi Shang was sweating profusely, like he was drenched in a storm, his face was pale. But his eyes were frighteningly bright. Suddenly he raised his head and laughed, "Ha, it's finally settled. This time let's see what you have to say, Wu Yihai." A moment later Fang Yuan received a reply. "Oh, you've learned you're using Qiao Si Lu to attack me? Unfortunately this is not my goal, this threat is only useful." Fang Yuan quickly applauded. Interesting. This is indeed a good way to solve the problem. But why did I not think of it?" Even though Fang Yuan obtained the answer, he did not linger on it, he started to reflect. Qi Shang's answer contained many aspects that Fang Yuan did not know. Formation path cultivation was the most extensive. Fang Yuan's inheritance was only from mortals, it was normal that he did not know about it. As for Qi clan, they did not lack formation path immortal inheritances. Moreover, through generations of development, they were able to innovate on their original foundation, they were the #1 formation path force in southern border. However, even if I do not have an immortal inheritance, as long as my attainment level reaches Grandmaster, I should be able to solve this problem. Attainment level was the understanding of the essence of the Great Tao. To use an easy-to-understand analogy, it was like solving a math problem. Fang Yuan wanted to modify the goo formation to reach his goal, it was like getting a number like 5. Even though he had goo worms, he did not know how to get 5. At this time, Qi Shang's answer was 23 is equal to 5. Fang Yuan realized at once he could achieve his goal by doing this. If his attainment level was high enough, even if he did not know, he could use his intuition to comprehend and draw inferences, obtaining 2. 3 is equal to 5 or such an answer. Of course, goo formations were much more complex, the more goo worms were involved, the harder it was to set up. The contents of goo formations were very complex. There were simple goo formations, compound goo formations, and formations within formations. According to the shape, there were square formations, circular formations, and so on. According to the type of activation, there were instant formations and delay formations. According to the paths, there were even more, such as fire formations, water formations, and so on. Some goo formations were like pagodas, layered on top of one another. Some goo formations were easy to modify, it was like a piece of clothing, modifying it was like patching a patch. Some goo formations could not be modified, like building blocks. Changing one piece would cause the whole goo formation to collapse. Subdividing it further, the goo worms involved were even more complex. For example, some goo worms needed to be united, while some goo worms needed to be separated and influence their own targets. On the second night, Qi Shang, who was waiting eagerly, received Fang Yuan's reply. "This time with Fairy Si Lu as witness, I want to see how you deny it." Qi Shang impatiently sent his consciousness into the information path mortal goo in his hand. Soon he beamed with joy. Because Fang Yuan admitted his strength in the letter, he was indeed worthy of Fairy Si Lu's praise. However, it was not strange that his Wu clan had people who could do this. Qi Shang saw this and frowned. But he could not refute it, because Wu clan's Gu immortals had someone who could resolve this problem. At this time he saw the end of the letter. Fang Yuan posed another problem. He even promised that if Qi Shang could resolve this, Fang Yuan would admit that Qi Shang was stronger than him. Even in front of Fairy Si Lu, he would admit his inferiority. Qi Shang's breathing became rough. Just thinking about it, he and Wu Yihai appeared in front of Qiao Si Lu at the same time, and Wu Yihai cupped his fists and said, "I am inferior to you." A love rival admitting his inferiority in front of a fairy. This scene made Qi Shang feel more excited the more he thought about it. Wu Yihai has a high status, he is my most important opponent. If I can win this round, I will be able to defeat him. Most importantly, with Fairy Si Lu as witness, I am not afraid of Wu Yihai going back on his words. Chapter 1337. Wisdom Sweat Formation. Qi Shang once again set up this Gu formation, using all his strength to deduce the formation. But this time he encountered an unprecedented challenge. Difficult, extremely difficult. Even if the previous two difficulties were added together and multiplied by 10, it would not be as difficult as this one. Qi Shang felt like he was a baby trying to climb a tall mountain. This difficulty. No wonder that Wu Yihai was so confident. It is quite related to the previous two Gu formations. No, I need to grasp this chance and humiliate Wu Yihai. I want him to admit that he is inferior to me in front of Fairy Si Lu. After a day and night, Qi Shang's eyes were bloodshot. He exerted all his strength to overcome this difficulty. At the same time, Fang Yuan was also pondering. This difficulty is probably beyond Grandmaster attainment level? Not long ago, Fang Yuan obtained Qi Shang's help. Again, his Coiling Thread Caves Gu formation modification plan took a huge step forward. He had a breakthrough. However, at the final juncture of success, Fang Yuan encountered an unprecedented obstacle. If the first problem was like a pit and the second was like a barren hill, then the obstacle this time was like a mountain. Only by climbing to the peak could he break through the obstacle and complete the modification of this Gu formation. The appearance of this obstacle was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. I estimated that if the Gu formation is modified according to my plan, the production of regretful spiders will increase by 3 times. Increasing by 3 times did not mean increasing by 3 times. It meant increasing by 7 times, that was the original production multiplied by 8. It was obvious that this kind of growth was extremely terrifying. It was like the Gu formation was completed, there would be 7 additional coiling thread caves. Fang Yuan's plan was very good, but in practice he encountered a huge problem. The first 2 times he managed to resolve it, but this last time he had no clue at all. He was only 1 step away from success. How could Fang Yuan give up? Thus he turned his attention to Qi Shang. Several days passed, the wisdom sweat formation stopped. Qi Shang's face was pale, without any color. His eyes were devoid of any light. Damn it. His hair was disheveled like a pile of straw, and his expression was sinister as he gnashed his teeth. It was all because he had tried his best, yet he had not succeeded. In this way he would not be able to defeat Fang Yuan. To make matters worse, Qiao Silu already knew about the third challenge. Qi Shang had already boasted in his letter that he would overcome this obstacle. If he failed, putting aside Wu Yihai, how would he face Qiao Silu in the future? Qi Shang felt an unprecedented pressure. He stuffed himself with food, and after a short rest, he threw himself back into the intense deduction work. Qi family. It was located in the western part of the southern border. To be more specific, it was located in the westernmost part of the southern border among all the great clans. Next to the Qi family was the Yang family. This clan was adjacent to Wu clan. They had been making things difficult for Wu clan recently because of a wild immortal Gu. They had a conflict. Qi clan, Yang clan, Wu clan. Befriending the distant and attacking the nearby was a basic diplomatic strategy. Thus, the Qi clan and the Wu clan had always had a good relationship. A new report was sent to Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu's table. Qi Chuyu opened it and frowned. This report was about nothing else. It was the challenge between Fang Yuan and Qi Shang in the Super Gu formation. Inside the Super Gu formation, Qi clan's leader, Qi Gue, was afraid that the conflict between Fang Yuan and Qi Shang would escalate. He had already reported this matter to Qi Chuyu. This way, even if the situation worsened in the future, Qi Gui's responsibility would be lessened. After all, he did not hide the information. Qi Chuyu would also pay attention to the progress of this conflict while dealing with complicated affairs. After all, both sides had unusual identities. If this matter was not handled properly, it might escalate into a diplomatic conflict. Qi Shang is troubled. This Gu formation problem, it is beyond the abilities of a grandmaster. The report actually mentioned Fang Yuan's third formation path problem. Qi Chuyu was a great grandmaster. He only took a glance to see the details of this problem. Combining the first 2 problems, Wu Yihai should be trying to set up a Gu formation to manage his resources. But the person who thought of this Gu formation is too greedy, but his attainment level is too low, he cannot see through it. If I do not enlighten him, with Qi Shang's stubborn nature, he might keep on researching it, and get injured or even die from thinking too much. Is this Wu clan's scheme? Seeing through Qi Shang's foundation, they are purposely trying to get rid of our Qi clan's hope. With Wu clan's current situation, it is unlikely. But I cannot be careless. Qi Chuyu thought of this as a sharp light shined in his eyes. he muttered to himself, "It seems that I need to make a move." A moment later, Qi Gui visited Qi Shang, bringing an information path immortal goo from Qi Chuyu. "First Supreme Elder instructed me to hand this immortal goo to you personally," Qi Gui said. Qi Shang received this immortal goo in a daze. After looking into it, his expression changed as he shouted in joy. "This is the immortal inheritance of the secluded cultivator Tu Yuan back then. His earth, water, wind, fire for elements formation is unique, there are no other inheritances. It is just that he is not famous, he is too low-key, very few people know of him. The first Supreme Elder actually gave this immortal Tao inheritance to me. I begged for it several times before but I could not get it." In his excitement, Qi Shang immersed himself in this immortal true inheritance, ignoring the outside world. When he came to his senses and raised his head, a day had passed, it was already late at night. Time passes so quickly, eh? When did Qi Gui leave? Forget it, forget it. Qi Shang's eyes shined with bright light, he could not be looked at directly. Qi clan's first Supreme Elder's true inheritance came at the right time, it was the right medicine for Qi Shang, giving him the best advice. Qi Shang was filled with respect and love towards Qi Chuyu. So first Supreme Elder has been paying attention to my matters. He saw that I was in trouble and immediately helped me. Is this considered cheating? Probably not. First Supreme Elder did not give me any advice, he only gave me a true inheritance. I was the one who thought of the inspiration for the solution. That's it. I have spent enough time, I need to use this time to solve this problem and teach Wu Yihai a lesson. Qi Shang was filled with excitement and motivation, activating the wisdom sweat formation again. Another 2 days passed, the goo formation was broken, but Qi Shang walked out angrily. So this goo formation problem is unsolvable. Wu Yihai, you tricked me like this. Too sinister, too crafty. Thankfully, I received First Supreme Elder's advice, I was able to see through this truth. Thinking of this, Qi Shang gritted his teeth, he had suffered a lot these days, he researched without rest. But the result was that this problem was unsolvable. Qi Shang felt that he was fooled by Wu Yihai, he was furious. But soon he smiled, that's right, this problem is unsolvable as long as I expose this truth, it will be my win. I can even expose it to Fairy Si Lu and let her see the sinister side of this Wu Yihai. Qi Shang immediately sent out 2 information path mortal goo. Fang Yuan received 2 information path mortal goo. The first one was from Qiao Si Lu. Qiao Si Lu's information path mortal goo was not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. He looked at it with his consciousness and was a little puzzled. Next, he thought of something, he put down Si Lu's letter and went to look at Qi Shang's. Fang Yuan realized at once. This Qi Shang improved again, he actually learned to complain first, he told Qiao Si Lu the result of this challenge before sending the letter goo to me. This is to prevent me from making a counterattack? You really improved a lot. Fang Yuan's smile gradually faded. The third result was out of his expectations. The goo formation he created was unsolvable. This situation was very common. Before the deduction succeeded, any goo recipe, killer move or goo formation that was created could not be solved, they could not succeed. They were just illusions, there was no possibility of success in reality. Some problems were unsolvable, it was obvious. But some of them were not like this. Especially formation path involved too many goo worms and paths, it was very complex. Some ideas were not deduced to the end, they were unsolvable problems. Tripling the production, this result is too perfect, it is too realistic. Since there is no solution, I can only give up on my original idea and modify it in other ways. But forget it for now. I lost this challenge, I will invite Qi Shang to a banquet. This person is quite interesting. Regarding this banquet, Qi Shang did not even think about it, he agreed. His attitude was completely different from before. Earlier he felt that Fang Yuan was too arrogant, he did not want to go. But now he was the victor, in his opinion this banquet was an apology banquet, he had to show the attitude of a victor, to admire the face of the loser. Thus, when he saw Fang Yuan, his first sentence was, "Wu Yihai, are you convinced?" Fang Yuan rubbed his nose, laughing, I am convinced, I am convinced. You are a genius, how can I not be convinced? Qi Shang was stunned, he did not expect Fang Yuan to have such an attitude, he actually admitted defeat. He was at a loss as to what to do. Because before this, he had thought of many ways to deal with Fang Yuan's shamelessness or sophistry. But now, Fang Yuan directly admitted his defeat, saying he was convinced. Chapter 1338. The banquet began. In this small hall, there were only 3 Gu immortals: Fang Yuan, Wuan, and Qi Shang. Wuan was naturally a bystander. The main point was the interaction between Fang Yuan and Qi Shang. Fang Yuan toasted Qi Shang. He spoke politely and had a smile on his face. His words were full of praise for Qi Shang's formation path attainment. One would not slap a smiling face. Qi Shang was muddle-headed. He drank a lot of wine like this. He sized up Fang Yuan, looking at him from a different perspective. Wu Yihai, this fellow is actually quite friendly. What happened earlier? Was he purposely provoking me? Or does he have something to ask of me? Qi Shang muttered. I won't hide it from you, Qi Shang. I admire talented people like you the most in my life. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, toasting him. Qi Shang mumbled as he raised his wine cup. Before Fang Yuan even drank, he drank a mouthful himself. It turned out that Fang Yuan's continuous toasts had become Qi Shang's conditioned reflex. But Fang Yuan's words were really pleasing to the ears. Especially since he was Fang Yuan's love rival, such compliments gave Qi Shang a huge sense of achievement. No. I need to be vigilant. Wu Yihai might also be acting. He is very cunning. Qi Shang did not lower his guard, but no matter how he looked at it, he felt that Fang Yuan's smile was sincere and sincere. He not mentioning Fang Yuan's acting skills, just his attitude. Gu was not a joke. Qi Shang, please take a look. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, handing an information path mortal Gu to Qi Shang. What is this? Qi Shang muttered to himself. He took a look and his expression changed. It turned out that this information path mortal Gu was the letter Fang Yuan was going to give to Qiao Silu. But in the letter, Fang Yuan was full of praise for Qi Shang. He was full of praises. He even admitted his own inadequacies. Previously, he challenged Qi Shang with a difficult problem of formations. He was purely overestimating himself. He was showing off in front of an expert. He did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He was not worthy of being a hero of the southern border. Of course, there was no such thing as displaying one's slight skill before an expert in this world. When Qi Shang read the letter, he felt a little embarrassed. Fang Yuan's words of praise were indeed a little exaggerated. Am I really that outstanding? The title of Southern Border's hero, I've never thought of it that way. I wonder what Fairy Si Lu will think when she sees this letter. All kinds of thoughts emerged in his mind. Qi Shang could not help but feel excited. When he looked at Fang Yuan again, his gaze changed again. Fang Yuan sat down beside Qi Shang. Qi Shang didn't feel disgusted by this intimate action. Qi Shang, in the entire southern border Gu immortal world, I'm afraid only your talent is worthy of Fairy Si Lu. I'm convinced of this. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Qi Shang did not know what to say. He had joy on his face but also suspicion. Fang Yuan continued, but I will not give up. A fair and graceful woman is a gentleman's dream. Even though my talent is not as good as yours, I will work harder. You won me this time. We will compete fairly in the future. What do you think? Hearing this, the suspicion on Qi Shang's face melted. He raised his cup for the first time, toasting Fang Yuan. Good, fair competition. Gentlemen should compete fairly. His meaning was that he was treating Fang Yuan as a gentleman. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, patting Qi Shang's shoulder. To speak the truth, I loathe other rivals in love, but you, Qi Shang, are different. You are talented and righteous. I admire you. If you gain Fairy Si Lu's favor in the future, I will definitely bless you too, because I know that if I lose to you, I will not feel wronged. As for the others, they are all clowns. Qi Shang felt embarrassed from the praise. He rubbed his nose and said, actually, there are some experts among the others. We won't get to know each other if we don't fight. Come, let's drink. Fang Yuan raised his cup again. Qi Shang's actions were even more direct. Drink. He raised his head and gulped. A large cup of wine went down his throat. Next he burped. His face turned red. Straightforward. Fang Yuan gave a thumbs up, personally pouring another cup for Qi Shang. His smile was warm and passionate. It was very sincere. But the truth was, he was calm inside. He recalled the information regarding Qi Shang. Wu clan's information network was trustworthy. Fang Yuan already knew. When Qi Shang was young, Qi Chuyu took a fancy to him due to an accident. Recognizing his talent and formation path, he was heavily nurtured. Qi Shang had the title of Formation Fanatic in Qi clan. He was selected when he was young, and sent to the back cave of Myriad Snake Mountain to cultivate. This lasted for 30 years. When he was over 40 years old, he came out of seclusion with only rank 3 cultivation, but in the clan competition he surpassed rank 4 and 5 Gu masters in setting up Gu formations, his formation path attainment shocking the Qi clansmen. Later on, the clansmen learned that the reason Qi Shang left the mountain was because he got lost and accidentally walked out. His performance in the competition earned him fame, wealth and beauties came one after another, but he rejected them all. His only request was to enter the cave again and continue his closed cultivation to research formation path. This matter alerted the Supreme Elders. Qi Chuyu allowed Qi Shang's request. He even created a cave for him, with servants serving him every day. Qi Shang continued to research. His diligence and obsession were shocking. It was as if his only joy in life was to research formation path. He immersed himself in it, ignoring the outside world's clamor. He lived in his cave without seeing the light of day, immersing himself in formation path cultivation. When his hair turned white and he was about to die, Qi Chuyu met him again and asked him, "Do you have any regrets in this life? What regrets do you have before you die?" Qi Shang cried loudly. He said, "Life is short, 100 years is just a blink of an eye. I still have a lot of formation path research to do. How can I be satisfied? This is my greatest regret." Qi Chuyu sighed deeply. He actually gave a lifespan gu to Qi Shang. Qi Shang obtained it and regained his youth. He gained lifespan again. Qi Chuyu discussed formation path with him, guiding him for 3 days and 3 nights. He finally confirmed that Qi Shang was the clan's hope. His formation path attainment could reach great grandmaster in the future. Qi Chuyu did not just say it, he used the clan's resources to nurture Qi Shang. With the clan's help, Qi Shang's cultivation level rose rapidly. He became an immortal. In just a few decades he became a rank 7 Gu immortal. But even after becoming an immortal, he did not break away from his previous habits. He was still immersed in the Array Dao and continued to study it. Day and night he would cultivate in seclusion for years, even decades. The only shocking thing was that he pursued Xiao Si Lu with a firm attitude. When this news got out, Qi clan's jaws dropped. They learned that other than formation path, Qi Shang also liked women. When he obtained Wu clan's information, Fang Yuan felt that Qi Shang was an interesting person. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan used a special method to deal with Qi Shang. Earlier he did not meet Qi Shang. It was Fang Yuan's scheme. Purposely challenging Qi Shang with a formation path problem was the next step of Fang Yuan's plan. This banquet was also part of Fang Yuan's plan. Qi Shang's performance was not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Not long ago, Xiao Si Lu's letter was also within Fang Yuan's expectations. As one of the people involved, Xiao Si Lu had to express her attitude. Even though she did not say it, she told Fang Yuan about the first time she met Qi Shang. According to Xiao Si Lu, back then she came to Qi clan with Xiao clan's mission. She was received by Qi clan's first Supreme Elder's son, Gu Immortal Qi Bang. Who knew that Qi Bang's words were frivolous, he purposely used the beautiful scenery to recite poems to tease Xiao Si Lu. Normally Xiao Si Lu would not get angry. But back then Xiao Si Lu was Xiao clan's envoy. Qi Bang's actions were disrespectful to Xiao clan. Xiao Si Lu harbored hatred in her heart. To deal with it, Xiao Si Lu purposely got close to Qi Shang. Qi Bang was Qi Chuyu's son. He was the next first supreme elder of Qi clan. He was second only to Qi Shang. No one dared to provoke him, except for the formation fanatic Qi Shang. Qi Shang did not know the details. He did not speak to Xiao Si Lu at first, but Xiao Si Lu purposely talked about formation path. She told him about some of Xiao clan's formation path records. Qi Shang was attracted. He was very interested. Xiao Si Lu used Qi Shang to deal with Qi Bang. Qi Bang was helpless. He could only apologize to Xiao Si Lu secretly. Xiao Si Lu successfully completed the clan's mission. She returned with great rewards. She also gained her most passionate pursuer, Qi Shang. Xiao Si Lu's letter gave Fang Yuan important information. He had a clear understanding of Qi clan's internal affairs. Qi clan's first supreme elder has a limited lifespan. He can no longer use lifespan gu. But his son Qi Bang only became an immortal because of his protection. He is not talented enough. Qi Chuyu was well aware of his son's abilities, but he wanted him to become the future first supreme elder of Qi clan. So after realizing Qi Shang's personality and talent, he poured resources into him and groomed such a formation fanatic. As long as he has the formation fanatic's protection, Qi Bang has a high chance of becoming the next first supreme elder. And because of the formation fanatic's respect and admiration towards Qi Chuyu, he cannot escape from Qi Bang's control. Familial love, he. Xiao Si Lu's letter allowed Fang Yuan to see the internal politics of Qi clan. Because of these internal and external reasons, a talent like Qi Shang was created. At the same time, some of Fang Yuan's suspicions towards Qi Shang were resolved. Come. Ui hai, let me toast you. At this time, Qi Shang raised his wine cup towards Fang Yuan, interrupting Fang Yuan's thoughts. Chapter 1339. Qi Shang drank a little too much, his face was red and he spoke a lot. It was as if after defeating Fang Yuan, his confidence was off the charts. He was sure that he could win the heart of the beauty. Gu immortals had all sorts of methods to sober up. But that way they would lose the joy of drinking, it would also be disrespectful to their drinking buddies. Fang Yuan quickly raised his cup and drank the wine in his hand. He smiled. If that is the case, then I can only blame it on my bad luck. Who asked me to meet a competitor like you, Qi Shang? Fang Yuan sighed. The meaning of, since there is a genius, there is also a genius was expressed in his words. Qi Shang laughed heartily. He stretched out his hand and patted Fang Yuan's shoulder, consoling him. Fang Yuan laughed internally. Qi Shang was too naive. This matter was already a foregone conclusion. As long as Fang Yuan agreed, Xiao Silu would definitely throw herself into his arms. This was almost certain. But Xiao Silu had not shown any clear intentions yet. It was just that this fairy had her own schemes and pride. She was just waiting for the right price. Actually, Fang Yuan had already seen through it. For example, Xiao Silu's letter was her way of expressing her attitude. Xiao Silu was very happy to see me competing with Qi Shang. Before this, she had been watching from the sidelines because this was what she wanted. After I failed, she stood up and told me about her relationship with Qi Shang. Her goal was to appease me, to tell me that there was no love between her and Qi Shang. At most, it was just a one-sided love from the formation addict. But this smart woman did not say her attitude directly. She described a past fact to prove her innocence, and also to prove that she had great value in pursuing him. Men pursuing women was an instinct. Whether a woman was pursued by a man, how many men pursued her, what kind of man pursued her, these aspects could more or less show her value. Xiao Silu wants to marry me. This is not her personal wish, it is Qiao clan's political scheme. Just because of this, I have already surpassed all her suitors. No matter how many times I fail, how many times I am a playboy, how shameless I am, and how mischievous I am on occasions like the Moon Festival, so what? I have already won. Even if I fall in love with someone else and stop pursuing Xiao Silu will also come after me. Of course this is not love but politics. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. He had already seen through everything. But he absolutely could not accept Xiao Silu's love. Once he accepted, he would sink into the turbulent and dangerous whirlpool of politics. He would no longer be a simple Wu Yihai, he would be a pawn placed in Wu clan by Qiao clan to fight for the benefits of the entire clan. And Wu Yong would never give Fang Yuan such a relaxed environment as he was doing now. Instead, he would strictly monitor Fang Yuan, constantly suppress him and always be on guard. If that was the case, would Fang Yuan still be able to absorb the essence of the dream world in peace? It was obviously impossible, and the truth might even be exposed. In that case, it would be even more troublesome. Once Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, Qiao clan would first attack him fiercely. Because as a righteous path force, they would definitely be the first to sever their relationship with Fang Yuan. In order to prove themselves and protect their reputation, Qiao clan and Wu clan would definitely attack Fang Yuan crazily. They would put in more effort than any other force. But even though I cannot accept it and will not accept it, I can use this love. Using Xiao Silu's love, Fang Yuan successfully made Wu Yong vigilant, and indirectly made Wu Yong arrange for him to return to the Super Gu formation, achieving his goal. However, there was nothing perfect in this world. Although this method was ingenious, there were repercussions. Wu Yong's vigilance, Luo Muzi, Luan Fei, Qi Shang, and the other pursuers of Xiao Silu were all repercussions. It was not that pure love did not exist, but it was very rare. People lived in this world and had to consider many things. Xiao Silu's beauty, wealth, cultivation, and so on were all attractive and enticing. Perhaps among her pursuers, Qi Shang was the purest, but there was still the element of formation path mixed in. Not to mention the others. As for Fang Yuan, he was the most special one. Qi Shang's arrival was not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. In fact, he was already mentally prepared. Even without Qi Shang, others would come to find trouble. Even if it was not now, it would be in the future. Because Fang Yuan touched the delicious cake of Xiao Silu, he angered many people. These people had pursuers and also the interest groups behind them. As the saying goes, beautiful women are the source of trouble. A beauty was not so easy to pursue. Only a naive person would think of conquering a beauty with love and being touched. Actually, it was not just this. A woman's beauty was a natural dowry. This dowry was extremely generous, it was a huge amount of wealth. Who did not want such wealth? But not everyone had the ability to protect such wealth. If there was a beauty who was willing to give this wealth to her other half because of pure love, then the lucky one would treat her well. But in fact, such situations were too rare. If there was one, please cherish it. If there was none, do not hope for it. Do not say vulgar. Because this was reality. When Fang Yuan returned to the Super Gu formation, he started to think about how to deal with the repercussions of this matter. A truly brilliant Go player had to constantly calculate the path ahead of him before making a move. In fact, when Fang Yuan decided to use Qiao Silu's love to achieve his goal, he had already started to think about how to deal with the repercussions of this method. If he did not deal with it well, then Qi Shang would only be the first person to find trouble, there would be a second, a third, and even more. This was a huge disruption to Fang Yuan's dream realm exploration. At the same time, with Wu Yihai's identity, Fang Yuan's hands and feet were tied. He could not deal with these challenges, he might even expose himself in the process of dealing with them. Fang Yuan needed to deal with this carefully and correctly. How to deal with it? It was difficult but also simple. That was to create a human target that could attract the firepower of those pursuers more than Fang Yuan, and attract more trouble. In Fang Yuan's heart, he was already looking forward to someone finding trouble with him. Qi Shang came to him on his own accord, and so quickly Fang Yuan was secretly happy. When he read Qi Shang's information, his joy increased by several times. His opponent's stupidity was his fortune. Of course, this stupidity had nothing to do with IQ or EQ. There was a clear example of Fang Yuan's experience on Earth, it was Yu Fei. Yu Fei resisted the gold and was about to succeed, but was summoned back by the emperor with 12 golden tokens, and sentenced to death with a false accusation. What? Was it because of the emperor's stupidity? It was stupidity. But were the emperor and prime minister idiots? Of course not. If Yu Fei succeeded in resisting the gold, Yu clan army's reputation would rise, the emperor's authority was weaker than the commander's authority, it was a huge threat. And most importantly, if Yu Fei succeeded, he would be able to bring back the previous emperor. Then what would the current emperor do? Currently, Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu, purposely nurtured a Gu immortal like Qi Shang. Was it because he was stupid, did not know that Qi Shang, who was focused on formation path, would be powerless in political conflicts and would be used as a tool? Of course he was not stupid, because he knew this, he nurtured Qi Shang. Because his son needed to inherit the position of first supreme elder, he needed a tool to assist his son, that was Qi Shang. Many people thought that Qi Shang's arrival was a problem for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had never thought so, he felt that this was an opportunity for him. As long as he dealt with this matter, he would be able to resolve the repercussions of this matter, and in the future he would be able to explore dream realms in peace, secretly raising his foundation. Thus Fang Yuan had to lose. If he did not lose, how could he create a stronger and more threatening Qi Shang? Without such a human target, how could he attract the attention of others? Qi Shang was easy to scheme against. Through information, Fang Yuan knew that Qi Shang liked to research formation path. He was most skilled at solving problems and designing Gu formations that fit the requirements. Fang Yuan used this to challenge him. A research maniac like Qi Shang had his own pride in his field of expertise. He did not care about other aspects, he did not care about his appearance, he did not care about wealth, but in this aspect he had to care. Because this was the meaning of his entire life. Fang Yuan was a transformation path Gu immortal. Using this to make things difficult for him was like slapping Qi Shang in the face. How could a person like Qi Shang endure it? Of course he could not. If he could not endure it, he would fall into the trap that Fang Yuan had set up, he would not be able to climb out. Not only could he not climb out, he even toasted Fang Yuan, he felt that Fang Yuan was a sincere person. Even though you are a competitor, but how should I put it? We truly did not get to know each other without fighting, ha. Qi Shang laughed, putting his arm around Fang Yuan's shoulder. Let's not talk anymore, let's drink. Fang Yuan drank another mouthful. Qi Shang stared with wide-opened eyes at Fang Yuan, he gave a thumbs up. Brother, you are so cool. Come, let's drink. Both of them raised their necks and drank. Good wine. Qi Shang sighed. Oh, to speak the truth, this is the first time I have drunk so much. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, but there was still coldness deep in his eyes. The wine of the righteous path was not so easy to drink. The demonic path fought and killed, it was straightforward, if you retreated, I advanced, if you advanced, I retreated. In a banquet of the righteous path, behind a single rumor, there were often plots and schemes, all sorts of devious thoughts. The seemingly calm surface of the water was filled with turbulent undercurrents. They could devour people without spitting out their bones. Fang Yuan lost to Qi Shang. He was very happy he would spread this news. So what if he lost? Sometimes, failure was a method to achieve one's goal. Qi Shang was also very happy. He felt that this banquet was the happiest one since he came here. Chapter 1340. A joyous banquet for both the host and the guest was not the end, but only the beginning. Fang Yuan and Qi Shang became good friends. In the following period of time, Fang Yuan frequently invited Qi Shang, while Qi Shang often came to Wu clan's encampment to visit Fang Yuan. To get close to someone and build a good relationship with them, it was both difficult and easy. It was nothing more than condescending and complying with his heart. Fang Yuan was astute and had attitude Gu. How could Qi Shang be his match? Qi Shang was known as the formation fanatic. Ordinary Gu immortals were not worthy of his attention. But Fang Yuan was already a formation path quasi-grandmaster. He had a lot of resonance with this formation path grandmaster. The two of them conversed on various aspects of the array Dao. Qi Shang was soon amazed by Fang Yuan's formation path attainment. He was puzzled. Because Fang Yuan's main cultivation path was transformation path. Fang Yuan told him, I have always been interested in formation path. When I was a mortal, I researched formation path, and because of some fortuitous encounters, I cultivated formation path. But fate made a fool out of me. I could only become a Gu immortal through transformation path. But I am already very lucky. How many lone cultivators can become Gu immortals? This helplessness made Qi Shang sigh. He felt a sense of sympathy deep inside. If you change to formation path, I can help you. Qi clan has many formation path immortal Gu. I can help you negotiate and complete an immortal Gu transaction. Qi Shang suggested. It was not easy for him to suggest this. It was enough to prove the results of Fang Yuan's hard work. It was not impossible to change paths, but the vital Gu had to be changed. Fang Yuan was very moved. If I want to change paths in the future, I will definitely seek your help. Qi Shang nodded. When the time comes, you must tell me. He knew that it was not easy for a Gu immortal to change paths. It was not something that could be done on a whim. This was a huge matter. It had many implications. It often had a negative impact on the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan had gained a lot from his conversation with Qi Shang. Although it was not an improvement in the realm, it was a great help to expand Fang Yuan's horizons and supplement some of the other foundations of the array Dao. Fang Yuan had a more comprehensive and profound understanding of the Dao of arrays. What was the difference between a Gu formation and a killer move? Qi Shang told Fang Yuan, Gu formations are a type of killer move. Killer moves used multiple Gu worms at the same time. The same was true for Gu formations. Gu formations were formation path killer moves. Every different Gu formation was a different killer move. Therefore, it could be said that among all the sects, the formation Dao had the most killing moves. Of course, there were slight differences between Gu formations and other killer moves. For instance, Gu formations could last longer. After the Gu formation is set up, the Gu master's concentration and energy will be less. What is the essence of array Dao? Fang Yuan asked Qi Shang. Qi Shang shook his head. Although I am an array grandmaster, I am still lacking when it comes to the essence of array Dao. But my clan's Lord Qi Chu, you had once told me that the essence of formation path is to create an environment. When Fang Yuan heard this answer, he immediately had a feeling of enlightenment. The coiling thread caves Gu formation, wasn't it to nurture more regretful spiders? To create an environment for them to live in? It is said that formation path great grandmasters can use the natural Dao marks of heaven and earth and use very few Gu worms to create a Gu formation. In some places with dense natural Dao marks, they can even use mortal Gu to create an immortal Gu formation. Is that so? Fang Yuan asked Qi Shang. Qi Shang nodded, explaining, that is indeed so. But actually, at our level we can also use Dao marks. Some Gu formations are built on not only Gu worms but also Gu materials. But we can only use the Dao marks in the immortal materials to create the formation. As time passes, these immortal materials will slowly get destroyed. Formation path great grandmasters go one step further. Not only can they use mortal and immortal materials, they can also use the natural Dao marks of heaven and earth. These conversations and explanations gave Fang Yuan a lot of inspiration. This made him treat Qi Shang even more warmly. Fang Yuan soon found that holding banquets did not have much effect on getting closer to Qi Shang. It was better to have a discussion on formation path with Qi Shang. Sometimes, a heated debate could even arouse Qi Shang's appreciation for the heroes in his heart. Fang Yuan had another trump card that was to write letters to Qiao Si Lu. Every time he wrote letters he would praise Qi Shang, praising his astonishing formation path attainment and his amazing talent. Qi Shang felt embarrassed from the praise. He had a whole new level of respect for Fang Yuan. He felt that he was a gentleman, he was magnanimous and had a broad mind. To return the favor, he also wrote letters to Qiao Si Lu, praising Fang Yuan, expressing his shock and admiration towards Fang Yuan for cultivating transformation path and formation path as well as having such deep attainment. Qiao Si Lu, she looked at the letters and felt that these two pursuers of hers were praising each other and had almost forgotten about her, the main character. She had never expected this kind of situation. While rolling her eyes in her heart, she still had to express her appreciation in her reply, especially for their broad-mindedness. Undeniably, Fang Yuan and Qi Shang had turned from enemies to friends. This change made the spectators who wanted to watch a show feel their jaws drop. Southern Border, Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. This was a famous earth trench in Southern Border. It was famous because of the endless dark path ferocious beasts, especially shadow monsters. At the same time, this was also one of the most dangerous places in Southern Border. Right now, in the depths of this Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, in an inconspicuous underground cave. Wow! An old lunatic with purple hair, ragged clothes and bare feet, kept howling in the cave while running around in all directions. Plop. Suddenly he fell to the ground, his body twisted as he walked like an earthworm. After walking for a while, he suddenly stood up with a silly smile on his face. But after a moment, his silly laughter gradually disappeared, and his cloudy eyes once again shone with a clear luster. Lord Purple, you are finally awake. Wuxia appeared at the entrance of the cave. He sighed with a complex expression. It turned out that this old man who had gone mad was the former Purple. The group of 4 from Shadow Sect had vanished after the Battle of Northern Plains Reverse Flow River. It was unknown when they had returned to Southern Border. And why did they come to the depths of Plunder Shadow Earth Trench? Purple also sighed deeply. He patted the soil off his body shrunk as he turned back into a winged mini-man. Call me Zishan Makoto. This will be beneficial for our next operation. Zishan Makoto said, What news did you bring this time? Wuxia answered, According to our plan, Southern Border's political situation is slowly developing according to our plan. But it is a pity that Qi Shang and Wu Yihai did not have an intense conflict, they became good friends instead. Zishan Makoto was slightly surprised. After looking at the information he nodded, This Wu Yihai is quite interesting. Not only does he cultivate transformation path, his formation path attainment was even acknowledged by Qi Shang. This undoubtedly helped him, but he could not beat Wu Yong. He was sent to the Super Gu formation by Wu Yong for the second time. Wuxia nodded. Wu Yong is a rank 8 Gu immortal after all, he has great authority now. Wu Yihai has just returned to the clan, he has not reached an agreement with Qiao clan yet, he cannot get their help. But this proves that even though Wu Yihai is a lone cultivator, he has huge ambitions. Because he took the initiative to get close to Qiao Si Lu, but they did not get together, this means that he has not reached an agreement with Qiao clan yet. Can we make use of his ambitions? Zishan Makoto thought about it. We might be able to make use of this, but we know too little about this person. Currently we still need to plot against Wu clan. We need to focus our efforts on Wu Yong. Wu clan is the #1 force in Southern Border. They are the pillar of the righteous path. If they fall, Southern Border's political situation will definitely go into a huge turmoil. At that time, we can take advantage of the situation to break the Super Gu formation and save our main body. It turned out that Wu clan's turmoil was not so simple. Shadow Sect was adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes. Even if Southern Border's political situation is in turmoil, so what? Bai Ningbing also appeared at the cave entrance. She had a cold expression. With just the 4 of us, even if the Super Gu formation only has 4 Gu immortals defending it, it will be a huge problem. Furthermore, our main battle strength is not stable. Bai Ningbing spoke very bluntly. Even against the rank 8 existence Zishan Makoto, she was not afraid. But she was fearless because before she was chased by Fang Yuan, she had already set up an alliance agreement with Wuxia and the rest. Both sides were equal. Moreover, Zishan Makoto's occasional craziness reduced her reverence towards him. Zishan Makoto was not bothered, he smiled. Just causing turmoil in the political situation is not enough. After all, these righteous path forces are not fools. This is only to reduce their strength in the Super Gu formation as much as possible. Just the 4 of us are not enough, our battle strength is too weak. So we need to recruit people. Recruit people? Wuxia was surprised. Is there a hidden force in southern border that I do not know about? Because he knew that the Shadow Sect forces in southern border had been dealt a heavy blow. And to attack the Super Gu formation, one had to have strength at their level. Ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals were not enough. But if there was such a person, Wuxia would have recruited them long before Fang Yuan chased after them. Even further back, if there was such a person, Spectral Soul would have gone through heaven-defying tribulation and refined sovereign immortal fetus Gu. He would have arranged for them to fight against Central Continent's Gu immortals. Zishan Makoto nodded before shaking his head. Do you know why I am crazy? Chapter 1341. Zishan Makoto changed the topic. Bai Ningbing did not speak. Wuxia said, wasn't it because of Providence's interference? Zishan Makoto nodded. It was Providence, but I took the initiative. What do you mean? Bai Ningbing could not help but show a surprised expression. Hearing Zishan Makoto's words, it sounded like his insanity was a deliberate action. Zishan Makoto sighed faintly, the dust of the past seemed to appear in his eyes. Back then, when we were still the first-generation split souls, we discovered the enemy Providence. We naturally had to think of a way to deal with it. I cultivated wisdom path, I was the leader of the split souls, I naturally had to find a way to deal with Providence. By probing a portion of star constellation Immortal Venerable's true inheritance and combining it with my own wisdom path attainment, I researched a method that was to assimilate with Providence. Assimilate with Providence? Bai Ningbing and Wuxia looked at each other, frowning. That's right. Providence is vast and omnipresent. We had only just discovered it back then. We did not know many of Providence's secrets and weaknesses like now. Back then, we were restricted everywhere. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. More and more members were targeted by Providence and killed. The hope was extremely slim. Zishan Makoto continued, with no other choice, I thought of this method that was not really a solution. Since the enemy was so strong, I pretended to surrender and infiltrated the enemy's inner circle to obtain information. After all, know yourself and know your enemy and you will never be defeated. Bai Ningbing and Wuxia's eyes shined. Even now, they could understand the novelty of this method. Providence was formless. Zishan Makoto actually wanted to infiltrate Providence's inner circle. It was truly a brilliant idea. Zishan Makoto did not just think of it, he actually did it. Zishan Makoto continued to explain, Providence, you should all be very clear about it. If a grotto heaven devoured a 9 heavens fragment, Providence would be mixed in. If it had a heavenly spirit, it would become a fool. Heavenly spirits were like this, Gu immortals were the same. Every time I assimilate with heaven's will, I become crazy and foolish, losing all rationality. However, it is also because of this that I was able to greatly reduce Providence's intention to eliminate me and survive to this day. There's another big advantage to doing this. You will be able to temporarily become one with heaven's will. You will be able to clearly sense heaven's will and understand its strengths and weaknesses. When I learned about Providence's thoughts, I was able to stand above Providence's structure and lay out a plan for myself and my shadow sect. The heavenly Tao is heartless and treats all things as dogs. In the eyes of Providence, all things in the world are pawns. And in the chessboard of fate, there will always be some pawns in some crucial positions that attract my attention. Zishan Makoto described slowly, be it by Ningbing or Wuxia, they were getting more and more engrossed as they listened. Because they could vaguely feel that Zishan Makoto's next words were going to be extremely important. As expected, Zishan Makoto continued, after I assimilated with Providence, I found that there are many crucial pawns in Providence's structure. So, every time I went crazy, I would borrow the will of the heavens to get close to these chess pieces. Then, when I regained my senses, I would work hard to instigate them and use my own strength to make these chess pieces work for me. In the Battle of Reverse Flow River not long ago, I believe you have already seen the effect of one of these pawns. Bai Ningbing's body shook. Wuxia came to a realization. He blurted out, Lord Zishan Makoto is talking about Tai Bai Yunxing? Zishan Makoto nodded. That's right, Tai Bai Yunxing is a crucial pawn in the chessboard of fate. Although he was arranged by Providence, I successfully influenced him and used his strength to help you escape. Tai Bai Yunxing had once met Zishan Makoto when he was a Gu master. he obtained Zishan Makoto's true inheritance. He not only had Providence's arrangement, but also Zishan Makoto's influence. Thus, when Fang Yuan carried Providence's final attack and returned to the past to overthrow Spectral Soul's plan, during this process Fang Yuan obtained Tai Bai Yunxing's help. Tai Bai Yunxing was able to submit to Fang Yuan. Part of the reason was Fang Yuan's intelligence. But the other part was because of Providence. But later Tai Bai Yunxing separated from Fang Yuan and helped Shadow Sect instead. This was because Fang Yuan betrayed Providence at the crucial moment. He did not destroy Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, instead he used it himself. Tai Bai Yunxing, under Zishan Makoto's influence, helped Shadow Sect greatly. Tai Bai Yunxing died in battle. On the surface it was because of Fang Yuan. But from another perspective, he was a sacrifice in the contest between Providence and Shadow Sect. Wuxia heard this and finally understood Zishan Makoto's intentions. He called out, "I get it, after so many years Lord Zishan Makoto has traveled all over the world, he has influenced many pawns in crucial positions, they will be our new strength to break the Super Gu formation and save our main body." Zishan Makoto smiled, "Precisely. Southern border, Super Gu formation. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Central Continent. A strong emerald light with a fragrant aroma soared into the sky. Countless Gu worms danced around in the green light. Just a glance was enough to dazzle one's eyes." Fang Yuan maintained a high level of concentration. As time passed, a portion of the Gu worms stopped flying, they fell into the ground. More and more Gu worms fell into the ground, they resonated with the previous Gu worms, forming a mystical force. The jade green light pillar became smaller and weaker. Fang Yuan willed, an immortal Gu flew over. This immortal Gu was crimson like blood, it was round like a pearl, it was the size of a goose egg. There were countless markings on the pearl, they moved around and changed, it was like a myriad of lotuses blooming or clouds moving. It was the rank 6 immortal Gu blood asset. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, this Gu formation setup had reached the most crucial moment. Blood asset immortal Gu floated into the jade green light. Almost instantly the green light was dyed by the immortal Gu blood asset, turning into a bright red color. The red light became brighter and brighter. After a few breaths of time, it was as bright and dazzling as the green light earlier. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, the most crucial step was over, the next step was to go according to plan. The bright red light became weaker and weaker, eventually vanishing. However, the fragrance still lingered in the cavern, lingering faintly in the air. This cave was extremely wide, it was 300 square kilometers in size. It was deep underground, several li from the surface. The cavern was not completely sealed off. There were over 100 passageways that were like air vents. One of them was connected to the cavern, while the other was connected to the outside world. There were countless pitch-black, bottomless pits on the ground, yet they emitted a fragrant aroma. The coiling thread Gu formation is set up successfully. The coiling thread cave plan is more than half done. The next step is to move those regretful spiders here and nurture them. During this process I will need to adjust the Gu formation, it will be complete in about a month or two. Fang Yuan's heart was filled with joy. After Qi Shang left and returned to Qi clan, Fang Yuan continued to explore the Dream Realm. There were still 2 scenes left in the Formation Path Dream Realm, but they were resolved by Fang Yuan's Unravel Dream Killer move. As expected, Fang Yuan's Formation Path attainment level had reached Grandmaster. Using his Grandmaster Formation Path attainment level, as well as his gains from interacting with Qi Shang, Fang Yuan easily deduced a brand new coiling thread Gu formation. This coiling thread Gu formation still used blood asset immortal Gu, but the effect was only doubled. Fang Yuan's Gu formation could have the effect of multiplying by 3 times, but it was an unsolvable problem, there was no chance of success. Being able to double it, Fang Yuan was satisfied. He still had a lot of savings, Unravel Dream could be used many times, and with Qi Shang's departure he could secretly explore the Dream Realm in peace. Fang Yuan cherished this rare opportunity. In the following days, he used closed cultivation as an excuse to immerse himself in the Dream Realm. Just as he was exploring the Dream Realm, an earth-shattering news spread, shocking almost all the Gu immortals in the 5 regions. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects and celestial court had lost. They sent a powerful group to northern plains, but they did not succeed in saving Ma Hongyun, they lost miserably. Of the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals, Wei Lingyang, Myriad Tidal Dragon, and Bai Qintian, 2 died, 1 was missing. The one who killed the rank 8 Gu immortal was Giant Sun Immortal's former mount, the legendary immemorial desolate beast Dogtail life-extending ferret. But it was not like there were no survivors in Central Continent. Zhao Yinyun, Yue Yizi, Shi Yi, and the rest were escorted by Wei Lingyang, and with the help of Central Continent's reinforcements, they barely escaped with their lives. This news caused a huge commotion in the world. Central Continent's strength and foundation was publicly recognized as the number one in the 5 regions. The 10 great ancient sects were the super forces that controlled Central Continent. Any one of them could surpass most of the super clans in the 5 regions. And Celestial Court was the superior sect of the 10 great ancient sects. Not only did it rule Central Continent, its influence had already spread to the other 4 regions. In the hearts of Central Continent's people, it was high and mighty, unshakable. In the minds of the other 4 regions, it was the number one force in the world. After all, it had 3 immortal venerables. Which force in the world could compare to it? But such a powerful celestial court actually lost in Northern Plains. However, after the shock, the people of the world understood more of the inside story and expressed their understanding. Because Northern Plains was tough, it had the highest battle strength, and this time, it was a descendant of Giant Sun Immortal. It was Longevity Heaven. As for Celestial Court's defeat, it was because of the expedition. It did not display its true strength. In fact, Celestial Court did not send a group to Northern Plains to fight Longevity Heaven, but to find trouble with old ancestor Xuehu. Chapter 1342. Wei Lingyang and Bai Qin Tian died in battle. Myriad Tidal Dragon escaped, Fang Yuan muttered. When the news reached him, in this Super Gu formation, he was the one who had the clearest understanding of the situation. Looking at the days, it should be over. Celestial Court's expedition, Longevity Heaven represented Northern Plains Gu Immortal World, dealt a huge blow to Central Continent. Dog-tail life-extending ferret, worthy of being Giant Sun Immortal's mount, it has great battle strength. But even though this boosted Northern Plains morale, it is not a huge blow to Celestial Court. With the 500 years of experience in his previous life, he had gone through the initial 5 regions' chaotic war. Fang Yuan knew that Celestial Court's foundation was as deep as the sea. In comparison, Longevity Heaven was only Giant Sun Immortal's immortal aperture grotto heaven. Its foundation was much weaker. This incident is a monumental event that is hard to come by in 10,000 years. In my previous life, it had never happened before. After this battle, Northern Plains and Central Continent have become enemies, or rather Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court have already fallen out. Will Celestial Court take revenge now? If that is the case, it will be quite a commotion. Fang Yuan thought in his mind. He was constantly thinking about the possible political situations that could occur in the future. Longevity Heaven originated from Giant Sun Immortal. Celestial Court had 3 immortal venerables in it. They were all righteous path forces. To think that they would fight so fiercely. Right now, all the Gu Immortals and forces of all sizes in the 5 regions were paying close attention to this matter. They were paying attention to Celestial Court's reaction. According to common sense, Celestial Court would definitely retaliate, because they had always been the number 1 Gu Immortal organization in the 5 regions. If they did not retaliate, their reputation would fall. But the 5 regional walls prevented large-scale Gu Immortal battles. There was also the obstruction of Giant Sun Immortal's luck suppression heavenly palace that people did not know about. It would be very difficult for the Celestial Court to take action. Therefore, regardless of whether they took action or not, the Celestial Court had its reasons. No matter what the Celestial Court chose, its next step would determine the direction of the 5 regions Gu Immortal World. Fang Yuan sighed. This news was actually within his expectations. The Celestial Court would send Gu Immortals to save Ma Hongyun. They would definitely be obstructed by Northern Plains Gu Immortals. After Central Continent's Gu Immortals failed in their rescue, they escaped back to Central Continent. This battle had lasted for a long time. The result was finally out. But when he really received the news, he had a bad feeling. He felt that something was amiss. But Fang Yuan couldn't tell what was wrong. Could it be that because everything has changed too much because of me, the chain of changes is getting bigger and bigger, and the advantage of being reborn is getting smaller and smaller? Is that why I'm feeling more and more uneasy? The dazzling radiance of the dream shone on Fang Yuan's face, causing his expression to become even more uncertain. No matter what, increasing my strength is the most important thing. Dream realm, here I come. Regardless of the changes in the outside world, how unpredictable it was, or how dangerous it was, as long as he got stronger, Fang Yuan would naturally feel safer. His soul entered the dream. After coming back to his senses, Fang Yuan found that he was in a desolate wilderness. Nighttime. The crescent moon emitted a cold light. Wild dogs were barking. Fang Yuan was being carried by two people, one at the front and one at the back. What is going on? After realizing that he could not move, Fang Yuan quickly assessed his surroundings. Grunt grunt. A sound similar to a pig eating entered Fang Yuan's ears. He soon discovered that this strange sound came from the two people who were carrying him. These two strange people carried Fang Yuan all the way to the waist of the mountain. The dark clouds in the night sky finally dispersed, and with the help of the cold moonlight, Fang Yuan suddenly realized that the two strange people carrying him were not pure humans, but two pig-headed orcs. In today's world, orcs have long been extinct. Orcs have appeared in this dream realm. What era is this? A question mark suddenly appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan felt that something was wrong and began to struggle, but he soon realized that he was extremely weak and seriously injured. He struggled with all his might, but the end result was that his body only swayed slightly. Roar roar. The pig-headed orc who was carrying his feet noticed Fang Yuan's movement and shouted loudly. Not good. Fang Yuan cried out in his heart. But the two orcs were faster. They suddenly let go and threw Fang Yuan to the ground. The intense pain almost caused Fang Yuan to faint on the spot. Relying on his strong willpower, Fang Yuan stubbornly opened his eyes. Next, he saw that the pig-headed orc in front of him had raised his hoof. The hoof cast a large shadow on Fang Yuan's face, and under Fang Yuan's gaze the shadow rapidly expanded. Bam! At the next moment, the pig hoof stomped down, crushing Fang Yuan's entire head. Blood mixed with his white brain, it was like tofu that was smashed, splattering everywhere. Damn it! The dream realm was interrupted. Fang Yuan's soul was injured and expelled. This means that I have to wait for the right time and not act rashly? Fang Yuan thought as he crushed Guts Gu to heal his injuries. Unravel Dream had a limited number of uses. That batch of nightmare demonic cult immortal materials had already been used up by Fang Yuan. But Guts Gu were different. As long as Danghun Mountain existed, Guts Gu could be said to be endless. Thus, Fang Yuan would rather expend Guts Gu and suffer some soul injuries than use Unravel Dream. Soon, Fang Yuan's soul healed. He entered the dream realm again. This time, Fang Yuan did not move. He allowed the two pig-headed orcs to carry him up the mountain. Gur gur. At a certain place, the pig-headed orcs stopped. One of them snorted. The other carried Fang Yuan's legs and walked forward. Using the moonlight, Fang Yuan saw that he and the two pig-headed orcs were at the edge of a cliff. Oh no! Fang Yuan was about to struggle when the two pig-headed orcs suddenly swung their arms and threw Fang Yuan down. Fang Yuan rapidly fell from the sky. This is... His eyes were wide open. He saw that there was a mass grave at the bottom of the cliff. Countless corpses were casually piled up. The stench of rotting corpses was so thick that it formed a fog. Before Fang Yuan could think further. Bam! With a muffled sound, Fang Yuan fell into the valley. His whole body was smashed into meat paste, completely smashed into pieces. Fang Yuan was expelled from the dream realm again. What in the world is this dream realm? While Fang Yuan was exploring the dream realm, Central Continent, Celestial Court. Lord Duke Long, please? An old woman with a hunched back was bowing deeply. Her hair was dry and yellow like straw, her face was full of wrinkles and her eyes were blurry. She wore an earthy yellow robe. There was a ring of fine yellow sand around her waist. She was standing respectfully in front of Duke Long. As for Duke Long, after absorbing Di Zongxing's life force, he was no longer in his weak and withered state. He had become majestic and mighty, showing the aura of a peak legend. At this moment, he sized up the tall tower in front of him, nodding, "Granny Sha, you did well." This tower was Heaven Overseeing Tower. Rank 9 Immortal Gu House. It was famous in history. Although it was destroyed in the Battle of Southern Border, most of the main Immortal Gu were preserved. After being sent back to Celestial Court, Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Granny Sha woke up. She had been refining Gu worms and repairing Heaven Overseeing Tower. Now she finally succeeded. The complete Heaven Overseeing Tower reappeared in Celestial Court. Lord Duke Long, please enter. Granny Sha led the way. Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle followed behind, entering Heaven Overseeing Tower. White jade stairs spiraled upwards. It was no different from the previous Heaven Overseeing Tower. But Heaven Overseeing Tower was not activated yet. Duke Long and the others did not see any abnormalities as they went up. When they reached the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower, the three Gu Immortals saw an Immortal Gu. This immortal goo gave off an intense rank 9 aura. It was shaped like a spider, black and white. There was a red wound on the goo worm's body, almost covering its entire body. If it was not rank 9 Fate Immortal Goo, what else could it be? This Fate Immortal Goo was damaged by Red Lotus Demon Venerable using Love Immortal Goo's power. But after generations of hard work by Celestial Court, until the last Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, this Immortal Goo had already recovered to 50%. After reaching a qualitative change, Fate Immortal Goo's recovery speed was many times faster than before. Right now, even without success Dow marks, it had already recovered to 60% under Granny Sha's hard work. Good, very good. Granny Sha, you have contributed to Celestial Court, you have contributed to the world. I think when Celestial Court rules over the 5 regions, your contributions will be recorded in history for future generations to look up to. Duke Long praised with a gratified tone. Granny Sha nodded with a smile. Lord Duke Long is too kind, I was only doing my meager effort. Moreover, restoring Heaven Overseeing Tower was also that old fogey's wish. Granny Sha continued to laugh, and as she laughed, her body gradually turned into sand. A cool breeze appeared out of nowhere, causing the sand to dissipate in the air. Rank 8 Goo Immortal Granny Sha, a Refinement Path Great Grandmaster, died at this moment. She had little lifespan to begin with. After the previous Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord died, she woke up in anger and contributed the last bit of her life to Celestial Court. Silence. Another rank 8 Goo Immortal of Celestial Court was sacrificed. During this period, Celestial Court had lost many members. Fairy Myrtle's eyes were slightly red. But Duke Long's expression did not change, his body was still straight like a mountain. He spoke slowly. In the long river of time, generations after generations of Goo Immortals of Celestial Court have sacrificed themselves like this, to shine on their descendants. Wei Ling Yang by Qintian Granny Sha, and in the future, you and I will also be like this. Why has Celestial Court always been the #1 Goo Immortal force in the world? Other than the 3 Immortal Venerables, the most important reason is that our Celestial Court's Goo Immortals never fear sacrifice. Because we know that humanity needs us, the world needs us, heaven and earth needs us. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply, trying to calm her mind. Then, Lord Duke Long, what do we do now? Duke Long closed his eyes before opening them again. The great era is about to begin, some people cannot be left alive. But Fang Yuan, Ying Wuxia, Purple and the rest are all crafty, their whereabouts are unknown now, it is difficult to find their locations through the regional walls. Fairy Myrtle had a worried expression. No worries. Duke Long waved his hand. No matter where they are now, you and I know that they will definitely go to one place, that is Southern Border's giant dream realm. Ignore Northern Plains and Longevity Heaven. These are small problems. Let's get rid of these hidden threats first. Chapter 1343. Cold Moon Desolate Mountain. 2 pig-headed beastmen carried Fang Yuan up the mountain, one in front and one behind. Fang Yuan looked around but did not act rashly. My current body is that of a rank 4 Goo Master. I still have my aperture and primeval essence, but I have no Goo worms. Moreover, I am heavily injured and extremely weak. Even if I am in perfect condition without Goo worms, I am not these 2 pig-headed beastmen's match. But once I reach the cliff, these 2 pig-headed beastmen will throw me down. At this height, without Goo worms, I will definitely die. Unless I have the sovereign immortal body. So, my only hope of survival lies on this path up the mountain? Immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan analyzed this and started to use his trump card. Once Unravel Dream was activated, Fang Yuan immediately saw its effect. He felt that he had regained some strength at this moment. To make an analogy, he was like a traveler in a desert who was on the verge of death, about to die of thirst. But now, a few drops of water suddenly dripped into his mouth. The effect is immediate, but isn't the recovery of strength a little too little? Fang Yuan had no choice but to use Unravel Dream again. This time he found that some of the small wounds on his body instantly turned into scabs. The pain all over his body was reduced by a lot. However, there were several large wounds on his chest and back that were so deep that bones could be seen, and there were no signs of improvement. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan had to use this immortal killer move continuously. The large wounds also turned for the better, but they did not turn into scabs. But the bleeding had stopped. His strength had recovered by a lot. his body had also recovered a trace of warmth from the bone-chilling cold earlier. But these could not provide Fang Yuan with great battle strength. He was still immortal now, he only had primeval essence. If he fought alone, he would not be a match for any pig-headed beastman. And now there was not just one pig-headed beastman but two. What's going on? Immortal Killer Move Unravel Dreams effect has become so bad. I had to use it 5 times in a row to achieve this result? Fang Yuan saw that he was about to be carried to the edge of the cliff again. He had to make up his mind. Forget it, I will attack first. His body shot up like a lobster. The two pig-headed beastmen were caught off guard, he broke free. Fang Yuan fell to the ground, the hard rocks touched his wounds, almost causing him to faint from the pain. At this time the two pig-headed beastmen reacted, growling as they pounced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used his outstanding battle prowess to dodge, turning around and running down the mountain. The two pig-headed beastmen roared as they chased after him. Soon the beastman caught up to Fang Yuan. Two eerie white wild boar tusks pierced into the wound on Fang Yuan's back, before piercing out a little in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's eyes, his eyes flashed and said. He stopped. And Fang Yuan stopped. And his body. From his eyes. Next, his vision fell into darkness. When Fang Yuan opened his eyes again, he saw a hall. He returned to reality, expelled from the dream realm. His face was pale, his soul was injured. But what made Fang Yuan more concerned was this strange dream realm. I'm afraid this is the most difficult dream I've ever encountered here. Even though it is a realistic dream realm, the difficulty is very high. So far, I have not even gotten to the bottom of the first stage. I have died many times on this path up the mountain. Unravel Dreams effect is also very bad. What is going on? Fang Yuan could not understand this. He thought about it but could not deduce anything. He could only take a step back and think about how to deal with the two beastmen, how to escape successfully. The pig-headed beastmen are huge. If I could enter the forest, it would be much easier. It's a pity that this barren mountain is completely barren. There's no forest at all. There's not even a pile of jagged rocks. Unravel Dream can be used 5 times at most. It has no effect after that. Even though it can help me recover more strength and stabilize my injuries, the effect is not great. It is not as effective as a goo worm. And even if there are goo worms in forests, my stamina is limited. I cannot run far. After analyzing it, Fang Yuan finally understood a little. Don't tell me this dream realm wants me to fall to the bottom of the valley? He entered the dream realm again. This time, Fang Yuan did not act rashly. He secretly used Unravel Dream to preserve his stamina and mental strength. When he reached the edge of the cliff, he was thrown into the valley by the two pig-headed beastmen. But the difference was, in the air, Fang Yuan started to adjust his body, sticking close to the mountain wall. After falling for a few breaths of time, some strange rocks started to appear on the mountain wall. They protruded outwards. There were also some trees that showed their tenacious vitality. Bam! With a muffled sound, Fang Yuan landed on a strange rock. His bones were fractured. He died on the spot. I fell too quickly. My injuries are too severe. I will die if I land on a rock mountain. It seems I can only choose those trees. He entered the dream realm again. With this experience, Fang Yuan landed on a tree. Crack, crack, crack. After a series of tree branches breaking, Fang Yuan used his body to break most of the tree branches before falling again. But this time the speed of his descent was much slower. He used his toes or arms to tap on the mountain wall, adjusting his direction. The second tree. Crack. Fang Yuan landed on the tree trunk. He was pierced by countless arm-sized thorns, turning into a flesh hedgehog. He died on the spot. What the hell, what tree is this? Fang Yuan was driven out of the dream realm again. He tried again and again, using Guts Goo and Unravel Dream to complement himself. After dying 17 or 18 times in the dream realm, Fang Yuan finally reached the bottom of the valley. But his injuries were even more severe. His 4 limbs were basically crippled. Only his right arm still had some feeling. At the same time, his whole body was bathed in blood. The wounds all over his body opened up again. His blood carried the heat of his life as it flowed out. And his bones, most of his bones were fractured. Intense pain burned like fire, roasting Fang Yuan's nerves. But this was the best result that Fang Yuan could achieve after countless attempts. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan used Unravel Dream continuously. When Fang Yuan reached the bottom of the valley, it worked again. Fang Yuan's injuries were slightly better. He could use strength in his right arm, his left leg also regained feeling. As for his back leg, it was completely broken, it was bent at a strange angle from the knee. Fang Yuan quickly checked his own situation, and then quickly looked around. Corpses were piled up like a mountain, flesh and blood were rotting, the stench of corpses was thick like fog, assaulting his nose. What do I do now? Just as Fang Yuan was at a loss, a cold Gu immortal aura appeared above him. 2 variant human rank 7 Gu immortals appeared in the sky. These 2 were beast men, one had a pig head and human body, the other a snake body and human head. Be careful, it is a big guy down there. The Gu immortal with a human upper body and snake lower body spoke. Haha, big guy, what are you sleeping for? Wake up. The pig head Gu immortal laughed loudly. The 2 were not soft, they purposely made their voices louder, it was like rumbling thunder, echoing in the valley. Stimulated by this voice, an extremely powerful aura burst out from the fog filled with the stench of corpses. Rumble. A fierce aura swept in all directions, blowing away the stench of corpses in the valley. A huge figure appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. This was a giant. It was 7 to 8 floors tall. Its entire body was pitch black and its strange jet black hair was like a cloak, hanging all the way to its waist. From the gaps of its hair 2 red lights shined. It was awake. The 2 beast-man Gu immortals were shocked by this black giant's aura, they lost their arrogance, they were nervous and solemn. Fang Yuan was the same. Because from this monster's aura he made a clear judgment, peak rank 8 Gu immortal aura. But it does not seem human, it is an immemorial desolate beast instead. Big guy, eat quickly. That's right. My clan didn't hesitate to go to war to get these blood food for you. The 2 beast-man Gu immortals urged. How many times have I said it? I have a name, I am Zui Hui. The black giant could actually speak human language, but it only said one sentence before falling silent and starting to eat. It stretched out its hands and one by one, the corpses were stuffed into its bloody mouth by its huge claws. This is bad. Fang Yuan thought at this rate he would be eaten sooner or later. Southern border, Black Demon Pit. There were many mountains in southern border, but there were also pits. Black Demon Pit was not eye-catching among all the pits. It was small and did not have a lot of Dao marks. It produced some resources of the dark path. It was not rare for super forces, but for ordinary clans, it was hard to mine. Thus almost no one cared about it. But at this time, Zishan Makoto and the rest arrived at the bottom of Black Demon Pit. What are we doing here? Bai Ningbing looked around. She used the investigative method of Bai Xiang's true inheritance. She could not see anything strange. Zishan Makoto ignored her question. He spoke to the air. I am here, let's go according to our agreement. Back then, I taught you my true inheritance, you owe me a favor. Favor? What is a favor? Suddenly, a buzzing voice came from the pit. Following it was an aura that grew from weak to strong. In the blink of an eye, Bai Ningbing and Wuxia's expressions changed. Only Zishan Makoto remained calm. Didn't you want to be human? Zui Hui. Human? Oh, I remember, you are that guy from back then. Right, I helped you back then, you owe me a favor. Zui Hui wants to be human, it needs to return favors. Tell me, what do you need my help with? You are best at eating humans. Haha, I am sick of ordinary humans. Don't worry, they are immortals, there might even be rank 8 Gu immortals. Zishan Makoto smiled. Chapter 1344. Southern Border, Giant Dream Realm. Zui Hui. Hearing this huge monster's name, Fang Yuan's heart shook. This was an immemorial desolate beast, it had a mysterious origin and was very old, it had appeared 1,000,000 years ago during the Olden Antiquity era. Each time it appeared, it would be accompanied by intense slaughter, it had immense battle strength. In terms of seniority, that dog-tail life-extending ferret that appeared in northern plains was only a junior talent that rose up 300,000 years ago. Zui Hui, Yu Tianguang, these 2 names were once the same, they were embedded in the history of humanity, they were the nightmares of Olden Antiquity era, Medieval Antiquity era, and Recent Antiquity era. They were immemorial desolate beasts that had human forms, few people knew of their origins. Each time they appeared, they would cause intense slaughter, no matter which region they were in, there would be bloodshed. Even Central Continent's celestial court could not kill them. They were very crafty, they often worked together, whenever a demon venerable or immortal venerable appeared, they would hide, it was hard to find them. Fortunately, during Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's era, this most benevolent immortal venerable in history was determined to rid the world of evil. After spending a lot of time and effort, He finally found the hiding place of these two legendary immemorial desolate beasts. After a huge battle, Yu Tianguang died, while Zui Yihui was heavily injured. It managed to escape and disappear. Its fate was unknown. Zui Yihui. I actually encountered this legendary immemorial desolate beast in the dream realm? Fang Yuan suppressed his shock as he climbed out. Zui Yihui devoured the corpses of the Gu masters around it. With it as the center, the surrounding corpse mountains and blood seas flowed into its mouth. Immortal killer move. Evidently this was an immortal killer move. Just by chewing, it could not consume at such a terrifying speed. This made Fang Yuan suffer. He was heavily injured, he could not move freely, his climbing speed could not compare to Zui Yihui's devouring speed. He was dragged towards the center by the corpses. Suddenly, Zui Yihui breathed in deeply. Suddenly, a strong wind blew and Fang Yuan was caught off guard. He was swept away by the wind and landed in Zui Yihui's mouth. Zui Yihui chewed hard and Fang Yuan was instantly turned into meat paste by his sharp teeth. I died again. Fang Yuan returned to reality with an injury on his soul. How do I break this dream? This question was like a huge boulder blocking Fang Yuan's path. He sank into deep distress. Fang Yuan tried all sorts of methods as he was being carried by the two pig-headed orcs, but he was unable to escape. Now he already knew that the development of this dreamland was for him to enter this valley. But in this valley, it was even more dangerous than falling into the hands of the pig-headed beastmen. This was because there was a legendary primordial desolate beast hidden here. Immemorial desolate beasts could match rank 8 Gu immortals, but most of them had low intelligence and were not feared by rank 8 Gu immortals. But there were exceptions to everything. Among these immemorial desolate beasts, there was a small group that was extraordinary. Because of their fortuitous encounters, they had intelligence no lower than humans. They learned Gu immortal cultivation methods, they had immortal apertures and knew how to control immortal Gu, they could even use all sorts of immortal killer moves with great proficiency. They were a huge threat. Every legendary immemorial desolate beast had a name. Like the dog-tail life-extending ferret Mao Li Qiu, Central Continent's evil dragon Di Zongxing and Huakong, as well as Zui Yihui and Yu Tianguang. These were all legendary immemorial desolate beasts. Such existences often had battle strength that surpassed most rank 8 Gu immortals. This could be seen from how the dog-tail life-extending ferret Mao Li Qiu killed 2 rank 8 Gu immortals from Celestial Court. Humans were the spirits of all living beings, but their bodies were weak. If they did not use Gu worms, they could not compare to other living beings. Be it speed, strength, lifespan, recovery, vision, hearing or others, they were not the strong points of humans. Immemorial desolate beasts had dense Dao marks to begin with, their lifespan was much higher than humans, their recovery, speed, strength and others were all above humans. Once they could use immortal Gu and immortal killer moves, control the immortal aperture, they would have human-like intelligence, they would be stronger than rank 8 Gu immortals. Does this dream realm want me to escape from Zui Yihui's devouring? Fang Yuan entered the dream again. Along the way he landed on the corpse mountain at the bottom of the valley, he was still on his last breath. Good. Fang Yuan used all his strength, before Zui Yihui breathed in, he pushed the corpse away and went down. Zui Yihui breathed in deeply, intense winds blew. The corpses on the surface of the corpse mountain were all swept away. Fang Yuan survived because he went into the corpse. But good times did not last, the winds continued, he was swept away again, entering Zui Yihui's mouth. Fuck. Fang Yuan's final scene was layers of sharp teeth stabbing into his body. He entered the dream again. Crawl, crawl, crawl. Fang Yuan continued to drill downwards. During this process, he used Unravel Dream to look for loose cracks, allowing him to progress quickly. Zui Yihui breathed in deeply. After a long time the winds stopped. Fang Yuan was on his last breath, he curled up in the corpse. I finally made it. Just as he was rejoicing inwardly, one of the 2 Beastman Gu immortals above the valley spoke. Zui Yihui, you have a good appetite. The jet-black giant replied, too little, too little. I want to eat more humans, after eating more humans I can get closer to humans. Don't worry, there are more here. The Beastman Gu immortal smiled as he opened his immortal aperture. A large number of human Gu master corpses fell down like a storm. What the hell? Fang Yuan's expression changed, he could not help but curse. Then he was crushed to death by a huge pile of corpses. He entered the dream again. Fang Yuan crawled into the corpses, but this time he did not use his full strength anymore. After the winds stopped, he was at the outermost layer of corpses. The corpses fell like a storm. Fang Yuan quickly crawled out and got close to the wall. he found a protruding rock and used it as a protective umbrella. After the corpses fell, he was unharmed. What should I do now? Fang Yuan looked at the sea of corpses as he thought rapidly. Right now, he was buried in the mountain of corpses. He was at least 6 meters away from the highest layer of corpses. But at this time he felt a numbness in his chest. Fang Yuan was stuck in the mountain of corpses. He could not see clearly. He quickly touched it. Next he felt a smooth tail. It looked like a snake or a centipede. Soon after, the tail retracted back into his chest. Am I going to die again? This question had just appeared in his mind when at the next moment, he was expelled from the dream realm. That just now it seemed to be a goo worm? Fang Yuan pondered in reality. There are so many human goo master corpses, there seems to have been a huge battle. It is normal that some mortal goo were not found. Even if goo immortals find them, they would not be interested in these small gains. Of course, in this extreme environment of corpses and blood, wild goo worms can also be produced. It is not strange. Fang Yuan acutely sensed that this goo worm was his opportunity. After healing, he entered the dream realm again. Goo worm refinement, failure, death. I refined again. Both sides were in a deadlock at this time. Ziyi started to eat again. Fang Yuan was disrupted. He failed and died. He finally succeeded in refining the goo worm, but discovered it was a rank 2 goo used for attacking. Fang Yuan could not help but curse, and then he died. Death again. Death again. Death again. What kind of fucking dream is this? There was a series of accidents and failures. Once, because he was jumping around too much, he attracted the attention of 2 beastman goo immortals. The other party pressed their pinky finger and Fang Yuan was shot by a strange light, causing him to explode. Despair. In the dream realm, Fang Yuan was too weak. Any accident or even the slightest sign of trouble would be fatal to him. Do I have to give up on this dream realm? Thinking of this, the thought of giving up persisted. Fang Yuan had invested far more into this dream realm than before, but there was little hope. He could not even see the direction of the future. This dream realm's difficulty was unimaginable. Let's see. I'll persevere one more time. I died again. Should I stop? Another series of deaths. Fang Yuan wanted to give up, but he was unwilling. After all, he had invested so much, and most importantly, he had never seen such a dream realm before. If he succeeded, it would be a huge accumulation of experience for him. If he gave up this time, what if he encountered such a dream realm again in the future? He gritted his teeth and persevered. Until the final time. On the ground of the valley, there were only 50 to 60 goo master corpses left. Fang Yuan struggled for a long time before staying alive. He was among them. The goo formation appeared. Fang Yuan realized that Ziyi was trapped by a super goo formation. Its lower body was buried in the ground, only its upper body could move. Damn 4 elements formation, let me break it. After eating and drinking, Ziyi roared at the sky, and a dark light erupted from its body. The dark light covered the entire valley. Oh no, this is the immortal killer move, Grey Knight. We need to retreat. The 2 beastman goo immortals flew into the sky. The 4 elements formation activated, earth, water, wind and fire. 4 mystical lights burst out, resisting the dark light and restricting it to the entire valley. Ziyi roared in anger and indignation, but it was useless. What the hell, how can I dodge this? The gray light was everywhere, covering the entire valley. The beastman goo immortals could dodge it, but Fang Yuan could not. He could only watch helplessly as the rocks and plants around him evaporated and dissipated in the gray light. As for himself, he was no exception. Fang Yuan fell into deep despair. Don't tell me this is an unsolvable dream realm. I cannot dodge this gray light. If I knew this, I would have given up earlier. That would have been a wise decision. Feeling frustrated, Fang Yuan returned to reality. His soul had been injured. This injury was several times more severe than any of the previous ones. However, to Fang Yuan's surprise, he found that his dark path attainment level had risen to Grandmaster. What's going on? Fang Yuan quickly inspected himself. He was shocked to find that the dream realm he was exploring had vanished. As long as I can last until the final moment, I will pass this dream realm. I succeeded. This should be a survival type of dream realm. I just need to last until the end. This dreamland only had a short scene, but after I passed it, my ordinary dark path realm suddenly soared to the Grandmaster level. Could it be because of Ziyi? All of his questions could not be answered. Fang Yuan knew very little about dream realms. After all, in the 500 years of his previous life, he did not put much effort into exploring dream realms. Almost at the same time, Bai Ningbing and He Lulan were also filled with doubts. Where is this? He Lulan asked as he looked at this world shrouded in mist and birdsong. This is Mushroom Man Paradise. A variant human Gu Immortal appeared from the mist. Mushroom Man Gu Immortal? Bai Ningbing's dragon pupils shrunk. Mushroom men were a type of variant humans. They looked like humans, but their most distinct characteristic was their mushroom-like head. It was like a natural hat that covered their heads. Under the mushroom hat were the eyebrows and eyes of the mushroom man. As for the nose and ears, they were all there. Chapter 1345. Before He Lulan finished speaking, Zishan Makoto interrupted. That's right, this blessed land has already been modified by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. There are no more calamities and tribulations. It has turned from a mushroom man blessed land to a mushroom man paradise. Of course, there are many paradises in the world, but this place is very special because before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable became a venerable, he cultivated here. Sigh. The mushroom man Gu Immortal heaved a long sigh. Ever since I inherited that true inheritance, I knew that one day, I would pay the heaviest price for it. But if you want me to come out and help you commit evil, that is impossible. You might as well kill me. I won't kill you. Zishan Makoto showed a crafty smile. I want you to bring the two of them into the Melon Cave, which is where Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had stayed before, and cultivate there for some time. You won't refuse this request, right? The Mushroom Man Gu Immortal's expression became even more bitter. He was silent for a while before nodding heavily. All right, I agree. Mushroom Man Paradise Melon Cave. This cave was guarded by this Mushroom Man Gu Immortal. Zishan Makoto assimilated with Providence. He sensed the layout of Providence. Using this Mushroom Man Gu Immortal, he successfully sent Bai Ningbing and He Lulan into this legendary place. This is where my tribe raises the chakra melons. You can cultivate here secretly, do not damage any of the melons. The Mushroom Man Gu Immortal said. Chakra melons? Bai Ningbing and He Lulan looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. This chakra melon was a rank 7 immortal material. It contained refinement path Dao marks. It could be used in any Gu refinement process. Thus, this immortal material had a wide range of uses. Right now, the black and white immortals looked at this melon cave. It was simply too huge. How many chakra melons were left here? On the side, Zishan Makoto explained in a timely manner. You don't have to guess anymore. This is the largest production area of Jewel Yellow Skies' chakra melon. It occupies almost 60% of the market. Of course, I brought you here not for the chakra melon, nor is it the main point, but for the Super Gu formation here. This Super Gu formation uses Rule Path Immortal Gu Ripe as the core, with rank 7 Immortal Du as the supplementary Gu. If you practice your Immortal Killer moves here, your efficiency will be greatly increased and you will be more familiar with them. Moreover, because of Immortal Du Immortal Gu, your Immortal Essence recovery speed will be extremely fast when you are inside the Gu formation. When He Lulan and Bai Ningbing heard this, their faces lit up with joy. Such a cultivation paradise was simply tailor-made for the two of them. He Lulan cultivated Strength Path and Fire Path as a secondary path. Strength Path Immortal Gu were rare, but she had a lot of Fire Path Immortal Gu. She even had the Fire Path True Inheritance left by her great aunt, as well as countless Fire Path Immortal Killer moves. Bai Ningbing had just inherited Bai Xiang's True Inheritance. She was not weak either. She had no lack of Immortal Gu and Immortal Killer moves. Right now, what restricted their battle strength was that they had just come into contact with inheritances. They did not have the time to convert their outstanding true inheritances into actual battle strength. In the regional wall, when they fought against Fang Yuan, this flaw was clearly exposed to them. After Zishan Makoto woke up and gained authority, in order to raise his side's battle strength, he brought the two of them here and used this paradise to train the two immortals. The Ripe Melon Cave was very spacious. The Mushroom Man Gu Immortals easily carved out a large area for Bai Ningbing and He Lulan to cultivate. After settling these two down, Zishan Makoto left the Mushroom Man Paradise. Days passed. Fang Yuan was still inside the Super Gu formation, secretly exploring dream realms. On the surface, he used closed cultivation as an excuse to hide it from everyone. Nobody knew that he was actually exploring dream realms. His gains were already huge. Comparing it to Qi Shang, it was clear. Qi Shang was known as the formation fanatic. He had over 100 years of life, researching formation path painstakingly before reaching formation path grandmaster attainment level. This age, talent, and achievement were already rare among Gu immortals. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan only spent a month or two to unravel a dream realm containing Formation Path true meaning, becoming a Formation Path Grandmaster. Precisely because dream realms were so powerful, they greatly reduced the time needed to accumulate. During the Five Regions' chaotic war, all sorts of Gu immortal experts emerged, shining like stars in the sky. It was a dazzling sight. Right now, Fang Yuan was not only a Formation Path Grandmaster, he had also advanced to Dark Path Grandmaster. With such attainment level, Fang Yuan had a new idea about the use of Dark Limit Immortal Gu. I can use Dark Limit Immortal Gu as the core to form an immortal killer move that targets myself and defends against the deductions of other Wisdom Path Gu immortals. Combined with my Dark Path Dao marks, this immortal killer move's power will definitely be shocking. I can also use Dark Limit Immortal Gu as the core to form an immortal killer move that has the same offensive effect as Dark Arrow Immortal Gu. I have another idea, that is to add Dark Limit Immortal Gu into other immortal killer moves. It should be able to conceal the aura fluctuations of these killer moves. In the future, when I activate them, I can catch people off guard and have an unexpected effect. Actually, for Fang Yuan, what he needed the most were Food Path and Information Path Dream Realms. Food Path could allow him to feed Immortal Gu more conveniently and at a lower cost. The saved resources could be used for his cultivation or resource management. Information Path was even more important. Fang Yuan had a lot of Information Path alliance agreements with him now. This made him lose a lot of freedom. When he did things, his hands and feet were tied. It was very inconvenient. Furthermore, if his Information Path attainment level rose, Fang Yuan would be able to see through many Information Path traps and methods. He might really be able to cooperate with Shadow Sect. But things in this world were not things that could be obtained just because one wanted them. The place that Fang Yuan was guarding was like a window. After he explored it, the dream realm related to Zui Hui dissipated. The dream realms that filled in were all strange and absurd. Fang Yuan did not want to try these types of dream realms casually. Even with Unravel Dream, Fang Yuan waited patiently. Dream realms were constantly changing. But after so many absurd dream realms, Fang Yuan had to divert his attention to other aspects. The development of his immortal aperture was the main focus. Next was to use his newly advanced Dark Path attainment level to try and deduce some useful immortal killer moves, and finally to gather information. Celestial Court failed. After losing 3 rank 8 Gu immortals, there had been no movement. The 5 regions were still in a peaceful and stable state. But Wu clan's problems had not subsided. Even though Wu Yong was in charge and mobilized troops to resolve all sorts of conflicts, the other super clans continued to take action. Wu clan was struggling to deal with them. Recently there was another troublesome matter. The cause was an Immortal Gu recipe related to bathing fire Immortal Gu. It was accidentally discovered by Immortal Gu Master. Once this news spread, it immediately attracted the attention of the 2 great clans, the Yao clan and the Wu clan. This Immortal Gu recipe was part of the Fire Path true inheritance left behind by Stunning Immortal. Over 1,000 years ago, Wu clan and Yao clan fought over this Fire Path true inheritance. There was enmity between them. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses, but neither obtained this Fire Path true inheritance. It was said that the Fire Path true inheritance was destroyed, but the sudden appearance of Bathing Fire Immortal Gu recipe gave everyone a new hope. Especially Wu clan and Yao clan, these 2 super forces had to fight for this Immortal Gu recipe due to historical reasons. Even if they could not take it away, they could not let them have it. For this, Wu Yong didn't hesitate to send out Wu Yishan and give up guarding the resource point Blood Tide Sinkhole. Wu Yiran had rank 7 cultivation level and outstanding battle strength. He acted on orders to end the battle quickly. He soon found out that there was no Stunning Immortal's true inheritance. Only Bathing Fire Immortal Gu's Immortal Gu recipe was left. This way, many Gu immortals retreated. They did not want to offend the 2 super forces for an Immortal Gu recipe. Yao clan naturally would not give up. They sent their heavyweight Yao Gung. Wu Yiran and Yao Gung had fought 4 times. They won 2 and lost 2. There was only the final and most crucial match left. At this crucial moment, Zishan Makoto secretly came to the location of the battle. In a nameless valley he saw a mysterious Gu immortal. The mysterious Gu immortal was covered in rainbow light. His appearance was concealed. "You called me here?" Zishan Makoto nodded. "That's right. No matter how you obtained the complete 7 illusions true inheritance, we have already made an agreement. According to the agreement, you need to do 7 things for me." "Alright, which 7? The mysterious Gu immortal agreed quickly. Zishan Makoto's lips curled up. "The first thing is to kill that Wu Yiran." The mysterious Gu immortal was stunned. "Are you sure?" Zishan Makoto's smile widened. He continued, "The second thing is to take Yao Gung's life." The mysterious Gu immortal became vigilant. "What do you want to do?" "You don't need to know what I want to do. You just need to kill these two first." Zishan Makoto chuckled. The mysterious Gu immortal snorted coldly. His body vanished on the spot without a trace. Zishan Makoto's smile gradually vanished. His hands were behind his back as he looked at the distant mountain range with a deep and eerie gaze. "Time waits for no man. I do not have much time left. I need to make a move," he muttered to himself. A few days later, a shocking piece of news spread. Wu Yiran and Yao Gung were missing. The result of the battle was unknown. Wu clan and Yao clan were shaken, because from Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu, they obtained information that Wu Yiran and Yao Gung were already dead. Who was so ruthless? Wu Yong was furious. Just as he was about to send Gu immortals to investigate this matter, Blood Tide Pit erupted, forming a huge wave of blood that harmed the surroundings. Wu clan quickly sent Gu immortals to suppress it, but they did not expect to find traces of the immortal killer move Collapse Art from the traces at the scene. Collapse Art was a unique immortal killer move created by Yao Gung. The traces at the scene were very clear. The situation became complicated. Is Yao Gung dead or not? Is this Yao clan's scheme? Other than Yao clan, are there any other clans? You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.